ex-wife, her sister, and then she regularly saw him passed out drunk.
Yeah, they tried to rush it through.
They don't care. They don't care.
I don't know. They need 4 votes. So that'd be Bukowski. That would be Collins. That would be maybe the new guy from Utah. And I'm going to tell y'all, if any of these things go 50-50, the turtle is there just to screw Donald Trump. He doesn't care. The defense secretary is probably either way. So if they lose 3 votes, there's a good chance the turtle says thumbs down. So what's y'all see? Anyway, the people on Twitter are fantasizing about Nina Turner running against VBank White Schreiber. I mean, could you imagine? She would probably lose. She won't win the nomination, but she would probably lose by 40 points.
How did Elon manage to pop him out of Doge before Doge was a thing?
Well, they're all going to get popped out of Doge because somebody sued that Doge was illegal and unconstitutional, so Doge might not even get off the ground.
Thank God.
Elon said he didn't think he could save that much money anyway, and then we learned that Vivek is out.
Vivek was a brown who thought he was a white. Aww. Poor. I knew that Americans are stupid comment would get his ass.
Let me see if they filed a lawsuit along with the Doge lawsuit.
Oh, wait, should I sell Doge now?
3 lawsuits. 3 lawsuits on Doge. The suits claim that Doge violates the 1972 law requiring public meetings and balanced perspectives. One suit says state executives nominate Doge members and claim that violates the balance requirements. There's so many laws in the U.S. It is a rule nation of laws. There's a lot of laws. Another lawsuit says it lacks the proper advisory committee procedures. The third suit says it does not represent the interests of everyday Americans. It's from a union. Progressive think tank and a bunch of others. The lawsuits each claim that much of Doge's communication happens on Signal, an encrypted messaging app. Citing both news reports and public blog posts from former Doge and Doge members.
Doge is up 10% today.
I just don't understand. This is the thing. Like, Doge is not fully transparent, but because Donald Trump took questions for 60 minutes last night, people are acting like that's transparent. So, you're right, Scotty. They want you to look at the stuff like renaming and silly executive orders while they're doing real stuff over here. So, we'll see if people.
Trump will do press conferences all day if it means that his people can loot while it's going on.
Hey, what do you think of Trump, the tactic of Trump continuously campaigning? I think that works if Democrats do that. Like, we want to govern, but then realize politics is every day. And Trump has mastered that. I mean, he had a campaign rally right before inauguration. I mean, it's to his ego and his narcissistic tendencies. But do you think that works? That you actually consistently feeding meat to your ravenous animals? Do you think the Democrats should apply this particular tactic?
Yeah, they've given Trump's electoral successes and ability to capture and maintain such a silent share of the electorate. He has created an appetite for certain kinds of engagement, so he has literally shifted the paradigm. So anybody that does not do a version of that, in my mind, is doomed to fail. Now, to be fair, I got the election prediction wrong. So my opinion might not be true, but I do believe there's a paradigm shift in terms of engagement with the public through social media, the so-called podcasts, the so-called television. times. And Mickey was one of the things when he told the Department of Education. It was actually from 2 years before. Remember, it was like 2022. I think that was very, very effective. It allowed people to circulate it and allowed them to control the discourse. Democrats writing op-eds for the New York Times, for USA Today, for CNN.com. That's good for eggheads like us. We're already going to vote for them. So they need to find a they need to find ways to do other things through sound bites and through these short videos and through these podcast clips, whatever it is, the reels. They need to master the reel. So I think that would be good. That's where I think what's her name is good. Jasmine Crockett. That's why I think someone like Jasmine Crockett is very good. I'm done speaking. You guys can do your thing.
Another thing that I noticed, because like I said, I'm part of a couple of MAGA chat groups, and they're so better at memes than we are. They turn anything into an it could be LGBT, anything that they're against, anything that comes out that it might be, we might look at it as liberals like, oh, that's such a great idea. They find a way to flip it around. And they're so good at that. I'm like, we need to get as good as that, attacking every point that they come out with. And they do that.
Well, part of the reason why the Democrats aren't as good, and people generally that aren't on the right as good, is because part of the ethos of being on the American left, I'm not talking about Marx, but just left of center, Democrats, progressive, whatever, is to be non-confrontational. And people don't want to get in the arena to fight. This is why I love the Facebook getting rid of the fact checking. Because now it forces people to get into the fight. Democrats want so-called experts and so-called fact checkers and so-called this. Do you probably need a fact checker? Because we need a fact checker to tell them that black people were 3/5 of a human. Fun fact, black people were never counted as 3/5 of a human, but you're not quite ready for that discussion yet because you're pro-blacker history. Shout out to Jack Nicholson. That's a true bad name. But the point is I'm trying to make is that Democrats need to get in the arena and stop throwing in eggheads. Motherfucker called you a motherfucker. What you gonna call that motherfucker? And that's coming from me, a cornball, a BAN. You have people on this act just as a small microcosm. Social media will not go back and forth with a mad cat ever. Ever. They don't have the bars. They don't have the knowledge. This is one thing about Just. Now, Just is a hood kid. If the Democrats are going to start, really, they will read you. They will go do executive realness and then beat your ass. I'm done speaking.
Just
Cause I never knew love. I never knew love. Yeah, and then guess what? A hoodie will then shoot you back. And then guess what they do? They go right to the bogger. What are you doing? Butch Queen. I just beat that chicken. I'm down with Butch Queen. Oh! And Miss Tony said, how you want her? And then here go the Democrats. We need joy. The only joy Democrats need is the joy from Mass Prophecy of joy. Joy. God's great joy. Outside of that, just fuck up that joy. We thought we had it with Tim Walz. Tim Walz started his opening speech talking about JD Vance, Vice President Vance, fucking the couch. I was like, oh shit. 2 weeks later, they put his nuts in a bowl of formaldehyde, put it up on the thing, gave him a lesbian haircut with all due respect to white lesbians, and told him to go and drive the Subaru and wear some LLB with some Birkenstock collars.
Well, I mean, that was because someone probably told JD Vance, see, that's that's a distraction. You shouldn't focus on the couch. You need to focus on policy, what the people really care about. You can't just be chasing all of these little lines, because this is what Americans really want. They want to talk about bathroom policy for trans people. They don't want to talk about the weird fucking guy on the mic. And when I meet him, and when I finally meet him, I'm going to say I agree with him. That this is a fellow American. I love this guy.
You're right about that now.
Shout out to Team Kimberly. Shout out to Team Kimberly. Concrete, crying.
When he talked about what these motherfuckers is weird, that when he had, I was on there. I was like, yeah, call them motherfuckers weird. Cook their ass. And I think that's when I say I liked him, that's what I was talking about. Because I was like, yeah, he at least, I mean, he wasn't saying nothing radical, but he was saying some shit like they're weird, like, you know what I'm saying? And people would, and then you're right, he got the lesbian haircut and the hot water pants, and he was a whole bitch. He just was.
Iron G is I'm gonna have to boot Iron G from the room. Think of Iron G as the football in this room as Mark Andrews' hands. Iron G said that when I sang Joy, Joy, that was Kirk Franklin.
I think
Kirk Franklin, that video that you know, was with the Georgia Mass Choir. That is not a Kirk Franklin song.
Kirk wrote the
It's the
song.
version that you know is a song.
Kirk Franklin authored it.
yeah, he composed it.
He did not.
He composed
No,
it. He did.
Oh, no, he did not. How much you want to bet?
I'm not going to bet anything, but go check and then come back to me. Let me
I'm checking it now. I'm checking it now.
Yeah.
I'm ready. So, again, it was Kirk Franklin who wrote the song.
Thank you. How much you want to pay me?
You said you didn't want to bet. I'm going to be on mute.
I'm not trying to make an example of you, but I know my gospel.
Yeah.
I'm watching. He did not write it. He did not write it. Hold on. I'm looking at it right now. Hold on.
Jesus.
Anyway.
But you are right. You're wrong. Yes, he did write it.
We know he wrote it. Go over here to play.
Oh, okay. I'm like, I know I'm not tripping. He's in the music video.
Don't worry about it. We've known it. We've known it.
Well, it's okay not to know everything. You know, we're not your children. No one has that expectation of you except for your admirers. And I'm not sure how you deal with that.
Franklin was famous before he came out with the family. Like,
Okay.
Is that before after he did his
before Jesus.
Wait, what?
Anywho, what was interesting is that when I listened to Nancy Pelosi, she said the same thing. She said you fight to get in the ring, and once you're in the ring, you have to be prepared to throw some punches. And then what I thought was interesting is she said you also have to be prepared to take some punches. So I think that's true. I think that the Dems are too highbrow, as evidenced sometimes by Dems. I think that they take the morality route, and that's not really going to move the needle anymore. It's just not going to happen. Like you said, they might take the next, 2 elections. I think if they don't pivot and they don't pivot quickly, well, people really like those little mean ass ticky talks. They do.
Just because you have the wider tent doesn't mean you should have to deviate from your standards.
Yeah, but what about the
Now I gotta learn how to walk through lawn and make a cake and eat steak at the same time.
Oh, Lord. God damn.
But what about the idea that there needs to be some polarity in our political landscape? So Chris Matthews put forth this idea of like the mommy party and the daddy party. The GOP is the daddy party. The Democrats are the mommy party. So
Stop lying. We sent some niggas to lie to these motherfuckers. That's what they doing. And they winning with it. We ain't lying because we where mommy is. Fuck mommy. I'm sorry.
The difference needs to become, they need to become the side chicks. They too busy trying to be the wife. Nobody respect the wife. Somebody give Go to Cat of Nine Tails so that he can self-flagellate since she wants to.
Cat of Nine Tails.
Cat of Nine Tails.
You know where you've been.
Whoop that ass, trick. Whoop that ass.
You've been enough. You've been enough.
I was always told you catch more bees with honey than boo boo.
Yeah, who let him back up?
If you said boo boo and you don't have a toddler, please send me.
Children, say hello to these wild pit bulls in this room.
I mean, Brother Messi, I'm Catholic. Of course I know about a Cat of Nine Tails. Duh, you learned that the first year.
I don't know what Catholic school you've been to.
That's not Catholic school, that's catechism. That's your Catholic education. Every good Catholic child goes to catechism. Instead of Sunday school, we had I don't know, I tell you, we had demonstrations. Of course I didn't worry about a Cat of Nine Tails.
Send me into a panic right now. Fucking.
I just like to read a bunch of shit I shouldn't have when I was.
I know what you would do.
I mean, the idea of monks and illuminated manuscripts and all of that. I don't know why I found all that so fascinating. And indulgences. We need to bring back indulgences. Pay the church to absolve all of your sins so you can.
No, we don't. Fuck all that sounds
We don't need the Catholic Church stealing any more money from people and selling us a lie.
Yo, the Catholic Church is like a big ass slave labor operation.
Evil tradition.
Like legalized.
People in that place. Hell no. You don't need indulgences for nothing.
Nuns be walking around miserable, beating kids, mad as fuck at the world, bro. Martin, you never seen a
Martin Luther was right when he discovered that the phrase "the just shall live by faith" was real, and that you don't need to buy your way into the kingdom if you believe the kingdom is different. Indulgences are the people who don't know shit, who are God, and or deceived. Fuck indulgence.
nuns out here walking around wound up like chicken cock.
Oh, Sean, you've never seen a nun? Oh, I went to Catholic school. They were some of the meanest creatures that I have ever encountered. Mother Superior, she used to look like a bulldog because her. I mean, have you ever seen a person that just looked like an entire evil ass wrinkle? But the strength that those little tiny petite women had when they would paddle your ass. Oh Jesus! We used to march to church every Friday after every Friday morning. That's what kind of Catholic school I went to.
Wow, sexually deprived, eyebrow is cracking in my head. That means, hey, I'm sorry, I can't.
Brother Messi encourages people to read, determines people in fact do read, and now he has a problem. Brother Messi is not the Messiah, but is a hypocrite. Brother, since we're talking about the nuns, it's okay. He'll get. First lady's back? Where?
Hey, you got Marimba? Marimba in the building. Hey, Marimba.
go and let go. He's self-flagellating at the time.
Because he was loud and wrong.
Not only was I live wrong, I called the brother Mark Andrews, which was just nasty. And that was the point I wanted to make fun of the Ravens because my team still exists. My team was the laughing stock of the world.
And Jaden is the offensive rookie of the year.
Oh.
Hey,
It had to be
go
that.
coming
That
up.
just come through.
Breaking news, yeah.
He had to be unanimous, right? Hold on a second. Was he unanimous?
Oh, I don't know about the voting. I just saw it come through.
No, man. I don't have a party to create. We got heads coming through. This one, I didn't hear you. It's gotta be cold out there.
Pause. You see the heads coming from the phone.
Oh my, you guys want to throw some batteries this season because you guys oh my.
Hey man, this for East Coast supremacy right here, baby.
Like, where's the awards? Where are you seeing the awards?
Hold on, I'm gonna post the link.
Hold on, did the MVP come through as well? Oh, I see it. Oh, this was earlier today. Oh, no, that wasn't. You know what's wild about the Jaden Daniels stuff? Hold on, just trying to read.
It's in the chat from the Commander's website. Oh, it says he's rookie of the year and the other one. Congrats.
Hey, cool. You see how you use AI to train?
Yeah, that was amazing.
Yeah, that was dope. That's really dope.
He's been doing that since LSU. That's crazy.
Yeah, this year.
Yeah, that's
Hold on, did the MVP come out yet? Was it Lamar or
I'm not sure about that one yet.
So while we're doing football, just real quick, I want them to change the awards. I think that Coach of the Year and MVP should be given at the end of the playoffs, and the Offensive Player of the Year, the Rookie of the Year, all that should be regular season. Because after Sunday, Josh Allen should win. Lamar and Josh went head to head, and Lamar could win. But after Sunday, Lamar had some bad turnovers. He played an okay game. It wasn't a bad game. It was an okay game. And Josh played a mistake-free game. Josh Allen played a mistake-free game. I really wish they put that in because you could be a dope in the regular season and then get bumped out, get bumped in the first round of the playoffs. So I wish they would change that. Anyway, y'all go back talking about Trump. I agree. And the coach, I mean, how could
How is it not Dan Quinn?
it's
He
impossible.
might go to the Lions coach or some shit.
Yeah, it's going to go to Dan Campbell. Imagine
Bounced.
at home as a 1 seed at 15-2.
Maybe lost by 2 touchdowns.
Losing my 2 touchdowns at home was a 1 seed.
Hey, Kim, Doc, this is my first time hearing you off mute, man. You got a nice voice, too, over there.
Stay over there, though.
Load on, old man.
Y'all can't take compliments, man, for black men. Y'all, this is a loving brother, man. This is come on, man.
So good brother, man. Good brother, man.
We got to be positive, social interaction.
I agree, though. Hey, Joe, I agree, man. I agree.
We can be positive, man. What did Chris tell us? He said, love thy neighbor as the king.
I don't know.
especially as a rookie. And
Have you seen? They had the same guys, and they did shit. He's got these guys, and they're killing it.
I'm making it more like I'm not saying he will be. I'm saying he should be.
It's a big if. It's a big if I had a flip, I'd be drunk.
I know. So the point is that's why I think they should change the award until after, so that the NBA coach of the year encompass both regular season and playoffs. Because you can be a regular season demon like Philip Rivers and just lose every time in the first round. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, but because you get to the Super Bowl, it doesn't mean
What makes you good?
overall performance, your quarterback numbers. I mean, really look at some of the other quarterbacks that really playing good in tougher fucking goddamn divisions. When you look at this shitty ass NFC fucking South, that shit is horrible. That Tampa Bay made the fucking playoffs. That's crazy.
That doesn't make any sense.
The way the NFL works is that's 15 from every division. So that's just self-execution.
Yeah, but as you identified, that should be changed.
Washington's not in that division. What's that to do?
No, I'm just saying that it's not equal across the board. Tampa should not have had an opportunity to break like there were other teams that have no.
What's the Tampa Bay's record? I mean, you're way far away from my argument. My argument is single businesses. They were 10-7. You don't think 10-7 can back there, right?
Hell no. Hell no. That's not about it.
That moves so fast. I don't think anything to go back to what was actually talking about. So, what division is the best record this year?
The Chiefs.
Nah, the one with the Lions, right?
What division?
It's like 50 and like 50 and 12 and stuff. I'm like North, right?
NFC.
Yeah, with the Lions.
The NFC was the single best record in the division in the history of the NFL. Because you're starting to recognize that. What was the NFC most? Is it just getting someone to the playoffs and stats? That can be seen, especially in America, inflating stats. Americans only where he had to win every road game. Because by the way, this is it, they went right. They would have had, as a rookie, he would have to win every road game. There have been a couple rookie quarterbacks that have won a game or two in the playoffs. All of their defense has either been number 1, number 2, or number 3 in the league. His defense is number 16 to 18, depending on which metric you use. Okay. He is setting rookie records and NFL records, including games with no turnovers and no punts. Do you know that Jaden Daniels in his career already has more games with no turnovers and no punts than Tom Brady, Drew Brees, Patrick Mahomes, and Peyton Manning combined? Now I'll continue. How would he not be the most valuable player? Lamar has stats. Why not give him Offensive Player of the Year? Why wouldn't value be how far you took your team? Same with the coach. Dan Campbell's going to win for the Lions. He just lost them home by 14 points to Dan Quinn, who took a team that had the second worst roster in the league last year to the NFC Championship. How's he not the coach?
That's going to be a quarterback. A lot of quarterbacks play hurt.
Yeah, it's that time of the year, man. Everybody's banged up.
Everybody's banged up. They're going to pull some extra strength from out of nowhere. Believe it or not, a lot of players are going into this motherfucking after the regular season fucked up. You just don't know.
That stadium is going to be rocking on Sunday, man. Philly is crazy. You know what our theme song is, Cole?
No, what is it?
Too short, blow the whistle.
Oh, I love the dude who does that dance. Oh, I do that. Oh, I love him. And I'm not an Eagles fan, but I love when he does the dance and his neighbor comes across the street with that broom. Man, I haven't gotten up and done the dance because, you know, if you do the dance and put on Instagram, he'll tag you and stuff, man. But some of y'all, some of the Philly joints, man, I love the Philly dance, man. I really wish you had a different coach so I could root for the Eagles.
And they can't fire him now. Y'all was stuck for like 2 years, and y'all hate that coach. That's that.
I'm gonna make a prediction. I think the Redskins are. I think the Commanders are gonna win. I'm gonna tell you why. Jalen Hurts is injured.
I literally just said that.
That doesn't
Oh,
mean.
you did? I didn't hear you. What'd you say? I didn't hear you.
When they said that everybody's banged up. Everybody's banged up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They're gonna have to ride Saquon for like 250 yards.
No.
And I don't think that's happening.
Man, it's going to be about an aerial game. Whoever can get out there and keep the
How
other
you
team's
gonna set your
defense on
feet?
whatever team can keep the defense on the field the most is going to win.
Yeah, time of
Because
possession.
defense- That's right. Whoever can keep the goddamn other team's defense out there long enough, they're going to win this game. It's going to be a nail biter. Remember, it's a division game. So a lot of these division games go either way because it always seems like a division team has the other division's team number sometimes. So you never know who's going to win these division rivalries.
Okay. So, Washington did a pretty good job on Saquon until what he does is he did it in the Rams game. It's 2 yards, 3 yards, 8 yards, 2, 3 yards, 7 yards,
50-yard run.
2 yards, 1 yard, 8 yards, 10 yards, 5 yards, 80 yards.
80
You
yards.
gotta be able, you gotta stop that.
They don't call it any given Sunday for a reason.
What's going on? So anyway, they have familiarity. What really gives me hope is even though Jalen was hurt last time, Jaden Daniels put up 36 points on that vaunted Philly defense. They just put up 45 on the road. They're actually getting better as the year goes on. The Eagles are in real trouble. And what I respect about Eagles fans is unlike Lions fans, so far I've seen online, the Eagles know to not overlook the team. The Lions were already talking about the NFC Championship going to Detroit. So, anyway, y'all be there.
Now they're crashing out.
I ain't gonna lie to you, Goat. Hey, Goat, I ain't gonna lie, man. I ain't mad at you. Redskins money line. I am not mad at you.
What is it, plus 350?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it was on Detroit. Let me see what it is right now. Might be
Let me ask you a question.
220s.
Yeah, 220 sound about right. Let me ask you a question.
Wait, who's favorite? Before your question, who's favorite?
Eagles.
Oh, the Eagles minus 4.5.
4.5. Okay.
Oh my God, it's only plus 236. That is not good money.
No, it's horrible.
But anyway, let me ask you a question. What's a good amount of likes to get on a YouTube comment where you like, I can be proud of that? 50?
Yeah.
On one of my YouTube burners, I have been trolling the fuck out of Lions. There's one they call Woodward Sports where they talk the most shit, and one of their main hosts wished injury on Jalen.
Oh no.
Jalen. Oh, it was terrible. Well, sent to the lieutenant. I got 115 thumbs up. I feel like I hit the jackpot. I have posted no fewer than 200 comments on Detroit Lions content over the last 3 days.
I'm screaming. I watched the Lions post game after on YouTube. I feel like the Commanders broke them. Like mentally, they were gone, crashing out on everybody.
And what happened today is killing them. Ben Johnson left. They don't know what to do.
Oh no! Which coordinator is that one?
That's the offensive genius.
Oh shit! Wait, where did he go?
Where he went.
Where did he go?
Oh, why do you think he crashed? He went to the Bears.
No!
Oh, you see that?
Yeah, they changed that number one coach.
He said, "I'm gonna revitalize Caleb." Kim Doctor,
If you go through some of the
that was just a goofy question. I was just curious how many marriage proposals you get in your back channels, but okay, go back to
me.
Kim Doctor. She's gorgeous, she's educated, she talks about sports. Y'all must be more than it.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough right there. That's tough. Yeah.
That's well put. Well put there, Nikki. That's well put. And not to bring all to the yard, man. That's a different discussion right there. So anyway, they got broke, Kim Doctor. You're right. Dudes was crying on here. One dude said he could not eat until Monday morning. One dude said he couldn't watch the games. He said he didn't talk to his family.
Well, but if we're being for real, Jalen and that Hail Mary broke Caleb's season. They lose like 6-7 straight after that.
They lost 10, like 8 or 9, because I think they ended up 5-12. And at that moment they were 4-2, so maybe they lost like 9 out of 10, something crazy like that. I'm gonna tell y'all something as quiet as it's kept. Because many people don't see him unless they intercept balls. Marshawn Lattimore on lockdown this side of the field.
No, Mike.
One target.
But isn't it Mikey's? You gotta get Mikey. Sarah, what's his name? Sarah.
Oh, I'll get him. Yeah, we'll get to the rook, Mikey
They
Sanders.
never throw his way.
But they did the other day.
I mean, yeah, he had a couple issues, but he made up for it with the 2 interceptions.
But Marshawn Lattimore had 1 target, 0 receptions, 0 yards. That's called lockdown corner.
But you were.
Then with the Mikey Sanders still outside, he came up with 2 picks. And you know what was crazy about that, Ken? I don't know if you know this.
Yeah.
You probably know what you forgot. He went to Michigan. He's a Michigan hero. He was the best player on the defense when they won a national championship last year. And he came in and had 2 interceptions. 2 nasty ones. He intercepted J-Mo. And he intercepted Goff. That was nasty. Why did J-Mo throw him?
Here's the thing, though. Marshawn got to get his shit together because the game before that, when he was up against Mike Evans, it was real shaky.
You know Mike Evans owned it.
Mike Evans was ready to just stiff arm him.
But you know their history? Do you know their history?
Oh, they throw hands.
That's the light skin wars. It's two. You've never seen two light. The last time two light brights went like that, it was I'll be sure to Elder Bars. I'll take good care of you. A secret garden. But temptation is so right that she can make. If I know what you feel. That's the last time you see two light skins go against each other like that. Well, that and when Nikki and Johnny Soleil. Well, besides that, you have not seen two light skins fight like this.
No, please.
Hey, go. So y'all was hiding Kim Doc all this time? Man, that's crazy. That's crazy.
What's going on? Kim Doc, what are you doing no more?
Oh, I'm on mute.
I want y'all.
Trump will never be replaced in his heart, though. So, Trump and Wendy's.
You don't understand that.
Wendy's no more? I don't know anybody that eats at Wendy's. Come on.
That PTR is looking like Nuva virus, but oof.
Don't worry, y'all might win elections. But we still got to define on this side because we got the black woman, brother.
I see. Don't I see.
Shout out to the black women being prominent at the inauguration. Everyone now is praising Michelle for.
Oh my God, the president just said.
Jill Biden looked like she was in pain yesterday, having to be there.
Wait, when Biden was smiling like he was an Alzheimer's patient, not y'all remember when his watched it and he just put this goofy ass smile on his face? I was like, really? Really, Joe? It just looks so out of place.
What are they saying about Michelle?
They were glad that, Miss Deborah, that's a loud background. In Louisiana. That they were glad that Michelle was not there because no black women participated in the foolishness of the inauguration after that black pastor made a complete mockery of Martin Luther King.
The president just said that the country, the U.S., was at its richest from 1870 to 1913. And that was tariffs from other countries.
Wait, at like a news conference?
Yeah, he's giving a press conference. Why? Yeah, I'm not. This is gonna be hilarious for you. The country was at its richest from the middle of Reconstruction to the beginning of war. This guy, I'm sorry.
Is he sundowning? Like, what's going on?
He's fully on.
He's crashing out. He's seen that. He's lost it, and we're gonna see it on full display in the next 40 days.
It's gonna
That man's insane.
It's gonna be like watching a Notebook. Like, that's what it has to be in like in the Oval Office. Like, what the hell?
We need some MAGA people to come up and just say, but to be honest, non-election's over. Like, even if you don't know anything that much about history, who thinks that's the period? Just based off your common knowledge when the U.S. was richest, 1870.
I think that all the intelligent MAGA people have left Clubhouse, so you're not gonna get anyone. You're just gonna get the retards in the room for you to make fun of. It's not gonna be that.
That may be true.
Where's the MAGA guy? He's Indian. That can't not.
He's King Nat.
King Nat.
You're gonna lose some contract.
Yes.
They're canceling contracts, y'all.
Educated ones from the Claremont. If you remember in the early days of Clubhouse, you had some of the most intelligent, erudite MAGA people, like from the Claremont Institute, from Peter Thiel's organization. I miss those days. We just have retards
they're gonna touch a lot of government. Because people talk about how many government and federal employees they have. Then when somebody dropped the dime on how many active contracts they have in federal government, they were like, holy crap, that's a lot of people. So they are like,
From a common sense standpoint, I'm just trying to think. Who would honestly believe that during that 5 years from
Isn't it just on the libs? Like, what's the worst period that can make the libs freak out? And then they're like, oh, this is a good time frame.
No. It was because that's what ramped up tariffs. So he's making the argument for tariffs. That's what he's making the argument for. So it's like fake history in order to make up the thing for tariffs. What I've been doing is, I don't know if people want to be really nerdy, is because Trump has this distinction of being the only consecutive president outside of Cleveland. People should go back and read about Cleveland's second term. It's a show.
You're all the way down and you're bone dry.
I don't know, something about him sounds aged.
He's not gonna make it. It sounds fine.
Sure, because of this reason. Y'all gonna be keeping.
Y'all gonna have to hear this news conference. This man is talking about California right now, talking about how bad the water is. They're gonna do an executive order to do something down there, but he says, you gotta have water. Rich people like to take a shower. Yes, that's what he said.
This is true, though. Pretty much.
Do they like the regular shower? Golden shower.
So he was saying that 38 gallons, I don't know, 38 gallons is not a lot of water. I don't know what he was trying to say, but after that it was, and rich people like to take showers. So, they need water.
Obsessed with showers. Well, he's been obsessed with showers for decades now. Y'all know about Trump and showers and shower
He's always talking about water and all that water. He's been doing this. This is
This is even pre-president. He's been into the shower, water, and pressure for a long time.
that's true.
I know about the showers. I thought it was just even like the touch stuff.
Yeah, and toilet flow. He's really into that.
He talks about dishwashers, showers, toilet level.
Yeah, he talked about the toilet flow too.
Oh my God. The double flush.
I'm gonna defend not him, but let's be fair. All of us have a thing at our house in the world that is our little horse, and they're always kind of weird. I mean, that kind of makes them human. Like, let me name.
Oh, I like ice makers.
Like stuff like that. Like, I don't like when people put Q-tips or floss in the toilet. It just pisses me off.
Who the fuck does that?
People don't
Come on now. No, Lord, no.
Yeah, it's usually right. Q-tips not only.
And other things that lead.
No, I was just gonna say, poor people like showers too. Why not? People want to take a shower.
Yeah,
Why
poor
rich
people
people?
would rather work an extra shift. Poor people would rather work an extra
I mean, what are you talking about? Rich people, just people want to be able to take a shower.
Well, he says poor people don't take the shower. He said poor people don't take a shower. He used to make fun of Bannon. He used to make fun of Bannon, how rich people Bannon always lived.
Poor people too busy working trying to make extra money. They could care less about the shower. If it's between a shower and picking up an extra shift, it's an
say that. I love how you elevated Negroes on this app. Love to talk about what poor you're not. Shut up. Just get up. Anyway, I thought that executive orders were for federal agencies. I didn't think they just expanded into the universe. Like what?
Clouds.
So not listening intently, I think there's going to be the executive order, and included in it, whatever it is, would include working to get the water running and flowing like it needs to flow, because he called them stupid. He said these people are stupid. So however they've managed the water and the issues with the water, whatever that is, they didn't do it right. So the order is to put things in place to do because they're stupid.
Yeah, water right. The farmer acts.
News more of the Pete accident allegation. It's ironic coming out from his sister-in-law. The accident allegations from Danielle Except. The ex-sister-in-law? Yeah. How can you have the same last name?
He takes a bunch of wives. He does over there, and one of the next one.
How can his sister-in-law have the same last name?
His brother's wife.
Yeah, maybe that.
I thought she was the wife. Oh, okay. So it's his brother's wife about Pete Hex's wife. Okay, yeah, that was everything. So, this is from Wall Street Journal. Victim of emotional abuse, that sort of thing. He followed me out of the room, quote, he followed me out of the room and yelled at me that I was disrespecting by walking away. They had to stay for safety. All types of shit. More stuff on alcohol.
Is she on an NDA? Because if she isn't, then because everybody else was on an NDA.
If it's his sister-in-law, I wonder if he would have signed. Like his mother said some stuff about him too, that she had to retract when she realized she was fucking the bag up.
She didn't have to. She just did it.
The joke kind of underlined the fact that I'm not saying she was legally compelled to do it. I'm just saying that,
Did she already
give me. How's this happening?
Someone said she's divorced from Taylor.
Fuck.
She ain't got no legal left.
It just seems like the family has issues with him as well, including his mother. Mothers love their sons no matter how terrible they are, but the initial letters seem to be a person that doesn't appreciate the person the son has become. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's more.
The damage was done the minute she said it. Even though she retracted it, the damage was already done.
I mean, it's only one confirm him. I don't think it was no.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think the damage was done until it's not confirmed. It doesn't seem to me that mission has been derailed in any way. He needs to know saying that needed to help.
His mother saying that did not help.
How many mothers?
How many mothers
Just like
think that she's missed a son?
Really?
Not against her, but you see that didn't help very much.
It doesn't. We need the victims to speak, and people really feel a type of way about lawsuits and NDAs as it relates to sexual assault. And unless the victim can put a face on the accusation, sexists are just going to blame them as liars and defend the attacker.
I don't think these are NDAs. This is his ex-wife.
I'm not talking about his family.
I said breaking news. Yes, Donald Trump said he's going to put death penalty to anyone who's bringing.
You gotta stop giving these people breaking news.
What you said? Wait.
Fucking
What you
ridiculous.
said, TJ? I said Donald Trump said he.
So bad.
Who the fuck is you? Stop! Go ahead, TJ. Donald Trump, in the press conference, said he's going to bring death penalties to anyone who's coming over the border bringing fentanyl.
So we're now say fuck the last conversation. We're just gonna talk about this one because you said breaking news.
Oh my gosh, go back to the conversation.
What was the breaking news?
Oh god.
Oh,
hospitals.
No, ICE can now raid hospitals. That's one of the places they can target.
They always can. They always could.
A hospital?
Because I should go into anywhere except the church where they didn't go into. But they can. They could have.
Yeah, churches.
Why is it reported now that it's
Churches was the only place. Because they have probably had a policy. They probably had a policy from an administration that prevented them from doing it. But if you look at the statutes, they could go into any place. They could raid any place except churches.
that makes
When we got real people being recipients of water and food and churches and shit to keep people from getting taken out of the country. But it's just gonna be.
So this is an affidavit. Let me read some of the stuff. This is new. It involves a restaurant called the Wild Onion. Kimberly, I don't know if you saw this, but there's more from the allegations coming. You saw this part. It's who is this? Wall Street Journal. Yeah, Wall Street Journal. Okay. As I told the FBI, he acted this way in public establishments too. For example, on a night in 2013 at a family event. Do you guys know all this? The yes means no, no means yes, or is this new to y'all? I don't want to bore people.
It's no good.
Okay. And to the executive, he went out to a bar they called the Wild Onion. What's the name for it? Anyway, redacted. And it said they got very drunk at this bar and ultimately ended up dancing with gin and tonics in each hand and dropping several glances, glasses on the dance floor, making a mess. Redacted the name, whoever it was, person has finally dragged him out of the bar as they walked back to my apartment. Except repeatedly shouted, no means yes. I took this to mean that in his opinion, not consensual sex really was okay. As I told the FBI another night, approximately 2013, exit behind work, out at the bar downtown Minneapolis called Prohibition. Exit drank so much that night he passed out in the bar bathroom. Yet another night at the Birch restaurant in Minneapolis, exit drank so much at dinner, the Uber driver had to pull over to the side of the interstate so he could throw up. As I told the FBI, this is a personal witness, but that night told me the next morning it was the night 2009 when Blank and exits were out downtown. Minneapolis, exits and some kind of were drilled with an actual garbage wrap bar Blank and locked up his heads and then left. Blank found him in a nearby strip club called Seville, drunk. He is military and trying to get lap dances. Blank had to drag him out of the strip club. When Blank told me the story, he told me that Exets should not have done this. This was a violation of military rules. I believe Exets to be in the rag and robbed a person without a court based crime. I do not believe so. And so on. In the end, this is responsible for the Exet people. So this goes to this was a statement to the Senate proposal. Affidavit, excuse me. So now the full Senate will get this. And this was in response to Senator Reid, Larry Reid from Rhode Island, who was frustrated at the end.
So go and make this normal behavior in the military. People get a lunch and go around and do a great machine.
We know
People gonna look at this like it's normal. Get it? So
It's not normal for people in Spain.
Back in your day.
No, it's not. No, not for people in Spain.
That's not normal. Not for officers. That's
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
my day ended in 2015.
Well, a lot of
She wasn't doing that. I was in HBCT.
a lot of that
I was in third. I was in third ID. Most of my career.
behavior goes unpunished. That's normal.
Yeah, exactly.
Check this out. I don't know where y'all been, but I've been in third HBCT. I was in third ID. I was in freaking second HBCT. We didn't do that shit.
Maybe you didn't, but read news articles over the past 10 years about behavior of officers, reserve and active duty, not getting punished for their behavior against women and other kinds of shit.
No. We're not saying that doesn't occur. We're not saying that doesn't occur, but that's not normal behavior.
Okay, let me tell you.
Like, come on, man. Not, especially in uniform.
So,
The thing about it is, most of these darn military bases, if you're in the Army, most of those military, I think it's maybe normal for some National Guard motherfuckers.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Right, that's not normal for active duty. So whoever came off mic and said that shit is normal, you fucking
I said uniform at the damn club and fucking getting shit faced drunk, letting somebody do a lap dance. Fucking
Well, uniform is one thing. That for me, that wouldn't be that frequent. But like when I was stationed in Hawaii, I saw so many officers when I went to the officer club on Pearl, or I went to Schofield Barracks, or anywhere. I saw officers packed of food.
So guess what? I've been stationed in Hawaii. I've been stationed in Hawaii. I was stationed in Hawaii for almost 8 years, and I can tell you, that damn officer club is no longer an officer club.
Yeah, it's a joint club now. Yes.
Right. So I don't know what y'all did back in the day. I can tell you
That's from 1990 something.
Yeah, that gotta be in the 90s. Because I'm gonna tell you, ain't none of that shit happening in no goddamn 2000.
Well, the interesting thing is the military still has a high rate of DUIs.
Yeah.
Officers and enlisted.
That's true. I'm not gonna even front on that. But ain't nobody fucking wearing no goddamn uniform fucking getting lap dances. I ain't never seen that shit.
No, Patty. Like I said,
these motherfucking civilians will turn your ass in just that quick. Because they don't want officers in their town.
In a heartbeat.
But I can tell you, in Hawaii, at the strip club, when those aircraft carriers came in or the ships came in,
I believe you.
everybody in the strip club were Navy. And they were types of food. That is true.
Right. So this is the 90s. I'm talking about the 90s. I remember in the 90s, I was still
you were in high school.
In the 90s, I saw units disbanded for this kind of behavior and other UCMJ violations. They disbanded the whole goddamn unit, officers down.
Okay, in the 90s, I flooded my mama's floor trying to mop the floor because I didn't know how to mop.
You know what's funny? In Hawaii, the Navy and Marines fought each other, the Army fought any of the service members. They would have obviously they would have ground patrols, the military police would go around. They would hold them and actually release them for fighting each other. And I never seen that at any other installation or any other location where people actually fought each other and were not prosecuted. That's how crazy it was back in the 90s.
Oh, I believe that because Hawaiians, they down for the fight. They don't be shooting. These motherfuckers they want to put hands, fist the cups. They don't play that shit. But I don't know nothing about no military, especially officers. Fucking ain't no goddamn uniform. Do no lap dance. I've never seen that my entire life. No. I done got phone calls. I done got phone calls from my brigade commander because a soldier was fucking drinking in a goddamn restaurant. And we had to look at what time he left. Because you're not supposed to be drinking in uniform and you're not supposed to be fucking in no restaurant 2 hours after fucking getting off.
Yeah, you guys have different rules. I mean, in the uniform in a restaurant thing, they have to find out and they actually abolish it. But you guys have that shit.
Don't play that shit. You know what I mean? Phone calls I got on some dumbass soldiers. I really think that rule's bullshit. They might be taking their wife out to dinner, right, and they got off late, and I done got phone calls about this shit.
Well, that Article 133 gets tossed around a lot. 133.
Well, I don't toss it around.
That's the number one, right? If you look at everybody that's being robbed of command, that's the one charge they always add. Or they've lost faith in your ability to command.
But the interesting thing is, squadron commanders seem to get around a lot of the sexual harassment shit because that makes or breaks the fucking commanders, goddamn.
Trust me.
So a lot of shit has been swept under the rug by division commanders and base commanders because they don't want that shit on their record.
So in the Air Force, before you take command, before I became a squadron command, I had to go to squadron commander school. And they literally tell you that women are attracted to men into the leadership position. That doesn't mean because you now have a commander, you have GC reporter that you're any funnier or you're any handsomer or any of the attributes you could attach to a full person. And the thing about it is that I consistently saw my fellow commanders get in trouble. Because we saw how, I mean, to talk to. Especially when I was in South Korea. My commanders would try to flirt with all my lieutenants because I had a bunch of female lieutenants that worked for me and captain. And my fellow commanders, lieutenant colonels, would always say, "Hey man, we coming to your sport to hang out." So every sport had their own little hangout area. They hooch. And them fuckers would always come to my roof. Because the fact is that they thought that my lieutenants and captains were fucking good looking and they want to come there and hang out. And those fuckers are married. And it was just so, and they would be flirting and doing all that shit. And I'm looking at, y'all motherfuckers just trying to lose your command.
A remote base is a very tough and complex thing. You have a lot of married people that go over and they embarrass themselves by having
the ring comes off after the second week. The ring comes out after 2 weeks.
Short tours are tough. That's why they call a lot of the women over there Korean queens. There are women that go over there that they wouldn't have a second look in the United States, but go over there and frequent trips.
Deployments.
Overnight.
No, in deployments, Iraq, Afghanistan, Saudi Arabia. Girl, any woman that comes there, boy, no matter what she looks like, she's gonna get, people are gonna pay her dentist.
That's that preferential treatment. Look, in wartime and in remote bases, one of the most remote bases in the Air Force, Shimmy, Alaska, that base is a 5-mile base.
Were you Air Force?
Yes.
Oh, that's like Shimmy. When you said Shimmy, I'm like, man, that shit goes on a long time ago.
Station at Shimmy, no.
Yeah.
Look, ain't nothing coming on that base unless it's by air.
Yeah.
And I can tell you this, you don't get any more remote than Shimmy.
Yeah, because the hours of that. But you know what was funny? When I was in Afghanistan, I was part of the IP. And some of the biggest complaints we had to go investigate was sexual harassment at some of the pubs. And it was rampant. I literally had to fly in and I had to go and relieve a major, a captain, and a second lieutenant. But they were all Army National. They were all Army Guard. I had to relieve all of them of duty because the rampant sexual harassment of a Navy foreman that was there, female, that was going on. They literally had open showers and you could go on top of the building and look down into a shower. When that girl took showers, they would all just climb up on top of it. And then she complained to leadership and they did nothing about it. And I actually had to go out there and investigate and relieve them. And that was not the only example. Numerous of the times, as soon as I got to a location, because I did part of my ISAB duty was when I went to a location, it was to worry about how individual one-on-one with all the females and one-on-one with mostly all the younger enlisted personnel to see if they're actually being treated fairly.
Well, the uniform doesn't change behavior; it only promotes you to conceal it. Uniform
you know what? This is the thing. Y'all talking from. Let me interrupt real quick. Y'all talking from an Air Force perspective, right? And y'all really don't have checks and balances like that. I mean, when we would be deployed with y'all, even just say for example Kuwait, y'all military base is like so open and free. When it comes to the Army, right? So we have to do this thing called fire guard where we gotta check rooms. We gotta check fucking beds. If there's a time that they gotta be in their bed, in their room, we have to check that shit. So when we're on the Air Force base, y'all motherfuckers be outside. So I don't know what y'all got going on over there. Yeah, y'all be outside.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but
There's one thing about Army, they got so many of us that you got one time to see something and not report it, right? What ends up happening, let me tell you how stupid some people are. So like y'all say certain people don't report shit, they let it go. I'm gonna tell you, if one soldier says, I told Shazza, Shazza this and this, or I seen Shazza standing in front of PX when I got in the guy's car, you know Shazza's gonna get relieved of command. Like, just because the motherfucker saw me. So they tell you in the Army, and that's a board question for them enlisted soldiers. Who is responsible for safety? Everyone. Who's responsible for the well-being? All that is everyone. So if you're in the area, I can say I really didn't see it. I probably didn't see it, but I can get relieved because I was in the area. And the soldier identified me as being able to see it. Because y'all know, in the military, you're guilty before proven innocent.
Well, the UCMJ is so complex. The UCMJ is so complex. They have, even if they don't have a rule against it, they have a particular article that covers every goddamn thing.
Article 34.
They have an article that covers everything else that ain't fucking done yet. So again, yes, it is a little biased against the service member for the fact that they want to make the military look as clean and squeaky as possible. But as I said, the uniform does not prevent a person from having bad behavior. It only promotes the person in trying to conceal that behavior.
Yeah. We know what's weird that people think that Agsab is like, he was in the National Guard. He was not. I think it was ever on active duty when he actually did an active duty tour where my lieutenant was for a long period of time. I think he did a couple of deployments. I think he did Cuba, and he did a couple of deployments. But it's not like, and I found out, especially when I did inspections, because I had Army guys who were in the IG2. They would always tell me when I came back and I wrote up you drafted your report and you're briefing on what transpired. You would always say, "Oh, it's small army." So, you guys refer to National Guard as small army, reserve a small army, and you guys a big army. So you got, it's small army. I'm like, no, they're army. Their uniform says army. So you didn't take credit for that. And they're like, no, we didn't take credit for that one. I'm like, no, it is big army. The same thing when we used to be at the cafeteria, the deep bag. And with Patrick and one guy, we would be like,
I'm gonna ask Quinn Ramsey which one tastes better, to be brutally honest. This is $400 chocolate I bought off the internet, and this is my chocolate bar. To be honest, my chocolate's like a couple bucks. It's crazy. If he does say it's better, it's not on me. Why did I do this? The Star Chocolate only 5 ingredients. That's good. Alright, well, I'm fighting a losing battle here.
I think the Air Force somehow is not.
Which is better? My chocolate bar or the one that costs 100 times more?
Different bases have different security responsibilities.
Oh, really? Every second. I'm gonna ask.
I am not speaking English. I am speaking English a little bit. My daughter had. Hold on now. This is private.
I could not believe how Air Force enlisted talked to their officers. I was in shock for a full week working as a civilian in the medical hospital. I was like,
no, that's awesome.
But the interesting part about it is that
you just say that to them. They're like, what? I'm like, y'all wouldn't last a minute. You wouldn't last a minute in the Army. Just no.
Well, I can tell you, I remember when the first month of Afghanistan, the guys on my detail, the guys who were my team, I was the only Air Force guy, because everybody was in the Army, and when they were Air Force, they're like, oh yeah, who do? And the Army guys would always tell me, man, why the Air Force officers are so cool? I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, you guys don't want to harass us. You guys just, we go to what we have to do, we come back, and you guys, I say, yeah, because we treat our airmen like they were guns. And so, Patty, even your troops will say that Air Force officers are way cooler.
Well, that's always been the history of
Yeah, they do say that. They do say that. Because y'all more relaxed. For us,
they always made it seem like the Army and Marines were always hardcore and always to the letter, which is not the case. It depends on whether or not your base has nepotism, whether or not, depending on the commanding officer, whether they're a little lax. So believe it or not, there are some hardcore military Air Force bases that don't fuck around.
I know I'm not even in the military, and I wanted to join the Air Force, but the joke is that you'll just never be able to get in touch with them because they never in the office, and they really are never not. They really are. I'm serious. Every time I went down there, so they were never there, and I was like, oh, because they
a lot of our jobs could prepare you for civilian world, a seamless transition.
Yeah, but ML, you got to be truthful. That hasn't been an absolute case because, believe it or not, it's still very difficult to transition from active duty to civilian life. That's why they have transition assistance and all the other things. Companies are getting a little better with it, but even when it comes to a federal job, the way you put an application in for a federal job and a federal government job versus a regular civilian job is different.
I'm not discounting that.
It's very different. So
I'm not discounting that.
It's always been difficult to translate that. That's why they've always had such a problem because AFSCs and MOSs and shit, they are very more detailed in what you do, but it has more of a military description of it and not a civilian. They've been working on that for years and they still haven't got it down.
So there, let me tell you, I'm discounting that. I'm saying that the Air Force has so many more jobs that are technical, that they have a civilian equivalent. Don't care. I don't care how you did your resume, how you transfer your skills to a resume in order to apply for a job. That's a whole other organization because in the military transition system, you actually went through the 2-week or 1-week class. They actually did modify class. I mean, the officers, we had a different class than the enlisted. But us and chiefs, the class that I went to was E9s and above. And
every branch, when it comes to basic skill training, you have carpool in the Army, just like you have in the Air Force. You have logistics. So a lot of those jobs do translate into basic skills. Again, even communications. There's no different than communications in the Army than it is out in the civilian world, especially when it comes to technology. It's all the same. The servers that they use in the Army ain't no different than the servers they use in the Army.
It is different, Derek. I remember because I was in Palm too. I remember when I was in Palm at Luke Air Force Base in Arizona, and they had found we had foundry and Cisco switches, and then there's a base in I forget the name of it. It's in Arizona. What's the name of that base again? Close to the Mexican border. Fort Huachuca. Fort Huachuca's network went down, and they literally had to call us to come and bring it back up.
But I'm talking about the basic skills of networking is no different than in the military than it is in the civilian world. The protocols, everything is the same. Switches, routers, all that is the same. So there's nothing different. As I said, translating what you did is the biggest problem. It's not getting the skills. An Army communications person that works on networks is no different than the Air Force.
There is a difference. Okay, so the Air Force, one of our network, they're called text controllers, which are the best in all the armed services. So a text controller, if you Google it, they're also called water walkers. And a water walker folks are trained so heavily. I mean, those guys actually helped write the source code for a lot of the Cisco switches back in the day. And remember, we used to go to Cisco headquarters to actually train those people. So when you look at like the places like even the firewall, I don't know if you're a network guy, but if you understand Sidewinder was the old firewall that a lot of the armed forces use. Even Sidewinder protocol was dropped in by Apple. Even Microsoft's able to do the email thing and have all the email server and being able to have multiple domains. That came from the Apple.
So that's what I'm saying. The basic bottom line skills are the same, but they still have a problem translating from civilian, from military to civilian. There's no different training you're going to get to know how to log into a switch, to know how to FTP. All of that shit is the same. You get taught the same protocols. There's nothing different. So I'm talking about the baseline understanding and knowledge of networking does not change.
I got some breaking news. Sexual assault is so frequent in the military that estimates are up to 25,000 a year. There was reportedly 23,000 sexual assaults by military personnel in 2023.
We're not disagreeing with that. As I said, a lot of that shit went under the rug because commanders lay a blind eye to a lot of that shit because they don't ruin their commands.
Exactly. Literally this one. So when I was in Korea, I was the was the commander work for the Wing Staff Agency. So in the Air Force, you have all the Wing Staff Agency. So I was the group commander for the Wing Staff Agency. And we have this, mind you, because the Wing Commander normally doesn't have really any personnel with operation except he's the executive officer. Everybody else works for commander and on Air Force bases. So there's this pilot who, and mind you, sexual harassment and fell under me. So the sexual harassment guy worked for me. He was major. And so this captain, who's an Air Force pilot, you know how much money we spent to train our Air Force LX pilots, was literally raped a girl. He raped an enlisted girl. And the wing commander was trying to give him a pass, saying that the evidence doesn't substantiate charges against him. Literally, we had to consistently go back. And we had the legal guy actually calling back to a man escorting back in Hawaii to Taka command so that they could push the commander in order to bring charges against this captain because the commander did not want to ruin his career. I wanted to get the ring go. And I never saw such a huge miscarriage of justice that was unfolding before my eyes. And he was trying to ask me to look the other way. And I was like, bro, I can't. So me and the legal guy were like, no, we're going to take this above our boss's head and go to command and say, hey, we have a problem here. And the wing commander, they were going to relieve them of duty, but they never did. And they didn't fire him, but the guy still got prosecuted. And he ended up going to jail. I think he got 9 months in prison for rape. And it took him like 2 years later in order to actually send him to the trial took that long. And normally rape trials in the also long quicker than that.
So you only got 9 months for raping someone on the job?
Yep. It was alcohol and blah 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 blah.
What does that mean?
9 months.
Fuck the military. Don't send your kids there. Don't send your kids there.
The interesting thing about military, if you've ever worked an extra duty while you're in, sometimes you may get the duty to work corrective custody. And mainly that's escorting people who actually decided
Good job.
Right, who chose not to go with a court martial or any other judicial punishment other than going to corrective custody. So that is restricted to base for a certain period of time or whatever. You can still go to your job or whatever, but you actually stay in the dorm if you live off base, and it could be anywhere from 10 months, 9 months, whatever is dictated. And that would be your form of punishment for whatever it may be. If it's some same sort of thing.
By this standard, he had said is qualified to be Secretary of Defense. Clearly, he fits in.
Does somebody have most blocks?
It doesn't work like that at all in the Army.
Well, that's why I'm
So
saying.
in the Army, CID and MPI, they look at the cases, right? I'm going to tell you what they do. It can be local, or it can be UCMJ. Wherever you're going to get the most time is where they're going to send you. So if the state says, hey, UCMJ, they're going to give her more time. They're going to give you to the fucking wolves. If CID or MPI thinks you're going to get more time with the state, they're going to give your ass to the state.
Yeah, you know
I don't know, Rich Army going in the Air Force, that's a weird shit.
The Army is also the jury. It's also the jury. One time I signed the jury.
That's not how it works with us. So when CID is looking at the case,
Every branch has correctional.
I didn't say they did. Can you let me finish?
But you're saying it doesn't work that way.
No. It doesn't work like that. I didn't say shit about no goddamn correctional custody. We have detail too. But it doesn't work like that. With our cases, we have to share it with local law enforcement.
Yeah,
If you look at the overall case, we have this thing called, we have a whole nother, not JAG, it's a whole nother branch. What is it? TDS? They look at the case, they look at what the maximum time can be on the local side or the state side versus what we have in the military. And they make a decision between either the military and the fucking authority.
What I find most interesting about this data.
Don't tell me going in the airport where y'all just say we're gonna go lock them up.
Hold on, Ryan. I know.
So, Patty, listen to this one. So one time I sat on a court martial. I was the captain then, and this kid was enlisted, and was sexually molesting his stepdaughter. And I was the only black person on that court martial. And them motherfuckers wanted to give that motherfucker 3 months. I was like, hell no. He molested his stepdaughter. Are you fucking insane?
Well, I have more breaking news. So even though the DOD estimated 25,000 rapes in 2023, what was reported by all military branches was about 6,000. About 6,000 rapes and sexual assaults are reported, but the Department of Defense estimates it's astronomically more than that. So when you think about Pete Hegseth coming in to run DOD, what is his objective in removing women from the workplace? How does that contextualize with his behavior as a representative veteran, meaning likely to rape and abuse women? That's how I view this. And so I think it's true. The guy who talks about raping women all the time. Yeah, you talk about motherfucker. You piece of shit.
Why we gotta get all crazy now? God damn.
Yeah, don't talk about veterans and fucking rapists, you bitches. You piece of shit, motherfucker.
Veterans were rapists. He was reading.
Did you see what he fucking said?
He was.
Your ears not work? Your ears not work?
Say that about Haitian.
Your ears not fucking work?
Look, the man is reading statistics, man.
I don't give a fuck what he's reading. There's no statistic that says veterans rape motherfucking people. So show me the fucking statistic.
So articulate in the airport, you have what they call, in the military, you have restricted reporting and you have unrestricted reporting. So it's not like it's not being reported, but the victim decides that they were going to report it, but they want to remain anonymous and they just want to say that I got raped, so I can get the mental health or whatever they need, but they don't want the person prosecuted. They don't want to go to trial and all that stuff.
Retaliation is a real thing in the military. So
I know.
Retaliation is a real thing. Whether you think it or not, just because you think you're in a strict organization like the military, that people get a fair shake, no, they don't.
So it doesn't work like that on the Army side either. Because I used to be the damn OIC for one of the EOAs right before they came up with SHAR. So what happens is if we do have a restricted or unrestricted, the soldier immediately gets to go where they want to go. They can go to any military base because they made a report. They can leave. I don't know what y'all got going on in the Air Force. I know y'all.
That is true. That is every service. That is every service.
1 year you was in the military, but I'm telling you now, when I was the OIC for that EOA, and I can screenshot you my goddamn my OER, my evaluation report. And I had to handle 200 and some odd cases. I can tell you, there's no fucking way that some fucking soldier got raped and she went back to work and they fucking was retaliated. That just don't work like that. The immediate day that you fucking reported, that person is pulled out of the fucking unit.
Yes. And that's the thing about it. Yes, that is true. And the thing about it is that you give the victim the option if she wants to go back to that unit also. And sometimes when normal majority of the time we detail the victim to another unit, and also the perpetrator also get relief from the unit and detailed someplace else until the case is and also if somebody is that mentally fucked up after the work, we do give them. They normally get orders in like 2 or 3 days, and they're off the
Exactly.
Because one of my responsibilities when I was an IG and I did those investigation in the war zone, like that girl when I went to the site that she was at was called Spin Bull Rapids in Kandahar, Afghanistan. I got her on a next helicopter flight out the morning after she told me exactly what was happening to her, because you just don't know. People could actually. I got on a flight out the next morning. She was gone before we started our investigation and before we let the fourth commander know what my intention was. And imagine, my job was so dangerous that the people who protected me was Blackwater. I had Blackwater escort, especially when I went and did those investigations, because they wouldn't trust other military people. And was, yes, here's my authority to actually release stuff from this particular form and say about to 10 yards. The storm commander was so scared. He kept on pressing me. Hey, can I talk to you? I said, no, we have to send out an investigation. Then, can I see the report? I said, no, I'm going to go back to Kabul. I'm going to draft my report. I'm going to release my report. And I'm going to let the research station, whatever actually happened. And that's when all three of them will release the matter. So the effort of the other military service when it comes to this carrying out justice, especially in sexual report and sexual rights, if the individual wants stuff, she wants justice for herself, all the services will take action. And there's no difference really. In my experience working, especially working in a joint command.
It is not the most desirable thing to do when you have to deal with those cases, but they do have to be dealt with just because of the history of a lot of it getting pushed under the rug.
So that is something that they teach you at the Army. I had to go to the Army for this stupid, right? So when we go to this school, they do teach us what happened in the past, what we got to do to move forward. I can tell you this, even as an EOA, we had an EOA pulled back for an incident that was 5 years. Like he was the EOA 5 years before I even fucking touched ground. And I can tell you, he got pulled back because supposedly at the time he said it was restricted because he didn't keep proper records, right? His memorandum from records, upload them into the database. This soldier said she didn't want restricted, she wanted unrestricted. She went to behavior health. She was saying she was having mental issues. She had told the EOA. The EOA gave her some advice about not reporting or whatever. And pretty much, like, he got relieved. He locked in. This is the thing. This dude was getting ready to retire. You can lose your retirement. People think you've been in the Army for 20 years, you're supposed to get your retirement. These motherfuckers, this dude was in the Army for like 23 years, and they were telling, from my understanding, he was not going to get his retirement pay. Because they consider you, in the military, once it's UCMJ, anybody that has knowledge of this shit is part of the rape.
They have changed a lot over the years. They even have treatment for that for veterans who were sexually assaulted, and that didn't used to be the case. And they pay you $1,000 a month for the rest of your life if you got some type of sexual something in your record. If you even if you don't have it in your record and you can make a compelling argument before you get out. They brief these soldiers during transition if you've ever been touched inappropriately, felt like you've been sexually assaulted, anything. They can write a statement, the military will look over it, and that can be something like it's almost like it's a compensation for the rest of your life, and it's $1,000. Patty, can it be part of a disability too if a person suffers PTSD?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
is. So to get your disability check, right? Let's say you get your disability check, you get your $4,200 a month at 100%, right? On top of your disability, you get that additional $1,000.
Yeah, so you really have to understand people looking from the outside think that the military is an abandonment of people. And sometimes, one thing I didn't like the military in the 90s, they used to look at the whole person concept. So for instance, people would say, oh, he's such a good airman, this will ruin his life. And he just raped somebody. And this is your defense? I saw senior enlisted people coming into my office trying to tell me, oh, sir, he's such a good airman. I was like, what's wrong with y'all?
I had a senior NCO who was over the lab, right? And the colonel, who was a woman, she was the one who hired me as a civilian. And one morning we had drawn blood, and he was coming at us to tell us something to do. And I said, I'll do it after after we take care of drawing an infant's blood, because we had a stat to draw on the baby. He grabbed my coat sleeve as I turned to walk away and ripped it. We had paper lab coats then.
it off. I put it in my locker and I locked it up so that he couldn't do anything with it to say he didn't do it. Because it was, there was another airman with me. So we had to do blood together that way, a civilian and airman. And I went back and put it in my locker and I went straight to the lieutenant colonel's office and I told her what happened. She said, well, let me get the civilian, I forget what they were. They were the civilians in the hospital. Anyway, they came down, long story short. Both those women sat there and the lieutenant colonel said, well, he probably did that, Miss Floyd, because you're very friendly with everybody. And I'm like, what? He tore my coat.
Yeah,
and then
blame the victim.
Well, he came after me, even when he was told to stay away, he came after me in the drawing room when I had patients I was drawing.
Y'all get that money over there in the Air Force, man.
He was crazy. He was fucking crazy. My mother and my sister got on the phone to our senator, both of our senators, and the hospital commander was like, why has no one told me about this? It was crazy that day. It was so wild. He eventually got relieved of his command, but he had been assaulting his wife. He had charges for assaulting his wife. This man was a senior NCO. He was doing domestic violence. This man was crazy.
So
and then after he got in trouble, then he started going around to the Air Force airmen in the lab, going in his office, asking them to go and say something for him to the hospital commander that would get him out of trouble. He was pressuring them. He came and told me he had access to my medical records, and he would make sure that he had a copy of them. Yes, this man was fucking crazy. Fucking nuts, he was. Seriously, he was a nut.
So what I said about like I think there's a huge miscarriage of justice when it comes to who the person is. So for example, if an airman was like good looking, white, they want to destroy his career. But if it was a black kid, especially a dark skinned black kid, I swear every time the military would want to put them under the jail. I had one airman one time in my squadron. I was stationed in Little Rock, Arkansas. And nice airman, black kid, brilliant airman, does his job, blah, blah, blah. He was outside and then there's a bee or something landed on this girl's front of like by her collar. So when he saw it, and he was like, oh, you got a bee on you. And he was trying to hit it back. She got startled and moved. Whereas his hand ended up touching her breast. And a senior NCO who I knew was racist convinced the girl that was sexual assault. And they wanted to prosecute this kid for that. And they brought that in and they told me, and I was like, no, explain this to me what happened. I finally, after my ex-wife she was a JAG, she was a lawyer. My ex-wife, I called her, I was like, yo, this is what's going on, blah, 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 blah. And she was like, no, blah, blah. Then we were able to they had convinced that girl so much that she should prosecute this kid that we end up, even in the end, to appease her, I actually had to give that kid a letter of reprimand. Because guess what? He should ask her for permission before he touched her. So it all depends on who the perpetrator is. And the Air Force would go against you or for you. But if you was a white kid that looked like him and got his shit together, the Air Force would bend their back saying, oh no, it's tough. People start bringing the victim into the equation. Well, the victim is pretty promiscuous. She slept with this person, that person. So how are we supposed to believe her? And mind you, the stat says normally 85 or 80 something or 95%, 85 or 95% of women who report rape are actually telling the truth. But the Air Force, the way they treated certain people, you would swear that it was like 10% of women who report rape are actually telling the truth.
It's crazy. This senior NCO would come through, and my last name is Floyd, so I get called Pink all the time because of Pink Floyd. He called me Pink, and the other civilian he called not Pink. She was a black lady. And we're all like, this motherfucker's crazy. And when it was all said and done, and he was finally, just took weeks for him to get a letter of reprimand, just to get a letter of
military, and some of them are generals now. And I knew how they were when they were younger. And I know those guys are not dispensing justice in the manner that it should be dispensed, because those guys were like hags back in their younger days. And some of them are made general.
Yeah, but the rules was kind of different in the 90s, I think. And that's probably why, maybe they would have had more discipline. I don't know. But I know we do have problems with the Air Force sometimes. We have to work joint with y'all. Even with the discipline issues, like, we have discipline issues with y'all because, like, you know how they be real strict on those Army soldiers. Like, if we make rules, like, you guys would have certain people embedded with us when it comes to, like, interrogation, right? And that soldier has to be deployed for 8 months outside of y'all 6-month ass shitty deployment. We used to be like, these
buckets, you and your bucket.
Yeah, we there for a year, y'all there for 6 months. But those female or males that they would get, they would have to stay for 8 months. These mugs would complain about how they were living. They would try to call their people. I don't play that shit. For real. We had one female, I told her I told her I'm gonna put her ass on a plane. And I was gonna send her to a cop. Because I'm not the one. I told the division commander. The division commander said she's not the one. And that's when General Brooks was over Iraq at the time.
Oh yeah, I was there during that time.
So at the time I knew General Brooks from the Pentagon. So when he was at the Pentagon and I came to Third ID, he ended up taking over that part of Iraq. And when that damn soldier had the nerve to say she needed a separate tent because her counterparts were living in goddamn shoes, that's not my problem. You in the Army, brother.
Exactly. That's why I told all my airmen, I said, you were in the Army. You know what's funny? That a lot of my Army counterparts will ask me, he says, why do your airmen always ask why when you ask them to do something? Why don't they just say yes and go do it? They always got to have a reason. Why you want to do it this way? Why you want to do it that way? And that was the biggest complaint about the Air Force people. They always got to ask questions.
They do. They ask why. Or they come in late. We had a problem with the MCTs out of what is it? In Kuwait. Where is it? What's that base called? Fuck. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the transition base.
Yeah, so we had a problem with it.
I forgot. Yeah.
Arab John. So
there's Arab John, but there's another one. It might be there's
the Air Force one. Arab John is the Army.
There's another Air Force. I don't know Air Force.
So I used to.
No, it was a joint where you flew into.
No, not that one. I'm talking about where Mil-Air for the MCTs, movement control.
Yeah.
People. So they do so the Air Force and the Army MCTs work together, and they freaking have to move. They have to move fucking sensitive shit. And I was with Patriot at the time. And with Patriot, everything has to be like if something goes down, they have to have that part in less than 24 hours. They don't care where it's at in America. That shit will get on a plane, down, it's broken. They have to have that part within 24 hours. They don't get it in 24 hours. You got CENTCOM command calling, and General Austin was in charge of CENTCOM command at that time. If you don't get it within 48 hours, that's when Washington D.C. is calling. So with y'all fucking Air Force motherfuckers, there was a part that was handed to the MCT that was supposed to get on a flight to Bahrain. A flight that was scheduled by CENTCOM commander. We went inside there to find out what was going on. The shit was sitting on a shelf. It was a fucking circuit card. It was sitting on a shelf. These motherfuckers ain't have no shirt on. Had their little brown t-shirts on. Had their feet up. I went the fuck off. Like, I don't play that shit. They tried to call the command to come down there. Command couldn't do shit. Because I had Arson with me.
That normally happens in supply. They normally, like the Air Force, we call them an item would be called a MICAP, mission capable item. That means the mission is stopped, and there are different capability, you have partial mission capability, blah, blah, blah. And a total mission capability MyCap supposed to get, when it land, it's supposed to be handed from the aircraft, it's supposed to be delivered straight to the location. And those guys put it on a shelf.
Let me tell you how I need that one today app too. A lot of times I don't really fuck with soldiers like that, but when you got your feet up and you an officer, you walk in there, you already tell them, hey, where's the part? We've been looking for this part, we already know it's here. You know they got fucking they got something on that circuit card package so that we can detect where it's at. You know, because this is and then it's in a TS package. So you know how they have to package it up for it's a top secret circuit card. It's one of those things.
Requirements.
Yeah. Right. This motherfucker got his goddamn feet up. You got an officer. I'm in full uniform, and you fucking sitting there with your fucking feet up. And I'm asking you where something at. I put his ass in fucking position of attention. I don't play that shit. Don't disrespect. Like, I think that's so fucking disrespectful. When we asking you something and you're like you just sitting there with your feet up and your fucking t-shirt on, you don't even got your full uniform on. Y'all crazy over there in Air Force.
That's my biggest complaint. Oh yeah, I'm in the Air Force. That's one of my biggest complaints in the Air Force is that how our enlisted was so. And now me being a black officer, I was like some bases I was like a unicorn. If I have 5 black officers on that base, I would be walking with my uniform on, and people would not salute me because they looked at me, they saw a black person, and they automatically assumed that I was enlisted or something. Until they're on top of me, and they realized, holy shit. I had so many instances where I had to check an airman on an NCO for not keeping his head up to acknowledge or to see who's in front of him. And the fact that it's being so dismissive that they would look and they were like, what? An airman actually told me, I thought you were enlisted. Yeah, because you never looked. You just saw my race and you assumed that I was enlisted. And that's the airport.
But I do think if you're young and you just want a job that'll take you all over the world, and I think Coast Guard is the most civilianized, and then maybe Air Force was second. Because y'all be mad relaxed. I'm talking about y'all just be chilling. Y'all don't salute people all day. Y'all don't walk around with no hats half the time. Your uniform is jacked up. You ask people questions, they act like they'll ignore you if they don't feel like it. They ask questions when you tell them to do something, like execute move. These motherfuckers be like, but, why? Like, they ask too many questions. But, I mean, it's cool.
But I wouldn't choose any other service but the Air Force.
Yeah, I wouldn't choose the Air Force. I wasn't built for Air Force.
Yeah, but I think you get promoted faster in the Army.
You do get promoted faster in the Army. That is true.
So so some of the people that I do know that because of working in certain positions, there's a couple of people that I do know that are behind me, and they're not even getting looked at for certain rank yet.
Yeah, because you guys have a faster promotion to captain than we do.
Right.
And faster promotion to major. I don't know why all the services are not identical, but you guys get promoted to major before we do. Because we no longer do below the zone to major. We only do to lieutenant colonel and full bird and general, but you guys do below the zone to like to captain and major, I think. Unless if they changed it.
So the reason why they do BZ is because they have deployment. They still have a deployment too. We only have so many amounts a quarter. Right? They're hurting for officers. So.
Boy, yeah, they're begging people to stay now, man. I was like, thank you. Because when I tried to retire, they actually denied my retirement. I had to go all the way to headquarters personnel to get a waiver. And I had to prove that I actually gotten a job that was paying me more than I was making allow me to retire because they really wanted me to stay. My general was like, no, I'm gonna approve your retirement because my group, they had kicked us so many people out that my group was short, and they were like, "Now we need you to stay." Yeah, now. Did you guys finish? Did you gentlemen finish? You all know Patty's your commanding officer. That's what I got in that combo. That's what I got in that combo.
I know, she's so tough, right? You won't even salute. I would be so lost.
Did y'all go through the new Muslim ban?
Oh, is there a new Muslim ban too?
Oh yeah, it's nasty too.
Hey, real quick, y'all talk about the conversation.
Well, we knew that one was coming. It was everybody. Everybody, what, 1,500 people?
At those pigs, Proud Boy do with one of my soldiers.
No.
Yep. I told you this fucking last year, I had one of my soldiers knocked up that shit. This podcast got released.
So this is a boy where he's soldier?
It's Ryan, Joseph Gaines.
Hey, John got Rick. Yeah, Fort Knight. But who's in the back?
Yeah, before we get to that, on that, real quick, the DA of damn, they popped all over this dude.
Arizona.
Of Pennsylvania is trying to find ways to charge J6ers from his state. So,
Dang.
I don't know. He's got some double jeopardy issues. I mean, obviously he knows that. Okay, so Muslim ban. Muslim ban is nasty.
How many countries?
Oh, it's the same as before.
Nigeria up in there?
Yeah, but it adds provisions. Let me double check.
You heard about them Afghanis that were supposed to be getting on their flights and they pretty much canceled them.
Yeah, that's crazy too.
Those motherfuckers are the ones that helped people when it came to, a lot of those people helped as interpreters, all kinds of shit.
Oh, they got citizens. Some of them, once they get American citizenship, I saw some couldn't speak a lick of English one time in the DMV getting passports. I was like, it's interesting. And the lady was like, come on, y'all, I need your birth certificates. I was like, it's like, I need your birth certificates. And it's just like, you didn't know that they was essentially documented citizens.
Trust me, those people put their lives on the line to help us with as translators and whatnot. And we should bring them. I think, or else it's a death sentence to them if they stay out. But go to what about this next war?
I don't care.
I can.
Yeah, you sound like Thunder right now. You sound like Thunder right now.
No, I don't care about that. As for me and mine, I will take care of my house and pray the Lord. Hold on. So some of the new, I think it. Hold on, I'm trying to find the countries. Yeah, I think it's the same country, but these are the new provisions. that's targeted for the my reading that provision is that it's targeted for the people who protested in support of the GATS Act. So if you're on a student visa and you were pro-Palestine, talked about the GATS Act, they can use that to deport you, get you on your student visa. He didn't run on that. So.
Well, I think he was careful not to really bring up the Muslim ban, because he was trying to get those voters.
No, he did bring up the Muslim ban during the campaign. He said he was bringing it back. But he brought it back. He's coming back like he said he would. Yeah, he did come on.
He organized this time too.
Well, who are these Muslim people that sat down with him? Then they sat down with him and talk about the Muslim ban?
They don't care.
They know who these people are.
Yeah, I got it right here. September 12th, September 19th. I'll read you the quote. I will ban refugee resettlement from terror-infested areas like the Gaza Strip, and we will seal our border and bring back the travel ban from September 19th. So he mentioned travel ban and Gaza. Yeah, so it's right there. And I think we should amend our bet every day that TikTok is not fully functional. You owe me 50 cents. Because we're on day 4 now.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. Okay.
No,
That's good. Okay, that's good.
TikTok's fully functional.
No, it's not.
I guess that you can't update it. I get that it's not an app store, but for all intents and purposes. Okay.
I don't think you can cash out. I think,
You can't
cash out. So these people making videos, they will stop making videos soon.
I can't cash out of, I think I got demonetized in Facebook. So I don't know what happened there. But let me see if I can. That's a good question. How do you get demonetized on Facebook?
No, how do you monetize Facebook?
You have to be a digital creator, I think.
And you get ad money?
No, you get paid for posts and videos. Just like YouTube.
From Meta?
You get paid for Meta, yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's like YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay, I haven't been on Facebook in over 15 years. That's all I was asking.
Why don't you get on Facebook?
Because it was for people in senior citizen homes and people in college. And being between those two, I decided I don't need to be on it. Back when I'm at my senior citizen home, I'll get back on it.
Trent, what's our conspiracy of the day, please?
I don't know a lot to talk about it. Can I talk about it? Can we talk about the UFO or the egg, the second egg video? There was a second egg video. I'm gonna throw it in the chat for those of you that have Twitter. I haven't verified it, but I know it's running on Reddit, and it was posted on 4chan. Granted, yeah, I know about 4chan. But this egg has hieroglyphics on it. And it was recovered in Antarctica, supposedly in 2022. And Ari, before we all laugh at this,
They're on your ass, too.
oh, I know. It was Black ancestry. It's African Zulus, especially that originally talked about being visited by star people.
Trap, sorry. Go ahead.
So it was Africans that originally talked about, and this is in all other major religions, Native Americans, obviously South Americans, people know about Peru, but it was Africans that originally talked about, their gods were star people and people that they called them fiery visitors, or they had a term for it. Some were benevolent and some were not good. They talked about alien abductions going back 4,000 years. Crop circles, they had a different term for it, but crop circles, this goes back 4 and 5. They used to have rituals around crop circles going back 2, 3, 4,000 years. So while it was relatively recent, these are relatively recent developments in the rest of the world. Our traditions, when I'm saying traditions, I'm saying our as in African traditions, talked about these visitations, and then we were told that, that's not true. You need to believe this book of Jesus. This is when everything started.
And so I'm really an article. This is the most niggery conspiracy.
Yeah, you call it a barbershop. Why do you write up?
Yeah, just put the article in the chat. If you want to read it, they can read it, and let's move on. Okay, back to the Muslim ban.
I like a good niggery
I
conspiracy.
stand corrected. I didn't know. I thought he purposely didn't mention it, but he still spoke about it, and all these Muslims still voted for him.
Yeah, I mean, he did what he said he was going to do. Yeah, the people voted for him.
And you said Nigeria on there too?
Yeah, it was on there last time. Trent, do the hieroglyphics mention anything about P-Funk? Really important.
Here's what I'm gonna say, and this is, and Patty's still here. Oh, Patty's gone. And Mel's not here. Here's what I'm gonna say. This is what I'm gonna say. We now have multiple. Just think about this. You got multiple decorated rear admirals, Green Berets, pilots that didn't know each other. Some of which have killed themselves. They're all saying the same story, and and this goes back there. I'll try to find it. There is a Zulu shaman, right? Whose father was a Catholic priest, but he was still taught the old ways of the Zulus. And this goes back to the
Brother, I'm gonna kick your ass, okay, brother? You hear me?
What? I don't understand. I'll drop it. Yeah, I'll drop it in the chat. I learned about this. One of my aunts is has a PhD in what's the study of religion? I forgot what it's called. Theology.
Theology.
It's theology. And she. Yeah, and I remember her. I remember talking about. She talked about the Moors and the Catholics, and I said that's original Christianity. And I remember her correcting me when I was a little kid. I'm like 10, 11.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's what's wrong, son? I think this is very, yeah. So, and what she said was, no, you have religions before that. Your religions that were taken from you prior to that talked of different things. And so then there's this video, and it's from the 90s, okay? And it's the Zulu shaman, and I'll go try to find it.
No, Trent, I just want to make sure that I'm following. When you say Zulu, you mean the Universal Zulu Nation, correct?
I would say Universal Zulu. I don't know the exact name of the tribe, but it says Zulu.
Come on, brother.
Yeah.
That's going on.
Just Central African tribe.
Okay. Universal Zulu Nation is a hip hop group. Come on.
I didn't know that. I didn't keep it with. But I'll drop in the chat as soon as I find it. And listen to minute 20 to 30. It is the same exact things that are happening right now. Again, this was recorded in the 1990s. That he's talking about, and just all I'm going to say is the last thing I'm going to say is if you think that that we have multiple rear admirals and decorated CIA, former DOD personnel now coming out and saying that we have recovered, as the United States, recovered alien technology, and they're all lying. It's the error, because of the ranking of these people, and they've been verified, it's more likely that our government is lying than they are lying. We want the frog.
So, Jeff, I'm going to apologize.
I already did it. I said, you're ready.
Sorry.
You have about the right level of coolness for an American black man. So I apologize for acting as if you were more cool than all of us American Negroes are. So you have my sincerest apologies.
I told y'all, if I was one person I'm meeting up off the app, I'd only choose one. It's Trent. I told y'all it was four. I'm not joking.
Hey, Trent, this is Deborah. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. How you doing, Miss Doug?
I'm doing well. Thank you for that information. Now, can you do us a favor and turn in your pink ticket? You need to cash that in if you want to keep dropping these gems for us and all of this information. We're going to have to be a part of this room, because if we get turned down for these conspiracies, we want you on the list for being a member of this room when they come to get us.
And by Jim, she means GYM or JIM, not GM, because
I'll try it again, but it hasn't been working for me.
Come on, man. Know somebody who can find that.
Can you tell me how it works again?
I think you know somebody in the border that can help it without me.
Yeah.
Time to take your ticket.
This is a part of him being able to determine report.
Deborah, that was good. That was good.
So we really have to be grateful for Trent, though. Like, his views are a little bit different, and it can.
well, I have one final question for Trent. Do you believe that we was gangs?
With blacks in Africa? One of the biggest lies told by European one of the biggest lies about late European cultures is that Africans gave nothing to technology, but for thousands of years prior to the rise of Europe, the earth was ruled by Africans. So yes, we were kings. The pyramids of Giza are not the only pyramids. They're not there are more. Yeah, there are more as you go into Central Africa. There are pyramids in South America. So the ideal. And I go back to I just dropped it in the chat.
Come on, I haven't been a turtle. Come on.
I'm gonna go back to that thing. I just recommend you. It's so interesting. Recommend you look at what I dropped in the chat. It's that shaman. One of the things he talks about. We were doing and it go or somebody will help me. When you get injured in war, and they suture up the wound, but they clean the wound, there's a term for it, so you don't get infection. Disinfected. Essentially, we were doing, blacks were doing, it was a black slave that taught American soldiers how to disinfect wounds. But that had been known for centuries in Africa, right? But a lot of I'm just going to say a lot of the things that we were doing, voodoo art, dark spirit, habits, these things that were taken away because your great-great-grandparents believed before you got here, that were taken away from us, right? And told that they were wrong and indifferent. Were actually, I'll just land and say they were wrong and indifferent, were actually cutting-edge technologies that we are just discovering today.
And it's fine.
You calling him uncertain will never. I will never forgive you.
Man has
Let me tell you, Jess, I don't know if you saw, but there's some new interviews. I don't know if you've seen them. Sorry, not new, newly uploaded. Oh, I haven't seen them before on YouTube. They are great interviews. I mean, we was making fun of joking with Trent, but a lot of what he said was actually true.
Yeah.
I don't know about the pyramids.
I don't know about the sailor part.
Y'all stop hating.
I know how we feel. What's the man that the people always quote, the light skinned dude? No, not him, newer. He's still around. Dr. Come on, y'all.
You have to give us more than like
Claude Anderson, yeah. So I know all the light skinned niggas is pro black, but how do y'all feel about people like Ivan Van Sertima? Like, what? Because I did watch a video of him the other day, and I was like, I don't know. I just want to hear what.
Let me get my perspective. I think it's actually a low-key Lou Fax take, so I agree with him. So people heard Lou Fax say this. I agree with him on this. They have their propaganda. Sometimes it's okay to have a little bit of ours, too. And if you need to tell a lie, a historical lie in popular discourse from time to time to get your back straight, and that's okay. I actually don't have any problems with that, certainly at like a propaganda standpoint. No. If you read the book and look at the sources which don't exist, from a scholarly standpoint, I have a problem with them. But from a propaganda standpoint, I don't care.
Don't bring it in my class. I think of him as like fictional, like almost like, but like with a touch of, maybe nigga, you might be right, like kind of like that.
Fail you in the class, bro. He'll fail you on the paper, but give you a pound and a hug.
Historical fiction is good. Why can't we have that?
I mean, because literally, the basis of his, like, is his phenotype. You dark skin. No, it's like you dark skin, they dark skin, so Johnson.
He saw a wide nose on a statue. He was like, that's the nigga right there.
But then he does stuff like he shows the portraits from the Library of Congress and stuff. And they do look like, to be fair, they do look like me, it looks like he looks like the Good Times painting.
If you squint your eyes.
You too light. Look like So, Jess, you're saying that Ivan Van Sertima's methodology is the paternity court methodology. Look, Your Honor. Look at how they got the same nose.
Exactly. And I feel like culturally, I'm not mad at that. I mean, scientifically, it would never work, but, I don't think it really tracks at all. But, I'll just say that when I did go look at the pictures, because he just kept talking about these, so I finally found him. It took a lot to get to. And I was like, okay, I can see this dude look like her name could be Keisha or something. Like, okay, I see. But it's generally your dark skin, their dark skin must be, must be African.
Hey, them old man noses though, bro. Them shits look like, you know what I'm saying?
The Olmec, that was real rich. I was just like, I one of the home kids. Whole bowl cut, everything.
Yeah.
And I was just like, man, I don't know.
Whole cut. That's a
That very South American, that phenotype is like, that's not, that didn't look, that wasn't just like, it was like, and he got braids. I was like, okay.
Well, you got to put your hands somewhere. I mean, I think my thing with how people take that argument, because I think I agree with you, bro. I think there is, I would appreciate if black people did more work around it. Just it being intentional about our own Imagineers. But as a project, knowing that that's what we were trying to do. There's something about people trying to counter, thinking that they're trying to counter the narrative, the historical, trying to counter the narratives or the, I guess, the influence of the West and the historical work about by trying to go and like manipulate facts and claim a different kind of archaeology. It's like that's just not the place. Like you don't have to go and concoct some science to challenge the West or to just do your own thing. Just do your own thing, but build your own thing from the ground up. You know, build your own thing the way that, you know, build your own thing in its own right. But it's something about trying to just, you know, because the question is fair, but trying to take the question and then just fill in the answers if it's true because somebody asked the question. So that means the question is they'll answer the question proves that it's true. It's like, wait a minute. That's crazy. Like, is it true that other people were smart enough to travel around the world before, you know, Western Europeans in the 1400s? Sure, because, like, shit, other fucking Scandinavians did. Or, you know, like, whatever. Like, these guys, you know, so sure, other people can get places. They were smart enough. If they wanted to, they could have figured it out. Did they actually take the time?
That's the part. So I'm saying that's the part I do believe Africans slid over here was sliding way before. I mean, it just makes sense. Yes, I do think I believe that was why not?
We don't have any plans that we're in Africa that we're not in Egypt. So we're doing it. Yeah. I think in 2025.
Why would they come? Why would they come over here?
Well, why not? That's one part.
No, that doesn't work.
What do you mean? Because they're seafaring people. The people that
Seafarers.
Who was it?
They want seafarers.
Wait, who was the seafarers? Did you think that?
About the Mali Empire?
No.
They weren't seafarers.
No, so
seafarers.
So you're telling, hold on. So you're saying everybody on the whole west coast of Africa, nobody was a seafarer?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
But the matter, I just don't think that makes sense.
The main point is they had no reason. They had no reason to come here.
They were content. They might have been capable.
They had everything. Like the reason that Europeans explored was because they needed shit.
They were desperate. But like what we can acknowledge though is that of course really brilliant Africans who were brilliant enough to do it if they wanted to. And they might have, you know, got on some boats and go some places that came back and said, nah, I'm good. And I don't know that. Whatever. Or maybe some did go and drown or whatever. Or man, who knows? But it's just like we don't have
we need a reason.
All I'm saying is it's like sure we don't need a reason, but I think we can comment on the fact, do we believe that Africans were brilliant? Yes. That is just a flat foot
don't limit myself to just what someone else wrote down or what someone else says is happened or whatever, because people lie, and the people who write history are not always the people who should be writing it. So I do believe that. I'll say that.
Because like your suppliers themselves don't report that they did these things, and it's like it's not even always that it's like, well, the white man did it, so that's why. No, some of the black people will say like, no, they themselves said that they didn't do it. Like they have no record of those stories of themselves doing that at all, because now we can talk to them. So it's like it ain't just people taking what white people did. It's like
we have access to historical records created by the people, artifacts and
the journey to Easter Island would have been more incredible than the journey from Africa to South America. So I can't claim that Africans made that journey first. No, but in all seriousness, the Polynesians' journey across those islands into Easter Island is actually more.
Yeah, I don't know when they came. When did they go?
This would have been, we don't know, thousands of years BC, because we don't know. But BC, sometime in BC.
You talking about those statues?
Yeah, the journey to Easter Island, we're talking before Columbus, way before Columbus.
Did you listen to Marcus today? Did you listen to Marcus today?
oh my God.
He's in his bag today,
Well, I think he went to 2 or 3.
It's why I like to say Trent. I love it. Trent is one of the blackest men you will encounter. Relax. I'm sorry, bro. You know that the black man believes in pre-Columbian contact.
No, I was saying that it is possible that Africans came to South America.
We heard you.
They definitely came before Columbus. If you know, you know. Shit, why not? Why people die all the time?
I mean,
Oh my God.
they did make.
I'm sorry, maybe I didn't finish it. My bad.
It's okay.
That's true.
Just a little,
Just a little pseudo.
Full of sugar.
Look, this is light work compared to what white people be telling folks. This is light work. Let them tell the day.
Do you think it's beyond the pale for? Do you think it's beyond the pale for all the balloons to get popped because of teeth? No, that's right or wrong. No.
That's a lot of people's deal breaker.
I mean, if people see beyond the pale, if it were the UK, it'd be beyond the pale. Puerto Rico was perfect in every other way. They also said he was handsome, well spoken, had a nice job, successful. He was 28, but his teeth was jacked up. And
So then because a lot.
It was his teeth jacked up.
Yeah.
He just never got braces. And he had an underbite too.
Now, with some good dental insurance, he can get.
No, what? You don't remember when she caught it all over yonder bite?
Yeah, over yonder bite.
He peed myself Invisalign.
Yeah, 15 months of Invisalign.
You might get off the balloons.
You gotta watch that. Did you ever watch the African one?
No, I'm going through the American one.
They lit this girl up. She working it.
Hey, go. Do you know which one is worse than our life in America? The black gay ones are atrocious. They are worse.
I was on the gay ones, but then the Jamaican and African ones, they are just better. They are ruthless. That Jamaican girl hit somebody in the head with the microphone.
Wait, so you're saying ironic, because they said the African American one is the most respectable one?
No, actually, it I've seen people get actually assaulted, so I'm definitely watching this. Let me see if I can find the clip. He was roasting her shoes, and she was like, "You want me to hit you with this microphone?" And he was like, "Yeah, right." And she wrapped it around her hand and
Well, I will say that a black gay one from DMV is more ratchet than our sex.
So I'll put it on the list.
I am embarrassed by what I saw. I just thought, these are not our best. Nothing against it. Like, these are not the best that the DMV has. I don't know where to do these people. They are trash.
The one thing I've noticed, probably from this show, what do y'all think about body types and tattoos? Do you think tattoos go better with certain body types versus others, or do you think body types and tattoos can be? I'm developing a general theory on body types and tattoos.
In general, don't you think that one's reaction to tattoos has to do with one's disposition regarding that?
I used to think that was the case, but I realized for me, I used to hate all tattoos. And then I realized that on certain body types, I find them anywhere from acceptable to sexy. I just realized that a little while ago.
You know what? I use the tattoo shaming and those usually go hand in hand with like when you don't like tattoos, you usually don't like weed. You usually don't like it's like a like this whole like thing that I notice with people that.
But I like weave. So I'm anti-weave.
You haven't?
No.
You never had. I thought all black men went through an anti-weave.
I like costumes. Yeah, I like costumes. You know me, I'm Mr. Bust Down. I'm Mr. Bust Down. I love a girl with a bust down.
I mean, I would marry
that woman, but I like it.
I mean, but you also like women with no hair.
That's true. I like
talk about the people from South Africa.
That's true. I also like bald head.
Wait, you say you wouldn't marry a woman with a bust down? Go.
Why? How is that surprising?
That's surprising.
Wait, listen, I don't believe it.
That is not surprising at all. Like, y'all can't tell that some people.
I think he's saying that now. Goat was ghetto. I think his wife, like, bougied him up a bit.
Oh, I don't believe that at all.
Well, what if she has hair? Yeah. What if she has hair and just wears like her like this sew-ins?
Yeah, I like sew-ins. Oh, would I marry somebody that gets sew-ins?
Yeah.
Let me think.
Shut up. If you didn't know.
Hold on, let me think.
Now, come on, as an African American, sewing is for the girls with hair and don't want to torture. They want to like preserve their shit. So it's used as a protective style, but you can still get the desired look.
Yeah, I probably would, but I would just rather if the face shape is right, she just cut all of her hair off in this color. Like I like the low hair all the way from a Toni Braxton down to like a Tulsa girl. Like I like the whole.
Like a Jada Pinkett?
Yeah.
Go. Wait a second. I do not believe that on your checklist that you're trying to regulate how your woman styles her hair. If you like her, you like her. And her hair she got going on.
That's a normal thing for me.
I mean, you ever get talking about, oh, she got a bust down. I like her, I'll date her, but I won't marry her. The other thing will have more to you than that. So you just,
I wouldn't lie.
You know content. This is for content.
No, it's not content. I'd be fine with a bust down for the wedding, like for the photos. But like for your daily life, we're going to Target, you picking up some Gatorade and Metamucil. You can't have a bust down. Now the girl that puts like last time I looked there, it was a girl that had 26 bust down who put this stuff in the car, not pulled up. It was cute. If I was 23, I would have taken her out, but I wouldn't have a child with her. I'm not speaking.
Oh, why? huh?
I don't know. He was asking some football players, or they was playing some type of sport.
So go I have a question. Is it because there's only so much artifice that you
No, it's a class mark.
would want? Okay, well, artifice have to do
Exactly. Oh, that's fair. Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about artifice, right? So there's only so much artifice that you want.
That's right.
Because too much artifice of a certain kind suggests certain things, and because you're arrogant ass, you know, listen, there ain't nothing wrong with being a little arrogant, you know.
But the bus down can come off. This is why it's
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Bus Down.
I'm just telling you. I mean, like I'm watching an episode now, and there's a woman there with a lovely bust down. Say I was at what's a bar people might know. I went over to Red Rooster, and she was wearing this outfit, a lovely bust down. I would definitely try to date her. If over a few months of dating, and she wanted to date me, we go to a record store, we listen to some music, share a malt soda, and I give her my most favorite recent issue of Harper's. And she insists on having a bust down. I might be able to make an exception, but it's like a tattoo on the titty. Like I'm not interested. I mean, I'm not going to have children with a woman who has a big Tweety bird tattooed on her titty. Now I will date that person.
What if the Tweety bird tattoo were something that she got when she was 16 and she was still trying to discover herself, and this was before she matured?
She should have been on her way to Dartmouth. Why is she getting Tweety bird tattoos?
Oh, trust me. You know what Dartmouth with Tweety bird?
Well, that's his poor decision making.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, that's poor decision making.
Well, so she made a mistake, and you know, it happens to be a Tweety bird. But you know, everything else is on point.
She's 16 getting a tattoo though.
What's wrong with that? 2025.
I think it's 16 because I thought that's an age for where a Tweety bird tattoo takes you though. Because if you're 25 and you get a Tweety bird on your titty,
Her parents let her get a Tweety bird on her breast at 16.
Yes.
I'll
Let me respond to this. I have become more progressive over time. So if that were the case, and the only time the titty tattoo will be seen in public is like on a beach, then I might be okay with it. But let me give you an example. I'm watching an episode right now, that's why it came to mind. There's a woman who's wearing a dress, it's a brown dress. It's like a jersey type dress, one piece dress. And it's very tight. She's a shapely woman, but not overly shapely. She's a very attractive young lady. All the ladies on here are always very attractive. But for some reason, the sort of circle area on her décolletage, you know, the décolletage area, right? That's missing on her dress. And all I see under it is tattoo. All I see under it is tattoo. That's too much for me. Why is that guy? So I would consider it on a case-by-case basis. Yeah. But the tattoo, my general theory of tattoo and body type is pan-gender.
Explain. What does that mean?
I think like a really, really skinny, like if you're really, really, really skinny, you should not have tattoos.
Okay, so
Does placement not matter? Where the tattoo?
I mean, if you have a little something on your ankle or something like that, maybe. But if you're like, well, y'all don't know what she looks like. I'm trying to think of somebody really skinny. I'm like, no. Look at somebody really skinny.
Does it matter? I don't know. I mean,
I really is a really good example. I don't like her tattoos.
Really?
It doesn't fit my general theory.
You know, people just have their thing, you know? For some people it's tattoos. For some people it's, I was just thinking, as Bill talked about tattoos. For me, it's earrings. I don't know that I would ever make anybody seriously with earrings. People with earrings cannot even like it. So it's not, I'm not even eliminating, because I'm getting eliminated too. But there's something about earrings, I don't want to get into it now because it doesn't matter.
We know.
But yeah, like it, yeah, so people just have their thing, you know, and tattoos. People with tattoos are not going to like me anyway. I've never gone to Los Angeles with a tattoo. Or probably because it's too square for tattoo.
Are your nipples pierced?
Oh boy, no, I would never do that.
Oh my God, what is that?
Let me
Let me put it in terms you'll understand, Scotty. It's a shanda.
I was raised in the house of God, so I'm not just raised in my body.
Breaking news. DeWanda Wise and then talks to be Storm.
Ooh, not bad. She's not a star, but she looks like Storm. This could make her a star. She was the woman, for you guys that don't know, and She's Gotta Have It, the TV show. She looks like Storm, actually. That's a good choice. Yeah, that'd be a good choice. But like, Gad had tattoos. That works. Very muscular, broad shoulder, like a good build. You take somebody that can't bench press 85 pounds, skinny arms with flappy triceps, you put a tattoo on that looks terrible. This general theory is pretty good, isn't it? People are starting to see where I'm going.
And wait a minute, can you imagine they got a Mickey Mouse tattoo?
Oh God, I mean, actually.
Oh, I heard you had a trend.
Oh, no.
You would lose all kind of.
See, this is what I'm talking about. It depends on the tattoo. It really does. Especially if that person is 40.
Well, some of y'all, that's what I wonder, Sherry. Sherry, that's what I wonder. You get a tattoo of some Mandarin phrase with, some red chopsticks because you really love Chinese food when you're 23 and you think it's funny. And then you're up for a promotion when you're 48 and you still have that tattoo. Because, do people think about like they're going to live longer? Like, what happens?
I got Chinese leather tattoo.
You know what? I think tattoos are fine. I think they're fine depending on what kind of job you have. I think when you're an artist, that is expected of you.
Right? That's true.
Yeah. But if you're a banker and then you take off your shirt, and then I see the Mickey Mouse tattoo.
Why are bankers taking off their shirt?
It's a long day. The air conditioner broke. It's a long day.
Right.
Listen.
And then we went swimming.
My God.
As we slept the night away,
I don't know what's possible.
We late.
Dude, I don't know, man. I've been to a bank. They had a restaurant on top of the roof. I said, this is close. I get to some food at a bank, and I can pay downstairs. All right now. I don't know, but keep your shirt off now. That sounds crazy.
Listen, I think we better be careful.
People keep their shirt on today.
Like today.
Hold on, brother. I want people to keep their shirt on. The other day you were asking for pay.
You're right. It's 29 degrees outside. That day it was 61. Dude, walk away with walking pneumonia for real. So, no, keep your shirt on today. It's freezing out here. It was snowing in Houston. Something that ain't happened in 155 years. I was not alive, and most people here I know died 21 years ago.
Listen,
snowed in 2021.
Yeah, what?
Listen, some people on stage might have two-strand twists. Others might have man buns. Still others might have
Daddy had two-strand twists in a man bun?
Who is that? You got a map? I wish I had a big booty, wonderful woman making it happen. Two little fingers to all. I'm waiting for you.
I put the name in the chat. So don't be discriminating amongst the people that do get tattoos in the name of it's the giraffe. It's the giraffe.
Thomas's auntie.
It's somebody's auntie. And I did. I just want to say, and you know what? Even Vogue had to recognize it, and her name was Apple One Gold. So please do not discriminate what the power of tattooing is all I just wanted to add into the conversation. I will now proceed. You know what? From my opinion, and from what I have gathered, they intentionally would tattoo themselves, and anyone who really has a real knowledge of what tattooing and the art of tattooing, there is an art, but also it was a way of women preserving themselves to make sure that they would never be claimed to be in slavery. Yeah, you don't want to wake up on all of that. And that also goes for earring piercings or anything like that. You do not want me to talk on.
Yeah, we don't want to hear that shit. Oh,
That's right. Why are you on the tattoo lady? Jesus. That's wild. What was she saying? Imagine letting people who have tattoos on their calves.
Yeah, what she was talking about.
Not letting her speak.
I'm gonna cut down. Okay,
I don't know. What was she talking about?
Oh, no.
Shout out to the tattoos. Shout out to the brands, the fraternity brand. Shout out to the tribal marks.
Shout out to the tramp stamps.
Somebody do him that.
Jesus Christ. Not the trans man.
I missed the tramp stamp swing. Thank God.
Y'all still got them niggas that tramp stamps under them things right now.
No, the tramp stamp usually has your name in it, so that way.
I got one. They got my husband's name in it.
Okay, so it's either your name or the man's name. One of the two.
Let me ask the women a question on style based off of this episode because it's quite fascinating. I've noticed. One thing I noticed is on this show, most of the women that come on the show wear open-toed shoes. We don't have that a little later because I have very strong feelings about open-toed shoes. But I have a question. Do you all spend much time thinking about the not functionality, but the aesthetic of the heel shape on the high heel shoe? And if so, what is the thought process behind wearing different types of heels for the aesthetic of that? This is fascinating.
Well, if you're asking me, I'm not into the crazy heel things. I'm a stiletto girl, so it has to be.
I'm not asking you.
Alexa, play Pumps in the Book.
What are you
No, because there's a stiletto, that's one, but like on this episode, there's like a square, like a chunky
the chunky,
there's a regular, there's the tree. Yeah. So what goes into that?
You're watching
They're different. So they do.
Are you walking?
Is that a serious question or?
Yes.
Okay. So the different heels do different things. Like for the leg, like they
want an elongated leg, you would want something like a stiletto, or and then a chunky heel is more leveling. So usually a woman would choose a chunky heel for like a midi skirt that go well, maybe even a long one, but pants mainly. Chunky heels are good for pants. So it depends on the look that you're trying to get, the shape that you're trying to get, what kind of heel. Kitten heels, kitten is a starter heel. So if you see like a woman wearing a kitten heel, it's probably like somebody who's older or somebody who can't really wear heel.
Or basic.
You know, or they can't really
She's right. The young girls love a kitten heel.
Yeah, so I just wore kitten heels yesterday.
Oh, you did?
It's not universal. Some people don't give thoughts to the heels at all. But
I don't.
it's just generally that's how it works.
So then my follow is one to marry. If I catch you in a kitten heel.
Okay, well, congratulations.
So my follow-up question is about it's a heel that's not like a chunk, like a wedge. It's not like that. But some of them are wearing like it's a square heel that looks like
It's a block.
Yes, a block heel.
The block heel.
This is so ugly. Why would you wear that, Dr.
But
Adrian?
the block heel
disgusting.
elevates with comfort, though.
Yeah, I was
They're
gonna
very
say
about comfort. The block heel is very versatile, and I mean you can find a block heel like on a sandal or something, but mostly you'll see it like on a boot, a bootie, a pump. Will have like a block heel, but you can have a sandal or a You don't usually see slingbacks with block heels, though.
I'll lean on the block heel.
So the block heel is different from the wedge.
Right, I know the wedge. The wedge is ugly. I understand it. And the wedge you can wear it like a hippie look, but the block heel is so ugly that I'm looking like I wouldn't pop for anybody until they answer multiple questions. But I'm like, okay, these people pop for silly things. So as I watch now, I'm kind of playing like a game show. I'm like, what's the silliest thing I would pop for? And this, like, 3 of them had that block heel, and I said, okay, that's what I would pop for. All right, I change the concept.
They're wearing a block heel because they can stand up all day. Yes. Because they're comfortable. They're disgusting. Yeah.
You know, in a sculpture heel, those are like more formal, and they accentuate the leg. So if you're going to draw attention to the leg, those are for that. But people do the platforms, and I do not like platforms.
So, I want to ask this question. So, what does the block heel look like? Because I do wear a thicker heel, but it's not a block heel.
It's slightly smaller than the platform heel. It seems like it's like 1.5 inch by, it's like 1 to 1.5 inch by 1 to 1.5 inches square. And it looks like the height, that's the width and the length, and then it's maybe 4 inches. I mean, it's hideously ugly.
Right, yeah. So,
Grandma.
I mean, it's really block. And
Yeah, block. Yeah. It's like a square.
Yeah.
3 of them are wearing the shirt. That's why I was wondering.
No. There's I mean, I don't want to wear stilettos anymore, but I do wear a heel that's thicker than the stiletto, and I still need to stand or walk on a date. Well, first of all, I'm not wearing 4-inch heels in New York City, and we're walking.
Yeah, that was going to be my comment. I think the type of heel that you wear is based on the activity that you're going to be doing. So if you know that you're going to do a lot of walking, you probably wouldn't wear a stiletto. You would probably wear more of a boot that has, like, now again they have the kid heel boots they have like the kid heel boots, or you'll do a chunkier type of platform, big heeled type shoe or something like that. But if you're going somewhere where you're gonna be, out the car, in the building, back in the car, you can do a stiletto. And then also it depends on the outfit too. Some outfits you don't want to wear like a stiletto type heel with. So it depends, but it's mostly based on the occasion. I don't think it's about what your legs. Most people aren't thinking about what their legs are gonna look like or how long it's gonna make them look, unless they're like a model or something, maybe.
Well, kid heel is acceptable if you're in politics too. But otherwise, it's absolute. It's ugly. That's the ugliest shoe ever. And a lot of people's women's feet aren't made for them. Like if you have a really chunky heel, you shouldn't wear kitten heels.
They're ugly.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I think platforms are ugly.
You must be tall, Dr. AJ. I think we went over
Just about to drag me.
I need all the help I can get.
I'm not tall. I'm 5'5".
I'm Mary J. Blige boot like I'm block.
But I'll wear a heel though.
Yeah, I don't wear none of that stuff.
I don't put platforms on my heels. I don't get the heels that have the platforms.
I like when girls wear the like when they be tall and they wear the little like riding boots. I think those is cute.
Are you talking about the thin line between love and hate when they went on that ride?
Yeah, like yeah.
I love a good riding boot, especially.
Right on, keep your feet.
Well, it allows me to work a lot longer. That's for sure. When I worked in the city, because it was part of our dress code to wear heels. I just had ballet flats for walking around the city, and I had my heels like in my bag if I was going to a meeting. But in our office, we had a shoe rack in the bottom under our desk because they just assumed you were commuters would have flats to come into the office, and you'd have your heels to wear to meetings.
Oh, that's cute, Bonnie. See, that's not what I'm thinking. I mean, he probably has a kitten heel on it, but I'm thinking about like. The little sling back with the little.
Well, they got the Dior kitten heel sling back.
I hate all of them shits.
Yeah, I said that earlier.
And they look like them little 1950s housewife shoes.
No, they're standards.
But kitten heels are a thing. We love them. Able to go to concerts and anywhere you got to do a lot of walking.
A good pump, and I like the pumps that got the stiletto heel with the platform bottom.
Ew.
Them look good pumps.
Ew.
What you mean?
Those
give you height.
I don't like
but they're not comfortable.
I can't do it.
Either wear the heel or don't.
What you mean? You know what I'm talking about, that baby?
Yeah. Either wear the heel or don't.
That is the heel.
No, it's not. Because when you have the platform on the front, like you could have a 5-inch heel and you have a platform on the front, you're not actually walking on the heel because you're elevated.
Yeah.
So wear the heel or not.
Let me see.
But I also feel the same way about people like when they wear heels to an event and then they take their shoes off. Yeah, like don't wear them if you can't wear them all night.
I always bring flats, like collapsible ballet flats, because I have high arches, so I never know how the day is going to end when I have heels on.
No, I don't mean like daytime. I'm talking about like nighttime even.
Yeah, I'm talking about nighttime events.
Oh, okay.
I have dressy ballet flats that are foldable. They're small. They can fit in my bag. Like when I went to a wedding, I started the night with the heels, but by the
was gonna say so, but Dr. Adrian, what's wrong with people getting comfortable in switching shoes or taking
There's nothing wrong with it. They can do whatever they want to do. I just.
You say if you can't wear it forever.
That's mine.
Consideration of the event that you're attending.
Yeah.
And don't wear it at all.
That's my practice. Yeah.
Okay, that's about okay.
Yeah.
Okay, what about the shoe on my PTR, Dr. AG? That's cheating.
Yes, we love a heel boot.
The term is gay.
Yeah, I was asking, it is gone gay. I was asking a different thing. Y'all got real gay.
I don't think that.
It's okay. Get you a latte. Sit down.
I don't think that that is bad. I don't like the look of it. I would like it better if the platform was encased in the leather, like that was all a part of the shoe. But the shape of the boot,
You got expensive
you need
taste.
that. You need that to give you to make the part of the boot that goes around your leg to make that comfortable. You have to lift the toe.
You got expensive taste, Dr. AG. That part right there just told me all I need to know.
But I like it. I think it's.
I understand. It looks the best, but you know when they do that, that's gonna be a couple dollars.
Well, yeah, you should spend that kind of money on your feet.
You should.
Yeah, part of my selective taste in shoes has a lot to do with my mother, because my mother used to put her foot in any and everything that was cute and trendy. And when she had me, she was like, I don't want you to have feet that look like mine. And I quit doing point in dance school because I saw what the ballerina shoes, their toes look like. And so I've just always been super picky about shoes, and if it starts to rub my foot, I won't wear it again if I can't get any type of cushions or anything to put in it. And plus, it's compounded with me having high arches. So I have a lot of shoes that I wore once and couldn't wear anymore because it started to, create rub up against my toes, and I like to have pretty feet. So
when you buy the pointy toe, you gotta buy the ones where the shoe size doesn't go all the way to the point.
Yeah. But people don't know that.
People don't do that. And you can see their toes. The toes be fighting in the.
Yeah, they be you can actually see it through the leather, and it's like, girl, you're doing too much. I know you're not happy. I know you're not.
Do y'all wear boy sneakers?
I wear boy sneakers. I wear kid sizes Jordans. Yeah, I wear boy sneakers.
Y'all so lucky.
Oh, I have
sizes.
Yeah.
Kid sizes.
Yeah, I can wear the kid size and boys a 6 inch.
Don't sleep. The kids get all the good colorways. Them shoes be like $12.
Yeah, I wear a 5 inch boys. I wear a 5 inch.
You have a tiny foot. I'm a 9.5.
Well, mine's proportional.
Yeah, I was about to say it's done.
I need your help, brother. Thank you.
Tiny like Kalisha tiny?
No, I think I got a couple of inches.
Oh my goodness. Kalisha looks
Like little Kim's height?
a little
How
ballerina.
tall is little Kim?
5 feet, maybe.
I got her
Yeah,
back
that's about.
a little bit. Shut up, buddy.
She said a little bit.
How many millimeters of how many microns?
Just 1 inch.
Wow. So, if somebody say Lil Kim's height, just say yes. Okay, we don't care about the rules.
No, that's 1 inch matters. If I'm gonna be honest, I'm 5'1" and 3/4, so I say 5'2". Okay, I'm sharing.
I get it. I'm 6 feet and 1.5 inches.
That's why I say I'm 5'4".
Yeah, I'm say 5'2".
And any day now, I'm gonna get that other half. I'm 5'6".
I'm 6 feet. I just say 6'1".
Yeah. When you're over 6 foot, don't be using the half and 3/4. That's just not cute.
You know, for someone who's lying about their 3/4,
I'm not lying.
it's amazing that you tell other people how they should manage their 3/4.
I present like I'm 5'2".
What's wrong with using the half? What's wrong with using the
We're
half?
adults.
You're tall.
We're adults. We stop growing.
No, but I'm just saying, but you know, I'm not saying she's still growing. Well, I feel if I say that I'm 6'2", I'm lying, because I'm not. I'm a little under, so I usually say 6'1.5", and that's it.
But with those curls, don't you clear?
Well, so I don't like to exaggerate things. I'd rather people go, oh, you're taller than I thought. I mean, you with that 4C hair, but you know, okay. You know what, Mr. 1B, okay, because not the texture is not the texture. Let's be clear about who has straight hair on the stage, okay?
That's all you.
I know that most black people don't have 4C hair, right?
Mr. 1B hair,
The brother from the motherland tried to tell everybody he had 4C until it was revealed to him that in fact it was 3A.
I don't even think I have 4C hair. I was so disappointed.
MJ, how much height does that bun get you?
The bun is in the back. The bun is in the back.
Oh, you got one.
Okay.
Well, I didn't know MJ had a bun. MJ, let's see.
I had a bun.
I'm shooting y'all.
I switched my hair up, guys, because I could do that.
That sounds like Florida.
Well, I got your face or something because I got to see this. I've never would have thought PT.
Yeah, I can't wear none of them shoes y'all were talking about. Me and my boyfriend, he was over here laughing. He said, you're 6'3". I said, well, no, I can't walk and shit like that. Not at my height. I look like something on stilts. I'm good. I don't want to wear none of that stuff. I'd be done fell on my ass trying to wear heels and shit.
You see the basketball player, ladies?
Yeah, I know, but I tried. I'll be off. Hell no. Hell no, girl. Better give me, I told my boyfriend, hey.
You just have to strengthen your ankles, Ashton. People think that it's in the calf muscles or the knees, but it's really not. It's in the ankles.
I'm a swimmer. I got
nice and flexible. Yeah, you got to get your ankles nice and flexible so that when you put it in that heel, you're not stressing the ball of your foot or the heel of your foot because your ankle is giving you what you need. That's the secret.
And that's well said. And I have good ankles from swimming. I actually have flexible ankles, so I really never had like ankle injuries or nothing because of that. But I wear, Jordan stuff like that, dress shoes. I mean, I really don't care. Like I told my boyfriend, just, my brother, just give me what you get. And he gets me very nice clothes and very nice things. So I ain't complaining. Shoot, I got a good life and a good place. I ain't mad at him. Give me what you got, brother. He does. Hooks me up with nice suits. I love him. Hook it like I want.
I know that's right.
Shout out to Black Love.
Exactly.
I don't like heels.
Any of the men on here wearing heels? Jess, you got any heels?
Cowboy boots have heels.
Yeah.
We're not from Texas,
You can get some cowboy boots for $1,500 to $2,000.
You lived in Texas, though.
But that was a
I did live in Texas, but I was not about to think about those silly Texas ways. No.
What do you mean? What's silly about Texas?
Everything that's said about wearing freaking cowboy boots about those freaking racist Confederate brother bitches, I was not about to do that shit.
But you never told me.
You never seen the trail riders in Louisiana? They all wear cowboy boots.
Right.
I know, but Mickey, I'm from California.
When the buffalo. Oh, no, I already know for that.
I'm from California. We don't do that.
We're not going to talk about the guys that are 5'7" and wear Timbs for the extra 3/4
sneakers is a big platform. Right?
Yeah, they're not loaded.
And they're super comfortable too. So
I don't know though, cause they be heavy, Dad.
I like no label sneaker. Give me my Nike and my Adidas. Don't them label sneakers.
Yeah.
They just be copying the like if you look at all the label sneakers, they copy the Nike style, the whatever. Like it'd be an Air Force One style or Converse All Star style. They just add shit to it. Just give me some.
Nike for a lot of work. That's it. You'll never catch me.
Yeah, Nike is my really.
You know what male shoe I hate? And it's probably trauma from some of the men that I saw growing up. The men that wear the shoe with the tassel. The flat shoe with the tassel.
Not too much on the boat shoes. You're talking about
is that what they are?
Like Sperry's. Yeah, Sperry's.
Tassel, not the lace up. The tassel. Yeah. I like those.
the moccasins. That's what you're talking about. The moccasins with the tassels.
No. Well, it's different.
You're talking about the loafer?
Yeah, it's the loafer. Because I like the ones that are like the driving shoe. I like those. Those are like the moccasins. The loafer with the tassel.
That's a moccasin.
With the click sound. I don't like those.
Some loafers do have tassels.
Yeah, they do.
They do. You can get loafers with tassels.
And they call them loafers.
Like Dr. Murphy.
Yeah.
What's the ones that they call? They got a name for them. That the white boys wear. Chips.
Tods.
No, not Tods. But it's like that. Not
Scary
Tods. Yeah.
Like the boat
It's a boat shoe.
No, but I'm saying that it's like that with a hard sole.
Can someone PCR a boat shoe?
You know the scary pocket cutters. You know the shoes that like.
No, most of the Dr. AG, if you look at them, they just them boat shoes with a tassel on them.
Yeah, just Google Sperry's. You'll see it. But Johnny's, I didn't mind those. I just didn't like them when they were in that brandy wine color. You know, like
Yeah.
a little bit of red.
The brandy one, the navy blue. I don't know. They just look hard and they make noises. Like they make that click click sound.
Yeah, so Johnny, I just looked just to make sure I knew I didn't keep on saying the wrong thing. So I'm seeing here that there are different types of loafers. There are loafers that have tassels. They're called tassel loafers. There are also loafers that do and do not have tassels.
Yes.
So, and then there are moccasins. Yeah, and loafers. There are also moccasins that have tassels too. So I couldn't tell if you're talking about the loafer with the tassel or the moccasin with the tassel. Which one are we talking about?
The loafer with the tassel.
Child, those things look like shoes that made for like 80 years old.
Yeah, I don't like them.
I would never wear that shit.
But y'all know they back.
The fact that some people are trying to bring it back to that shit is not back. I'm sorry. My dad can wear a tassel loafer. I won't wear it.
Sometimes you don't get used to it.
These is fire right here. I'm about to get to y'all.
But the younger guys are wearing them gad like
yeah.
I've seen them popular like for weddings. They'll have like the tapered leg, well not tapered, but a shorter leg, or like
These right here, I love these.
Like the no sock.
yeah,
I see those.
Yeah, just those.
I like them. I fuck with them.
I'm going to have the young guy teach me anything about fashion. I don't follow trends.
Wait, you don't like these?
Okay, so they're nice, but I would not wear them. They're not my one.
I haven't learned to look like that.
I'm not going to wear them.
But I don't want to know when I'm starting to age.
They look like...
Maximum comfort.
It feels like they're like just some
That's a chunky heel.
Yeah, that's a chunky heel.
Cause see, aerosols would make that shoe. That's still a pretty long heel, lower at about 2 inches.
So I can tell.
I like that.
The reason
It looks like you get
soft, and I can dress it up or dress it down. And that, the loafer in that particular picture doesn't work for me, but I think it is nice. I would never say that on somebody and say, oh, it's not a nice shoe. It's just not for me, but I think it's nice.
See, I would never, only way I would wear loafers is dressing them up.
Right.
So that works for me. If I was dressing it down, I would just wear sneakers.
But I also don't like to dress up.
But what about these right here?
Let me correct something. So when I say I don't like dressing up, I don't like to wear a tie and I don't like to wear a suit. The dress, I clean up very well. I wear loafers with dark denim all the time. Like my favorite thing to wear to the opera if I'm rushing is a pair of dark denim with loafers, no socks, and a sweater, and a light jacket if I need one. But for me, loafers work really, really well with dark jeans or slacks or chinos or whatever, because they kind of give you that, they give you a little edge, but not too much of an edge, and they're dressier than a sneaker, because sometimes you don't want to wear sneakers. Sometimes I wear sneakers to the opera too, but sometimes you don't want to wear sneakers. So, loafers are a good alternative that's not a lace-up shoe.
Yeah, I think those are cute, Joss. We wore the shit out of those. Remember Pretty in Pink? I think that, what's his name, wore those. I like those. I like the checkered ones, but I'm a loafer person. I probably have more loafers than,
I don't like really like dress up shoes or whatever the fuck you call. I call them church shoes, but I know you call this like got another name. So like those, if I'm gonna dress up, I would wear something kind of like that.
That's a loafer with the tassels that Jonice doesn't like.
Jonice said you like them.
Yeah, I like those. I just don't like the bottom of them. Just do you wear slacks with no socks and loafers?
I don't wear nothing with no socks.
Oh, okay.
I love the no sock look. I love it.
It had to grow on me.
The ankles with the
It had to grow on me.
Jackie,
I attach the no socks look. Like if you're doing a no socks look, I'm instantly looking at how your pants are fitted. Because everybody that does it, some people just wear pants that are too small or they're hollow or they're not really tapered. Like I can't compartmentalize the shoe and the no socks with the pants. It all has to fit together.
So let me ask y'all something. When y'all see an adult man in like sneakers or Jordans, do y'all think like he's childish?
No. It's everyday. Everyday fit. I know.
Who the fuck say yes?
I mean, childish.
Yeah, but you're not black, so you don't count. You didn't.
You have like dress sneakers. You have dress sneakers.
For me, it would depend on what the situation is. Just walking around in the grocery store or what's happening.
I mean, I still
I'm saying, I did hear somebody say that I was too old to be wearing Jordan. So I was
So no, let me explain something to y'all that y'all don't know. Y'all do not hold on. You have to understand black gay male fashion. Some of these rules that y'all are trying to apply to black and gay men do not apply at all. Okay? They don't. A stylish black gay male who is 80 years old and has it together is going to rock a pair of sneakers and kill it. We don't subscribe to some of these standards and y'all have like, oh, if you're a certain age, then you can't wear this. If you're a certain age, you can't wear this. For us, the rule is simple. Can you rock it and make it work? If you
they said they don't care. Y'all said y'all don't care, right?
I don't know who told you that. I'm always gonna buy it.
I had a woman actually was like
she was.
I mean, we didn't have the gay conversation. She was like, you ain't gonna never get no. This is on that work. She was like, you saw she gonna pull me to the side and say, you're handsome. You should stop wearing these sneakers and stuff all the time. And I was like, oh, why you say that? And she was like, it's just childish. When we look at men, we don't want to see Jordans. That's what we put on our teenagers' feet. And I was like, okay.
And the girls don't even wear Jordans. The boys wear Vans.
So he has what are they called? The Converse or the Chuck Taylors. That's we compromised there. He also had well look, we gotta compromise. It's black love. And then he also has plain white. I don't know what the brand is, but they're plain. No.
Kimberly, Air Force Ones aren't necessarily Jordans. Air Force Ones are, but they're nice. Like basic white Air Force One sneakers are beautiful.
Okay, can you describe the tennis shoe, the white one?
Yeah. I'm gonna find a picture and PR it.
Oh, okay.
I mean, when you get older, you can really afford
like Russell's.
I'm a sneaker person. Like, I'm a sneaker head, so I just whatever. I'll be 70 in a pair of days.
Thank you. Listen, I dated somebody who was in his 50s and he wore sneakers if he didn't have to wear dress shoes and a suit. And this is somebody who was well heeled, all the markers were there, and this person wore sneakers. I like wearing sneakers most of the time because I have flat feet and I believe in comfort. That is my thing. I need to be comfortable. So Nike fortunately makes beautiful sneakers that are understated. Not all Jordans, because I don't wear Jordans. It's not my thing. But I do like Nike sneakers. Nike makes lots of nice sneakers.
I love my Air Max.
Air Max is good too.
Jess, I have a question. Do you live in a flood zone? I do not. Then why the stick red heel in your picture? Are you wading in water? I was just trying to get an opinion. This is a lot of people wear these.
I mean, what else can you wear to carry it off?
So let me see. I don't hate it. I like the concept. I like how it looked. On my foot, I don't know yet.
I can tell you, I have size 15 feet, so you're not going to catch me dead in shoes like that.
Yeah, same.
Why not? My feet are too big for shoes like that.
I think if they was like all red and like you seen the size all red? Now all red shoes do not look good on people with their feet.
That's a nice shoe.
You like those like that?
Yes, I like them.
Those shoes sound noisy. Those shoes look noisy. Like they
feel like they squeak.
No, they got like a soft, rugged bottom. So like if you get caught in a snowstorm, it's nothing.
Well, absolutely. A snowstorm, typhoon, blizzard, hurricanes. You will always be able to
I think it's quite stylish, and I think there are multiple ways that you can wear it.
Yeah, and I think that
is strongly now.
No, I'm not. I actually like that shoe. I think.
And you see how they got the little suede insert?
Yeah, and wait, and I like that they're semi-patent too.
Are those little bit with the red? It's just I'm sorry, I'm the person for shoes. Is that Cristiano was on?
No, it's not.
Louboutin doesn't make soles like that.
I don't really like his shoes.
I don't like his shoes at all.
They
have soles like that?
Those are trendy now, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever seen like the Alexander McQueen thing?
Is it the DEI version?
Oh, wow.
People need to understand that they shouldn't be hopping on every single trend they see. Some of that shit lasts for only 3 months, and then your shit is dated, and you look a mess wearing something that wasn't even hot for more than 1 season. Like, y'all need to learn good style so that y'all don't waste your money on trendy shit that ain't gonna last.
Yeah, that looks like trend Adidas or tree corn or something. Is that
I think these are like a cute little play on because the shoes are like a classic style, and it just got like a little fun.
Louboutin has a shoe that's kind of like that, but except the sole's not red, and it's not like an Oxford. It's actually a loafer.
Ladies, do y'all like the Company Garçon All-Stars from there?
I think those are cute. Yeah. I like their little logos.
Oh, these are Sam Edelman.
That's how it's like,
his Jordans and gave him Sam Elman.
Yeah, we have to streamline it.
No, those are very cute. Those are cute. Yeah, they're like grown man white sneakers. Yeah, those work. Those work.
Yeah, they work.
Those give me orthopedical.
but that's the heel. With that big red heel.
They're very classic. Yeah. Kimberly, how was them? Those are really nice.
Adrian loved to give up his Jordans for those shoes.
It's
No,
definitely
those are nice. Kimberly, don't listen to me.
I think they could be. You could do both.
I like them, but it's definitely given, what is it, CNA?
Those look like the Diamond 11s.
We're not doing kids. Those do not look like kids.
Yeah, they do look like kids, but they're doing diamonds. It looks like a sneaker that.
Yes, they
Classic. I think that if
Kimberly,
we need to keep it simple.
don't listen to them. Those are beautiful. I have
Yes,
white
they're
sneakers
so
like
good.
that.
don't Sam Elman made tennis shoes.
Yeah.
They're very nice.
Leather. I bet the leather is very nice. I bet the inside is very good. Absolutely.
They're understated. You know, when you put them on, they don't draw too much attention to themselves. They anchor the outfit. They make him look like a man who has carriage. Okay?
And that is the point.
That is the point. Yes. Carriage,
The
y'all.
supporting character. You're not gonna be.
I mean, if you're gonna get a regular white tennis shoe,
That's right.
get at least a branded shoe.
Why would she need a brand? Why would she need a brand?
I like understated.
Exactly.
That's
I don't like logos.
that's under the ground stated.
Not just.
flashy
Not just.
Kimberly is not trying to wear a bunch of labels on her body. Like, y'all need to know her taste. Like, she's not, that's not what she's trying to do.
No, I get that, but I think those are a little too plain.
They're not.
For me, because you know, listen, Kim, if you like it and your man, because so you know, I'm just saying for me.
I mean, on his off days away, like he's on a trip right now, he can wear all of the colorful sneakers he wants.
But wait a minute, Kimberly?
Don't appease them, Kimberly. It won't.
Yeah, PTR, this was the Vuitton version of Justice shoes.
Okay, let me see. Hold on, let me see that PTR.
Really good. I like them. Now those are even better.
So, I mean, I like those. Those are really cute. I like those ones.
I only say this because y'all know the creator.
No, here's what makes those better.
I would never wear them, but I think.
No, I would wear those because look, they're plain, but they have it's that red detail at the bottom. I love shit like that. The one in my PTR, I like the red thing, but it's a little too much, and that just got that. You wouldn't even see it unless you like look there or whatever. I like that, and then I like how it has the like kind of like construction. I don't know what the fuck that little. Whatever the shit that is at the bottom. I like that. Yes, it's all season.
Can we talk about what Scotty got in his PCR?
Yes, Scotty got, okay. Well, listen, actually, hold on, let me see.
When y'all doing this?
No, hold on, listen, hold on, let's get it. Scotty is a gay male in New York, okay? He's got his jeans, he's got a gray top coat, we got a sweater, I'm seeing a nice scarf. Okay, hold on,
You never gonna have one of these.
hands on it, I'm trying to break down the outfit. He's got these dark blue jeans, and then to give a pop of color, he's got some cute red sneakers. Those sneakers are not cheap, lady, trust me. They are cute. They're not. They're not cheap. No, they're not.
Well, how are they
Okay, hold on a second.
Wait, retro T-laws are
example. I think I meant the quality. I'm talking about quality. I'm not talking about how much you paid for them. Yeah, they're cheap sneakers. They're not bad. I mean,
you pay a lot. It's good quality.
So you listen. Tiffany just said the red shoes don't work. That's the only time red shoes do work.
Thank you.
Yeah, is when you have like a more muted or like a darker because it's used for the pop of color. It's not even red.
And
It's
then
like
he has the rust, like the rust scarf and the red.
There's people that don't know how to dress.
Oh yeah.
About the color, we're talking about the fit and the style of this red shoe.
This shit is fine.
The outfit.
Go ahead.
I think it looks I don't understand what the problem
It is really cute. First of all, listen.
I love the coat. The coat is, you don't like the coat?
Girl, let me tell you something first of all, Bonnet, Scotty is paid. Scotty don't need to wear money on his body like that. Scotty is paid, okay?
But this looks like very street style. Like I don't understand what the fuck that's the problem.
It's very street fashion. Yeah, that's what it is.
Oh my God. Can we put one in the chat for the women? I mean, I don't think the women.
Absolutely not. I mean, so we're old school. So Scotty, you actually kept your shoes or did you buy them? Oh my God.
He could change the shoe and change the whole like kind of
the whole concept of the outfit.
Like he could put on like one of those like boots, like what is it?
Yes.
Which boots?
The Chelsea boots.
I mean, he could do that too, but I was talking about like the other like kind of like distress boots. He could even put Tim's on, like it's all like that. And let me tell everybody something. A peacoat is your best friend.
Yes.
You a good peacoat. You can layer that bitch up. You can wear it naked. It's all and it lasts forever. And it's warm. I'm telling you, women, men, get your peacoat.
But he's making a statement. He's got they're flared out. I mean, trust, if I had still had my Diodoras, my Capas, my K-Swiss with the lines and all that, I would still wear them. My oldest pair of shoes are some plaid Converse, like 25 years old. And I have some of remember we used to wear skinny Adidas? Yeah, a lot of y'all know.
Those sneakers is cute. I mean, listen, it is such a nice outfit.
We don't want to
I don't mean nothing.
What about a coat? What about your coat? What kind of coats do you have?
So I have
Bottega knockoff with those red gummies. Just not necessarily like the thickness of that.
Bottega would have been
I like the one that's in Bonnet's picture though, because it's like a little bit thinner, but the ones in yours.
But that's not
you talking about mine? Yeah, it does give Bottega knockoff. Yeah, but
it is giving, yeah. I think.
I thought they said Mark Jake. Let me see what they got back.
But Scotty looks like he's going to a Wu-Tang con.
Right, it looks weird.
He does not look like he's going to a freaking Wu-Tang concert. Y'all
It does.
Everybody wearing that. Everybody wearing that to go see the Wu.
So go see the Wu.
I'm serious like that. Y'all
Nobody wearing that to go see the Wu.
I've been to their concerts. That looks like the niggas, the white men that come to those shows. Sorry.
Oh, maybe they don't know the Wu then.
Well, white men, they don't know the white men who live in New York.
No, white men definitely know the Wu.
I know some white men who know the Wu though.
I mean,
I know them.
I know actually a few.
Not too much on Scotty. It's all right.
Wearing that to go see the Wu.
God bless you.
It's okay. Sneakers look like they can breathe at the bottom and then they need to.
Have y'all ever lived in New York or a city where you walk like a walkable
Thank
city?
you.
This looks like what you would see.
And that's why you're in the Matrix. We can't hear you because you're over here shitting on an outfit that you need to be praised.
Why don't you PTR your outfit, Gap?
Oh, I'm not trying. I PTR'd some shoes. We were talking about loafers. The loafers in my PTR are my favorite pair of loafers. I own them. They are beautiful, and I love them because I can dress them up. I can dress them down. I like to wear.
Yes, I love a good loafer and a really clean tailored suit. Preferably in dark blue. I also agree with you. A pea coat is really nice. I have 3. It's cold out.
No, like Scotty's outfit is the kind of outfit you put on when you're in New York. It's cold. You're leaving your house, and you know that you're going to be out until 5 o'clock. You need to be able to take the jacket off, take off the sweater.
We're not mad at the outfit.
Under it, that sort of thing.
No.
We don't have a problem with the outfit at all. We talk about these red feet on his feet.
They're cute.
They're not. They're not. Period.
So what type of sneakers you like?
There are other comfortable shoes.
I went to Zoomies at the mall and I got red sneakers.
It's gotta go my way.
It would have been better with a Converse.
Converse?
The combo that goes soft, these definitely come.
No, not with this outfit. I like those, but not with this outfit.
Those are
Only thing that he could have did another maybe a hot top Adidas or a boot. That's the only thing.
A boot is what I would do if I didn't do the feet. I really like the red. I really like the red.
This is the difference between style and fashion, I think.
Oh, for sure. They don't know style. That's a problem.
That's a nostalgic look. It's okay because it's nostalgic.
It's a classic look.
Classic pieces.
Yeah, it's like a classic look. Like over here, she's
No,
on a classic
what about it is classic? What are we talking about?
If you don't see it,
It's like a classic piece. It's like essentials.
Like my sister is 40.
It's not a peacoat.
Her classic look was those suede Pumas. Do y'all remember that when all the girlies were wearing the suede Pumas? She still loves the damn shoes, and I never liked them, but that was her shit. So they still.
Well, you lost me at Cake Swiss anyway.
Well, you're not my age. We used to wear.
I know.
Yeah, leave us for y'all gonna have y'all's weird stuff that your kids won't like either. Trust, I can tell y'all.
I wish I had kept some of it so I could have sold it as vintage.
I mean, we wore Kids when we were in elementary school. Kids was the shit. I don't wear Kids now, but.
Bro, I gotta move out of Atlanta. These people are like, you should see how it is outside. It is just a little bit of snow.
Is it like Mario Kart out there?
Yo, these people are driving 2 miles an hour, not realizing this is what's gonna get you caught out here. Driving like this, no momentum, no nothing. I don't know about the South anymore because clearly climate change is gonna be snowing here for the foreseeing future. We're gonna get regular snow, and these motherfuckers do not know how to act. There's no food at the store.
My PTR is Southern Louisiana. That's like Opelousas. It never fucking snows in Opelousas. This shit is crazy. It snowed in New Orleans. It snowed in New Orleans.
Yeah, I saw the New Orleans videos. Yeah, my friends are there right now.
This is definitely, if anybody says it's not climate
Y'all have
change,
more snow than we do in Minnesota.
that's
Over
crazy.
negative 18. Hence my PTR. Because it's fucking cold.
Where's that, Lafayette?
Okay, Red Jacket comes
No, I'm in Baton Rouge.
I'm thinking of me. Oh, that's so pretty. That's a perfect picture.
It was literally white everywhere. It was crazy.
You guys got more snow than we've had in weeks. That's a lot of snow.
That's a lot of snow. More than we got up here.
And I thought how it melted, but it didn't melt, so there's still a ton in my backyard. So I don't know. Everything is shut down again for tomorrow.
Right. Let me tell you how crazy it was. I didn't pay attention. I lost my AirPod out there. So bad. So I have one AirPod now. I won't be able to find the other one until the snow melts. Then it'll be destroyed. So there's that.
It did snow in North Florida today, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, snow in Florida!" Wow. Honestly, it was actually. I'm surprised.
Yeah, I thought we was gonna get that slushy, nasty, mushy, disgusting, sleety snow, but no, it's the real thing.
Everyone's like, the Northerners have gotten a warm winter. Like I think this is the coldest winter we've had in 25 years down here.
So what do you mean the Northerners got a warm winter? It's negative 18.
Close is the
It's the coldest day here.
It's negative 80. What do
What do they mean by warmest winter?
Okay, I was here
We're going
2 days ago.
What's happening in the north is that
So I was here 2 days ago. I was here 2 days ago, and I was like, "Oh, is it just me, or is it a cold winter?" And half the stage came off mic was like, "Did you know this has been a very warm winter for us up north? I had no idea what you're talking about."
Who is
So it just depends on who you
are
ask.
you on the wrong thing? Who is further north than me?
But I don't think anyone.
Exactly. It's been cold as a bitch. It's been negative everything every day.
Minnesota or something?
Yes. And the windshield makes it even worse because it's like, oh, it might be -7, but the windshield makes it feel like -26.
Yeah.
And we still have a whole bunch of people in encampment, so it's sad out here.
It's 18 degrees in Washington, D.C. right now.
Is it true that in Minnesota they have all these tunnels so you don't have to go outside? Is that like a fabrication?
No, we don't have tunnels. We have downtown Minneapolis and downtown St. Paul have skyways, so most of the buildings are connected by skyways, so you don't have to go outside, but you have to get into the skyway first.
It's supposed to get down to 12 tonight. That's insane.
So one of the things that people don't give Russia credit for is like their underground like subway system is like phenomenal for the 10 million people in
What the shit?
what's it called, Moscow?
Why are we looking to give
Who started off a sentence with Russia gets credit?
Doesn't get credit, doesn't get
Thank you, mother.
I'm sorry, I was sitting from my phone and I had to run back. So, Nani, they closed the tunnels at the university?
The University of Minnesota, they still have the tunnels. I mean, I wouldn't say like Minnesota has tunnels, though. Like the skyways have tunnels. Some of the buildings are interconnected. There's some places like that in Wisconsin too, which is smart. But the tunnels in China are weird.
I think Wisconsin is a beautiful state without the winter. Like in the summertime, Madison.
Yes, without the racist white hippies and Ron Johnson, it's beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that part, but isn't Madison very liberal? The rest of the state is Republican. I mean, like every major state.
Madison is fake liberal. What are we talking about? Just a bunch of patchouli smelling, armpit women, hair growing, racists. They still kill black people. They're very, very ambiguous to the problems.
So, Mother Superior, you have to understand, when white people praise the city for being liberal, you have to dig deeper to find out what the city is about, because white people calling it liberal doesn't necessarily mean that it's liberal enough.
Can I interrupt? Did y'all?
Oh, sure.
Well, you are on time. We were talking about racism, so go ahead, man.
I hope y'all are doing well. Did you see that? I just ran across the AP wire that Trump just pardoned the Silk Road guy that was serving life in prison. The Silk Road guy, the guy that founded the Silk Road, with all that drug trafficking.
You guys need more context. I have no idea who that is.
There was a guy who
Russell William Albright
was selling
Silk Web, dark web marketplace. He was serving a life prison sentence. He pardoned him. It's a pretty huge deal.
And you
Why is
know what
it a
that
big
meant?
huge deal, Matt? Can you elaborate?
Because he also was convicted. He was also convicted of paying someone to kill somebody in a sting
I don't
operation.
necessarily agree with it. I'm just saying.
Where the victim that he paid faked their death. So it's not just the nefarious things that he allowed to go on the dark web on Silk Road. He was convicted for trying
trying to pay for someone to be murdered.
Not to mention all the people who died from the drugs that he was sending across the fucking world.
And money laundering.
Now that's what, yo, come on now.
Yeah, this is that is like I thought that what he did with the Proud Boys and all of that, J6 was bad, but
This is bad.
this is really bad. Yeah.
I'm just shocked that he did. I don't necessarily agree with it. I'm just shocked that he did. We're not shocked. Why was she?
How does this impact your assessment of him?
Doesn't.
So why did you bring it up?
Because it's breaking news.
Well, whenever black people are enjoying themselves.
Parents.
That's just it's a signal to the people that want to do nefarious things and prey on the vulnerable on the black web and all these other networks that are unpoliced and unregulated. It's terrible.
I knew I was right about you, man. How the fuck does that not change your judgment of that person? Like, you just...
He doesn't think it was an insurrection, and he doesn't believe that Trump lost the election. That's why.
But even I don't believe that. I'm talking about him pardoning the Silk Road nigga. Like, this motherfucker, there's a whole documentary. Go look into the type of shit that he was into. That is the Law and Order Party, but that doesn't change your view on him. Man.
Was that the dark web guy? The Silk Road dude?
Yeah, I mean, he was like one of the first dark web niggas.
They were selling children on that website, Matt.
All kinds of stuff on that website.
Jesus. And he pardoned him?
Mind you, he's supposed to be the so against fentanyl. That he was one of the first like purveyors of that drug across the world. Like he was sending fentanyl to everybody. People will order stuff and it'll show up as fentanyl.
That just means they're gonna a bunch of those websites they're gonna pop right back up because that's what they're gonna think if he pardoned this guy. And the sad thing about it, here's where it gets interesting. Like, fast forward to when all these other restaurants pop up, like now they can do these underground marketplaces. You and I talked about how they already ruled that or blocked the Supreme Court blocked that Simpson Act that made you have to report your company.
On the opium distribution. Lebanon actually, back during the Black September organization, it goes all the way back to the 60s, when they first kidnapped the Jewish Olympics team. When that organization got chased by the Israelis, they actually fled. A lot of these Lebanese oligarchs, they fled to South America, and they actually started the cocaine
distribution and international, basically, operation. So the OG of the drug dealers is actually goes all the way back to Palestinians and Lebanese. That's a history a lot of people don't actually talk about, or they do not know.
That's wicked. Wow.
Yeah, it is. It's very wild, and Hezbollah actually, majority of their, about 60% of their funding is actually not from Iran. It's actually from their drug operations.
Yeah, but that drug operation was being facilitated by Iran, right?
No, actually, it's facilitated by South America, because they have a generation of Lebanese that fled from Lebanon to South America between Cambodia, sorry,
more Lebanese than Lebanon itself.
Yep. Yeah, and if you go to Brazil or like some of these, even what's his name, Bukele, what's that country? I'm sorry,
El Salvador.
Yeah, El Salvador. You gotta see like a lot of Arabic last names over there, and the reason why is because majority of these people actually they fled from Lebanon because they were chased because they were part of a terror organization. And just like the Nazis, they fled to Argentina. Yeah, a lot of people.
That's like, with regards to Argentina, people like to point out that a lot of Germans went there. Well, the reasons a lot of Germans went there after World War II isn't just, it's not like there were no Germans there before. In fact, there were.
There's a lot of
I'm just like pointing this out to the audience because a lot of people don't know this. They see someone in Argentina who is like German and they assume their grandfather was like a Nazi or something. That's just not true, right?
Absolutely.
It's always had a very massive German immigration, right? Just like Pennsylvania has a lot of Germans there, right? Because in the 1800s they went there. Same thing in Argentina, and that's why you see a lot of Germans there. Like, for instance, Javier Milei, right? He has, Italian and German ancestry, right? And it's not because his grandfather is a Nazi or something. It's literally, they've always been Germans, and the reasons why Germans went there after World War II is because there's so many Germans there. Why wouldn't they go there, right? It just doesn't make sense if they can speak the language.
Yeah, and they also like, when these countries received their independence, they wanted foreign capital, a new foreign direct investment. They wanted cash, they wanted settlers, and they invited many nations all around the world to come in. And so they have roots there. And of course, Ian is 100% correct. If you're a German fleeing from the aftermath of World War II, you'd probably want to go to a place where you can identify with others. So that just makes sense.
Yep. Yeah, you're correct. You're correct, Lutzaf. Are you guys familiar with the Hawala system?
I am. Yeah, I know Hawala.
Yeah. So
yeah, Hawala. I think her sister was a model on the cover of Vogue.
No.
That's a joke. I know what. It's the book entry funds transfer system used in the Middle East.
Yes, exactly. And it goes actually also in Western countries. So what they do is, if you guys don't mind, I can explain it to the audience.
Well, it's Wise, right? If you use Wise.com, that's a lot.
Yeah, well, you can do that right now. It started with basically you have an underground basically New York market system type of thing, and people like exchanging money.
Yeah.
And basically, if
if I want to send money, let's say I'm in Iraq or Afghanistan or whatever Arab countries that they don't have a SWIFT banking system directly with the West.
So you give a guy money, and then he will call up his buddy somewhere else in the world, and that person will give that, whatever capital they have there to the person you were sending the money to. That's just that's how it works. It's Western Union uses that system. The Templars, Knights Templar, like 700 years ago, they kind of invented that system, right? Or maybe they didn't invent it like they were not like necessarily the first, but they were definitely they came up with it independently, right? So it's a system of promissory notes. You buy a note, which is like
it's not promissory. It's not really promissory notes as such. My understanding is that what happens is, let's say Alice wants to send Carol $10, right?
Yeah.
And so Alice owes, Bob owes Alice $10, and Bob owes Carol nothing. And Bob lives near Carol. Alice will say to Bob, I want to send Carol $10, and you owe me, right, $10.
Yeah.
So what we'll do is we'll just net, right? So we'll settle it. So you can just send $10 to Carol, and then you will write off the obligation that you owe to me, right? So
why are anyone owing anybody anything, really? I mean, all you have to do is so let's say you've got Bob, Alice, and Carol. So Bob is the middleman, and so Alice goes to Bob, and let's just keep it simpler. Alice goes to Bob. He wants to give money to she wants to give money to Carol. Carol lives in a different city, so Alice goes to Bob, gives him $10, and then Bob calls his buddy Jack, and then Jack gives $10 to Carol.
Right, so basically what happens though is that Jack and Bob are in different places.
Same company.
Right, well, they're in different places, and they run their own ledger books. And what happens is Jack operates in Cairo, and Bob operates in Abu Dhabi. And so what will happen is they'll call each other up on the phone. They'll just net settle. Okay, Alice needs to go send money to someone in Abu Dhabi, and then so let's say Carol's in Abu Dhabi and Alice is in Cairo. Then what happens is they net settle. Alice is in Abu Dhabi. Jack resolves the ledger entry, and then they net settle. Bob and Jack net settle between themselves at some indeterminate future date. So Walla's an interesting one. The Lightning Network works like that. If you're familiar with
Wise uses that, right? So Wise doesn't use the Lightning Network, but they have their own Hawala system, right? So if you want to do international transfers, that's the cheapest way to do it. It's a lot cheaper than Swift. I use Wise. I know a lot of international people who use Wise because it just makes sense. Why would you pay, $500 on a transfer, say $10,000? If you're using Swift, it's going to cost that much. But if you're using Wise, it's literally $17 or something, right? It's very basic, very cheap. It's not great if you're sending small amounts of money, but it's perfectly awesome if you're sending, larger amounts.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the other side of it. They got a little bit smart because the FBI was monitoring the transactions, and they stopped using NGOs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's not. I think there's actually 2003 guidance from FinCEN on this because it was after September 11th that they started looking at the Hawala networks and whether they were used to facilitate transfers of money from the Middle East to the United States. And they issued some guidance. So like being in crypto, like money transmission is like the biggest thing that your clients have to deal with because basically everything that they do involves transferring money. And so you can build anything you want right on the blockchain. The problem is you can build yourself into the position of being a regulated business, and you want to stop before you do that, unless you're prepared to go out and get a bunch of licenses. So there's interesting guidance on this from FinCEN in 2003, if you want to look it up, on how Hawala systems work, how they're treated from a regulatory perspective. And all of it is really relevant to a lot of things in crypto, right? This is not like a crypto conversation, but like if you're looking at, for example, XRP used to do, they had a Ripple ledger system, like I think it was called Interledger. They were working on something like that, which was supposed to be a cross-border settlement system that worked like Hawala. The Lightning Network basically is an automated Hawala system. For those of you who know what Lightning is, which has some interesting like second and third order regulatory consequences, which is possibly why Lightning hasn't taken off in the way that its biggest proponents hoped it would.
Islamic banking that most people don't realize. They hear Islamic banking and think it's a bad thing because, they're Americans. But the reality is that Islamic banking is really good because they don't collect interest and they don't charge you insane amounts of let's say
That's not Obama though. That's
no, it's not. I know it's not. I'm just saying, in general, Islamic banking systems are actually really good because they don't rip you off, right? You don't have these crazy fucking interest rates
They don't, and they do. They don't, and they do, because what they'll do is they'll structure a loan transaction. So there's a whole universe of Islamic finance, and what they do is they just structure the transaction instead of saying, we're going to lend money to you and charge you a fixed percentage. And that will be that. What they do is they'll structure it as a sale leaseback. So they'll say, we'll sell you the asset, or you'll buy it, and then you'll sell it to us, and we'll lease it back to you over time, and then there'll be some, reversion at the end of the lease, which means that you have the title free and clear once you pay the payment. So it works out exactly.
Basically doing the same thing as interest without the interest. Exactly. If you can pay off fast, it's not a big deal. And I mean, you can make the same argument with the mortgage.
With the mortgage, you can also do the same thing. You can pay it off fast.
Yeah, but the problem with with American banking systems is that they give you 20% APR shit, and then you're an idiot in college and you spend stupid amounts of money in one semester because you're dumb, and then you end up having an interest rate of 20% that you can't fucking pay off. So what you do is you buy another credit card, right? You sign up for another one, which is super easy to sign up for. That's what's so evil about these banking systems in America or in the West.
No, what's evil about the
they approve you so easily, even though you're financially incompetent. They approve you, and then you end up owing everybody money, and then by the end of it, you owe everybody $1 million. And maybe 200,000 or something. That's how stupid that is.
The problem with American banks is that what happens is that you have this regulatory scheme, right, which is led by the Fed and also U.S. federal bank regulations, where currently they have these maturity mismatches in their portfolios, where they have all of these long-dated real estate loans where they're getting paid 2%, and when they want to borrow money or lend it out again, right, to interest holders, they've got to pay 4 or 5%, right? So there's a maturity mismatch on the process is called maturity transformation. So usually what banks do is they lend out money for long periods of time and get paid back. And then what happens is they get short-term depositors to give them the money, which they lend out for a long period of time. Where they get into trouble is when there's a run on the bank, and the short-term depositors say, hold on a second, we'd like all our money back, please. And the bank doesn't have the dollars to satisfy the withdrawal demands, right? Because they're just sitting on all of these assets, and they're massively long on all of these loans, and a lot of the loans are underwater, particularly if they're bonds, because if you
bought trash bonds,
government bonds paying 0%, which was really, really common after 2008, 2010, those are all underwater because basically they're getting inflated away every year by, depending on which number you believe, anywhere between 5 and 13%, because of inflation. So it's one of these things where, and another thing that's screwed, right, with the U.S. banking system is that they're sitting on all of this mortgage debt, right, which for all of these mortgage bonds and mortgage loans that they've made over the years. And the problem is that all of those loans were lent when the federal funds rate was 0.5%, and all of the loans are made between zero, not 0%, but 2 and 3% as your mortgage rate, right, all in. And so a lot of those are 30-year loans. So they're fucked because basically they're sitting on all these underwater assets that if they wanted to, right, if you're sitting on a 30-year mortgage at 2.5%, if you want to go out to the market and sell that loan, you're not going to get the face value of the note because the note is going to inflate away over time. So the note's underwater, which means that when your depositors come calling and say, hey, I need money out, please, the assets you have on your balance sheet may be insufficient, right, to match the demand from your depositors to get money out. The only reason the system works is because the Treasury, after SVB collapsed, the Treasury Department said, we will guarantee to infinity any deposit at any American bank. FDIC, $250,000.
They want to make the military look as clean and squeaky as possible, but as I said, the uniform does not prevent a person from having bad behavior. It only promotes the person.
What they did
was that they, behind the scenes, allowed that they convert them into cash, or is it that they mark them to face value and don't have to recognize the loss until they go to dispose of them? So basically, it's not that you can convert them to cash. I don't think they can go to the Fed and get full face value in cash for these bonds. No, I'm pretty sure they added something behind the scenes for these banks to be able to convert them to cash, to specifically only to pay off the creditors, pay off the customers. I'm not sure. I think my recollection is it's fuzzy because at the time we were running around trying to fix things with SVB collapse. My recollection is that Janet Yellen just came out and said, "Listen, banking," because there was a panic. What happened was Elizabeth Warren, in her infinite wisdom, decided that she was going to go after the two crypto banks.
Yes, exactly.
Signature. And said these banks, which were both solvent, exactly. These banks, I shut them down. So I pulled their charters, and that set off a bank run, which then took down SVB because everyone was like, well, if Signature and Silvergate can go down, maybe we're going to go down too. And people started pulling their money, venture companies particularly, which are very technically oriented, right? All of them do their banking over the internet, and all of them have the ability to withdraw large amounts of funds in a very short space of time. Went and logged on to SVB and had this digital bank run where they just moved everything off the platform, and it killed the bank in 24 hours. So because people were worried that the government was going to start taking down banks. So what happened was that in response to the Silicon Valley bank collapse, the Fed introduced the Bank Term Funding Program. This program allowed banks to borrow against their bond holdings at par value rather than market value. Got it. So you post the bond to the Fed, it gives you par value cash, and instead of market value, which is considerably below that. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so I'm not that smart. I'm not that smart in this, but Iran National Bank is actually, they've been operating for the past 10 years or so, and if you deposit in their savings, they give you 23% interest rate profit into their banking. How does that correlate?
What country are you talking about?
Iran.
Iran?
The Iran National Bank system. Actually, I just put it in the bubble. According to the recent information, Iranian bank currently pay interest rate of.
That's because they want their money to shit, and it's a currency that's not stable and has gone down significantly every year.
Yeah, but how do they pay like a 23%?
Because they're carrying it in their own currency.
Oh, okay.
This is something that a lot of other countries do as well. They pay like a very high interest rate, but it's always in their own currency. This isn't on US dollars.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm not a banking guru. I know a lot about halala because we investigated that from tourism perspective, but I'm not a banker.
The thing that's really interesting about banking, right, is that the things that people are doing seem to people who are people, the things that the central bank systems are doing right now, the things that the governments are doing right now, if you extend out, right, logically, like the kinds of stuff, the kind of behavior that Western governments have been engaged in for the last 20 years, you see only one end to all of it, which is insolvency and collapse, right? So it's across the board. They ramped up their spending after 2008 to meet all of these weird-ass social programmatic demands when money was at 0%, because otherwise the whole global economy was going to be deflation. They got hooked on cheap money, and now money's getting expensive again,
ordinary operations, except by issuing debt between 5 and 10% of GDP every single year. And 3, now the borrowing costs are going up because the printing money is no longer credible and the market no longer believes that the sovereign notes that they're issuing are risk-free, right? So like England could issue a 0% note and you'd lose money on it, right? And it's a hugely risky thing for you to do. So they need to offer wild interest rates in order to do it. And we're at that like phase now where everybody's starting to have to issue this very expensive debt in 5%, 6%, that sort of stuff. And all of the old notes are starting to cycle out, right? So all of the cheap debt that they issued before, during, and after the 2008 financial crisis, a lot of those notes are starting to mature. And when you look at it, there's just like this huge amount of stress building up in the system because at some point the math isn't going to make sense anymore, right? And if you talk to people like Stephanie Kelton, right, who is this modern monetary theory crank out of New York, who basically said, well, it's fine, governments can always pay their, will always have infinite money, all they need to do is print more. Well, sure, they can print more all they want, and until what happens? Until inflation goes up and you start having social unrest because salaries aren't going up and then a basket of eggs costs $8 and various other things. So it's this weird situation where like we're at the end of something, right? And nobody quite knows like when the music's going to stop. Everything feels great, right? I think there's only one potential like trump card, pun intended, that could fix it all, right? Which is that AI potentially jacks up productivity so insanely high that like the economy simply grows its way out because all of a sudden you have unlimited intelligence on tap all the time, right? You're just like, cool, like everyone in our society has a 180 IQ personal assistant and has 50 of them to just grind on whatever problem they choose to look at. Like if that happens, like just like it's a completely new universe. So like that's the one thing I'd say is the caveat is that maybe AI gets us out of it, but if it doesn't get us out of it, the math doesn't add up, right? And it's like fixed costs like pensions and Social Security and Medicare and like non-discretionary spending, which like even if we got rid of all of the discretionary spending, you still have to figure out what to do with the non-discretionary stuff. And like maybe you turn around and say, okay, well, non-discretionary spending is the problem. If every senior citizen can have a live-in carer that's a robot and works for free and costs $1,000, right? And can be a companion for them. And so all of a sudden, like massive Medicare goes away, right? At that point, or large chunks of it go away. But like the behavior that everyone's engaged in, and I've been looking at this like I'm not like an expert by any stretch of the imagination. But like, yeah.
By the way, I just looked it up. Under the Bank Terms Funding Program that we discussed, banks could borrow up to 100% of the par value of eligible collateral.
Right, but they can borrow it, but it wasn't worth it, right? So like if you had a funding crisis, right? So if you owe your depositors 100 and you've got par value, let's say 110 worth of notes, or not par value, but like par value 110 worth of notes, but market value it's only worth 80. Right, you can go to the Fed and you can go get free money, but ultimately they're just printing money for something that isn't there.
Yeah.
You would have to pick.
Yeah, but for the banks themselves, they were able to stay solvent because they could borrow the full 110.
Right, because they plugged the banks, and a bank that was in trouble got directly hooked into the money printer. Right, so it's like we will print money to keep you solvent, even if you don't have the assets to back it up. Like that's what that is. So we will make these spot interventions where we're going to print money to prop you up. And if you do that enough, right, or if enough of the economy is just supported by printing, you get inflation.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what's happened.
So Argentina did for Malay.
Didn't that exactly what happened like after 2008? The economic collapse?
They started doing it in 2008, to give you some, like, I was a very junior lawyer, right, at the time. And I think I was just finishing, I was in the middle of law school. I was going to my final year of law school. And people were talking about like quantitative easing, right, was this new concept. And now it's just like, it's a matter of course. It's just like something that they do is they print money.
Quantitative easing was created by the Japanese, right?
It was correct.
By the Japanese.
It was first done by the Japanese and after their real estate collapse in the 80s to try to get the economy going again, and it didn't work. And what wound up having was widespread societal malaise. Nobody could get ahead. Asset prices soared, and incomes did not. Right, and so as a result, you had this great Japanese stagnation, which they still haven't really pulled themselves out of. They call it the lost decade.
Yeah.
So quantitative easing, maybe it puts off the pain, right, of dealing with an issue, but what it does is it instead subjects your society to a slow grind, right, where gradually, bit by bit, opportunity dries up, things become more expensive. Like, I have no fucking idea how anybody under the age of 40 lives in New York City, particularly in Manhattan. I have no clue, how it's possible. You look at a 1-bedroom apartment, and it'll cost $1.7 million, and the housing fee, the association fee, or the condo fee will be $5,000 a month. So you're looking at it's $12,000 a month to live in downtown Manhattan. You're just who lives there? Who actually lives there compared to the people who used to live there back in the day? And the answer is all of this stuff has just been inflated like crazy, right? Because the banks have been propped up by inflation, and they have then taken all of that new money and they've done what? They've lent it out, and all of that lending has gone into assets like property, and so property's gotten more expensive, and so people have to then borrow more money to get into it, which means they're more levered up, and it moves further and further out of their reach. And this is something which has occurred everywhere across the Western world, right? The industrialized world. We've seen real estate go absolutely bananas everywhere. And this is why. It's not because real estate has suddenly become more useful for the first time in 100,000 years of human history. That in London, it's terrible. I think the average house is 20x.
Canada,
Australia, they're even worse than the US. And so 20x housing, whereas the historical mean, right, is 3 to 4x. And when I left London 10 years ago-ish, it was about 8-9x, and now I looked it up, so it was it's 15 to 20x.
Have you seen China's housing market?
No. Yeah, well, that's collapsed as well.
Yeah.
How do you de-inflate that?
What?
Well, if you
de-inflate the actual, let's say the renting market and even the buyer's market?
You stop subsidizing it, and you let the market do its work. And if you don't stop subsidizing it, right, and you just keep letting it go and go and go, right, by just continuing to run the printer, one day, right, it may not be today, it may not be tomorrow, it may not be 50 years from now, although I don't think it's going to wait that long. One day, right, the market decides that your claims about how the world is supposed to work are no longer credible, and then it reprices everything, right? And so including your currency, including all of your assets, everything, and including your debt. And so the U.S. hasn't gotten to the point where it's no longer credible to issue treasury bonds, right? It's not, and no one.
The point is when people start losing faith. And that's the point.
Oda and Preston, do you guys think it would be smart or a good idea to, let's say, the U.S. default on their debt?
Bad idea. Very bad idea.
Very bad idea?
Yeah, because
right, yeah, go ahead.
To give you so when some major company tells you they have $230 billion, let's say, in cash, do you think they're just putting that in a bank somewhere? Where do you think that is? What the cash that they're telling you isn't actually in cash, it's in cash equivalents. And most of that cash equivalent is bonds. So if the U.S. were to default on their bonds, guess what? There goes the entirety of the cash of almost every single company in the country.
Yeah, that's right.
Interesting. Yeah.
And what the U.S. needs to do is it needs to stop spending money, right? And it needs to do so. It needs to stop spending money. And there are two ways you can do that. Either you can reduce spending really, really aggressively and not grow, or you can restructure the way that spending takes place and income takes place, and you can grow, right, at the same time. So like if I'm one of the people advising Donald Trump, right, I'm going through like a bunch of different. I have confidence that like they mean business this time, and they're gonna like try to actually get something to change rather than just continue this slow roll towards inevitable destruction. So like path A is we continue the slow roll towards inevitable destruction, and the risk keeps building up in various parts of the system until eventually the system can no longer satisfy the programmatic demands that it sets for itself, and then it collapses, right? So that's option A, which is not a good option, but it's the one that our government has been following fairly consistently since the 1980s. So option B is that you try to get there by just doing cuts, and leaving everything else intact. And I don't think that moves the needle because you've got all of this non-discretionary spending. You've got various state governments that spend money like crazy. You're not changing fundamentally the way the economy works. Option 3 is, I think, something that's being batted around in the government, which is that potentially restructure the way that the economy works by restructuring how taxes are paid and collected. So Trump has hinted at potentially this new external revenue service, which is going to focus on tariff collection. And then also focus on President McKinley, right, who was very dedicated to collecting taxes and tariffs. I think if we did something like that, okay, we're going to tariffs, that's going to replace the income tax, we're going to abolish the income tax, and encourage everybody to invest, right? So like the $3 trillion that Trump's got, right? It's just like it goes over and it might be better for the
leave him
Wait a second. Let me just add this. So in 2023, the U.S. imported $3.1 trillion worth of goods. 3.1. The income tax that year was $2.2 trillion.
Okay, so it's higher.
Yes, it is. That's the income.
Tariffs would totally fix a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but tariffs would not be able to make. If you were to increase tariffs, you would not have $3.1 trillion of stuff coming into the U.S. Right? And
why not? I mean, people need stuff, right?
Yeah, but then you would have domestic products being made.
Yeah.
Maybe
because then you can
we
export it.
conquer. Yeah, but that would mean have stuff locally.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
also local, and also you get to export it,
Yeah,
right?
true.
The problem with Americans is they're not creating anything. They don't manufacture anything, like except for like a handful of things, right?
If
And
you
the stuff that you manufacture is too expensive.
If you also have tariffs, and those are causing inflation inside of the country, what you also have is that the Federal Reserve is going to increase interest rates, and your dollar is going to go higher in value, and then you're not going to be export competitive.
You know, why would we be? We're sitting here building all of the chips and everything in the meantime.
Yeah.
The rest of the world, Europe is going to be like, you know, it's going to be like free range humans.
Yeah, but I'm saying, how are you realistically going to replace the income tax?
Well, people are going to buy American products regardless. If you got NVIDIA producing chips in America, people are going to buy it because it's NVIDIA. It's good. I mean, it's not shit. There's no Chinese alternative to it. So America effectively has a monopoly on a lot of different industries. The happy about it right now. Chips, of course.
Yeah, but NVIDIA is not making them in the US. NVIDIA is making them in Taiwan.
Oh, I know. That's what I'm saying. Bring it stateside. Let Americans produce it, right? Let Americans make it. Then they have the tariffs. And yes, they don't have to basically have tax effectively on it. So fucking let them do have to do it anyway. And that's how I'm going to states come.
Let's say, just for sake of argument, that we get AGI in 2027, right? Or something very approximate close to that. And if you were to bring that AGI to a robot, that robot is going to take care of your mother, right? You just got to deserve your or invincible setting. It's going to do so as well as a nurse, right? You just reduce the cost of healthcare.
Pure copper line with 2 batteries, so you can work for 6 hours straight, save time and save your joints.
Expensive
It feels super
in relation
comfortable in
to
my
the
hand.
US
For projects, and it'll work all the time.
Medicare.
All side houses.
Let's say now you get a young 30-year-old guy who doesn't have health insurance, right? He gets hurt, he goes to the hospital, and he needs to get medical treatment to be stitched up. We've got AGI, right? And Medicaid, that's another really big component of the
expanded no time and no attending required. The sectional sofa is the ultimate way to add a luxurious touch to your living space. Made with natural foam fiber and wool upholstery, the sofa is buttery soft. Plus, with the included pillows and cushions, you'll have all the support you need. Find it on
now you say,
now.
okay, well, listen, we've got a doctor supervising the facility, but we also have a robot doctor who can provide first aid and whatever. And that robot doctor is going to deal with this because it's going to be dealt with automatically, and he's going to just do the stitching. That's fine, right? And you have AGI, right? You have that. Congratulations, you just deleted Medicaid basically entirely from the thing. Okay, next up, Social Security is the other big one. So that's a huge component of the U.S. non-discretionary spending budget. Now I don't know how you deal with that, but I can tell you what, like you can probably, maybe we say you're going to have universal basic, assistant, right, to live with you and help you do things and keep you going around the house and doing whatever. And that's what you do instead of Social Security. It's like, cool, well, you're going to have a garden that helps you grow foods. You're not going to spend money on it. And basically all you need to do is spend money on electricity, and your robot will help you with everything else. Like, it'll fix your car, it'll do this, it'll do that. I don't know, right? That's what
it's going to fix a lot of stuff. I mean,
it's going to break a lot of stuff. Yeah, but it's going to fix a lot of stuff. And most of the stuff.
People only focus on the breaking stuff because they're selfish and they're extremely narrow-minded. They're like the horse and buggy people when they invented the car, right? You got Superman and Henry Ford for this. But realistically, right, let's be optimists about this. And optimism is, it's inseparable from realism if you really think about it. You look at the NHS in the UK, look at the Canada, really bad because not enough doctors. UK especially bad. Seriously, not enough doctors. Completely underpaid. Not enough to even diagnose a thing. So if you want to get blood work done by the NHS, right, it's free. Takes you a minimum of about 2 weeks. Blood work. Meanwhile, in Dubai, if I want to get blood work done, it's back in like an hour. Okay, super fast, and they can scan for everything. If it's more, thorough scan might take 2 days, right, maximum. That's and in America, I assume it's the same thing. It's very fast. 30 minutes, you get your blood work done, right? That's your average trip to the doctor. You pay for it, but you get it done. You bring in AI or AGI, and suddenly the NHS problems, 95% of those problems disappear. Because right now, the biggest problem with Canada's system and the British system is that there's simply not enough power, right? Not enough people working there, and they don't want to work there. It's too, they don't pay very well. You add, digital doctors or virtual doctors to the mix, AI doctors. Suddenly, 95% of problems go away. The doctors can focus on being specialists because that's what you need them for, and everybody else, you won't have this personnel problem, and you won't have to worry about paying these doctors. And like AI or AGI is going to fix a lot of stuff. And right now, people are just focused on, oh my God, it's taking away the jobs of artists. Like, honestly, who gives a fuck about artists? Okay?
I'm looking at a chart right now. I'm looking at a chart of the 2022 total U.S. government spending, right? Education, 19% of the budget, $1.75 trillion. Now, there are, you currently have, right, AI assistants that are providing like master's level teaching to kids through like Khan Academy and various other things. I think a school just opened up in Arizona where an artificial intelligence system, basically the teacher just sits there and makes sure that the child is at her desk. And the AI provides an individualized teaching experience for every single student, right, sitting in the classroom. So you've got a room full of 20 kids, and the AI is constantly tracking their progress and delivering individualized education to every single one of them.
That's so good.
If you think about that, like if once they crack it, right, once you got the LLM, which is capable of delivering a university level education and also like assessing the university level education, you just delete. Like as soon as you have that, great. We have good news, everybody. We have universal basic education. This is the certification that you're going to get. This is the program that's going to administer it. You will get a $500 iPad, right, if need be, free of charge from the federal government. And if you lose it or sell it on the black market, you're going to have to pay for another one. But this certification will be accepted for employment purposes by every federal agency. And if you get a high school diploma using this AI, like because it's a verifiable one, it's not like a high school diploma where you graduate and you can't read. It's like if you get a high school diploma, you're eligible for federal service, and you should be eligible for your college job as well. If you do that, right, which we are very, very close to doing, you delete 20% of the U.S. federal budget. Gone. Just disappears. Because you've suddenly said teaching is now something which is done by robots, and if human beings are going to do it, then you've got to have a really good reason for justifying their involvement, and maybe it becomes something which is private. But like we are this close to having individualized tutoring for every man, woman, and child. And yes, it's man, woman, and child. You could do your own course at home. You could have a Socratic dialogue with an LLM where you say, okay, cool, like teach me Greek philosophy. Let's do that. And you can go do it on your own, and you'll just be able to pre-program it and customize it. It's like just that alone, 20%. Healthcare. I don't know if we'll be able to get rid of the whole thing, right? But you can probably get rid of a lot, particularly on the welfare side. Social Security pensions is 17% of the budget. Interest payments are 6% of the budget in 2022. That's got to have gone up significantly as our borrowing costs have gone up. And defense is 1.1 trillion. And I don't think that's going down anytime soon because of the world situation. But like, we spend 20% on education. We can just fucking delete it and replace this with AI. There's like no reason that should be state funded.
Yeah. The only reason that people are opposed to the Department of Education being, completely removed or AI education in general is because they're used to this broken system. They're so used to it. They're like, no, this is how things work, and I'm used to being in a massive classroom with 60 students and one teacher who's unable to control any of them. And they think that is how things are supposed to work. Let me tell you, right, that is unnatural, right? Throughout history, thousands of years, humans never had gigantic classrooms. That whole idea of being in a gigantic classroom, crammed full of students who are not paying attention to it.
You know where that comes from? You ever heard of the thing?
No. Let me know.
Factory workers. It comes from Prussia. So basically, in Prussia, they needed to figure out a way to field large land armies to go fight Napoleon. And so what they did is and for that, you needed literate soldiers who could be ordered around and follow orders and move in mass formations. So they set up these public schools, these Hochschulen. I just butchered the German. They set up these Hochschulen. They set up these high schools. Sorry. I can't. I'm not a German speaker, unfortunately. So they set up all these schools, and then in the United States, you have guys like Horace Mann went and took the model in like the 1830s, 1840s, and they said, "Wow, this is brilliant. Look at these people that they're producing. They're producing these well-educated, literate citizens. We should roll that out here too, instead of having people who are just working on farms and not going to school." So that model basically originated because it was supposed to produce obedient citizens who were capable of being conscripted. And that's exactly what our school system does. And that's exactly what it's geared towards. Obedient people who can be conscripted into the workforce at this point rather than the military. So it's like that system is brittle. It doesn't work. It's not fit for purpose. And like we now have something so superior, right? It's just a question of getting someone, getting a policy push like hard enough that we can just break it, right? And just say this is not how it's. Firstly, you got to get tech good enough to do it, so that you can.
Yeah. If you want to roll it out half-baked, yeah, that would kill it. Yeah.
So Preston, just an idea, and send to you, Ian. What do you guys think about, like, let's say you go to a middle school, and instead of like going through high school, you end up like basically you go towards like a targeted vocational.
Oh yeah, vocational schools are a good idea. I absolutely agree with that because right now schools are basically cut and paste, right? They're cookie cutter. They don't create specializations. You go through grade school and then you go to middle school and you go to high school and then you end up in a college with a degree that you don't want to take and a couple of minors that you don't give a shit about. That's literally what most people do these days. That's why very rarely, like the statistics that show this, very rarely does a person actually get a job in the profession in the degree that they have, right? Like I know a chemist who works as a fucking writer of all things. He makes a living being a writer than he does being a petrochemist. And there's a big problem with this current system is that it's basically producing specializations for people who are not really fit for the jobs that they, get a degree in. You want to get rid of 6 years of schooling. Right now, schooling takes too long. 12 years is retarded. It just literally is fucking retarded. And until people go to school for more than 12 years, if they go to, like a specialized school that actually teaches them something like law school or medical school, they actually do learn things there. So why are we, in general, why are people wasting 12 years of their life going to a school, not really learning anything, and then ending up, actually learning something in college, if they go to a place like a medical school or a vocational school, in which case they actually do learn something. We need to change the system so it cuts out 6 years. So they spend 6 years in basic. Essentially, you got your basic school. That's grade school, right? Your basic math, basic science, basic, logic, right? Teach kids logic. They don't teach kids logic these days. They just do the Common Core system that needs to just be fucking wiped out, erased off the map along with Obama, right? Like everything that he created is just trash. Get rid of that. Teach kids logic. Teach them how to think, not what to think, but how to think. Don't make them memorize stuff because that doesn't help them. Teach them the value of critical thinking. You do all of that first. Your basic reading, basic math, all that stuff. And then afterwards, you give them a track, right? It's like, do you want to go into athletics? Do you want to go into some vocation, right? And if you pick a vocation, which I assume most people will, they want to pick a trade, they want to, learn stuff, to do things with their hands, maybe become an engineer or something, then they get into an apprenticeship where they actually learn on site at the age of I would say at the age of 14 or 15 or 16, they should be out there working on a site, learning from a master. This is how things used to be, right? If you want to be a blacksmith in the Middle Ages, just, you became an apprentice for him, right? You were 14 years old, they teach you, okay, here, go make a basic sword. Go make a basic, what do you call it, like a farm implement, right? A farm tool. Go make a bunch of them, go make 20 of them, go make 50 of them. And then by the time you're like 18, you are a fucking master at that point because you know how to build stuff. I mean, I watch a lot of these YouTubers who do go to apprenticeships, or they even teach themselves in a lot of cases because they take it up upon themselves to do it. And by the time they're like 20-something, they're fucking masters at what they do, right? Because, the thing about that people don't seem to understand about children, or at least, teenagers, is that they learn really quickly. They absorb this knowledge a lot faster than if, say, I, as a 40-year-old, would have picked it up. It would take a lot longer for me to figure it out because my brain is solidified, right? It's no longer a bunch of gray matter that's, rustling around in my brain. It's already smooth at this point, right? We're all smooth-brained idiots, everybody on this space. But if you're a teenager, you can learn and absorb things really easily, and that's when you want to teach them how to be good at stuff. That's the reason why, back in the day, if you look at, some of the great engineers, great musicians, the great architects of their time, right, in the 15th century, 16th century, 17th century, up until like maybe the 19th century, they were really fucking young. Look at the founding fathers. The average age was 24. They were really smart. They were politically savvy. They were tradesmen. They were good at what they did, right? They were masters. They were artists, painters. They could do anything. And that's because they were not stifled by 12 years of bullshit education. We need to bring something like that back. And AI is a good way forward because we have way more people now than we do back then. So we can't exactly go back to what we used to have, right? But we can most certainly, start harnessing the power of the youth. This whole idea that they need 12 years of fucking education, and then by the time they go to college, they're like stunted adolescents. Because, look at these kids now. Like 30 years old, and they act like children. They're not they're like emotionally incontinent. They're stupid. They can't control themselves. Like, this is not how adults are supposed to be, okay? Like, adults, by the time you're 16, you ought to be an adult. You ought to be a fucking man by that point. You ought to be able to work. You ought to be an artisan. You ought to be, good at your job, and at the very least be competent at your job. And that was how it used to be. And now, you put these fucking 24-year-olds in a workplace situation, and they're quitting. They're having depression. They're saying that they're too stressed out from working 20 hours a week. That is fucking insane. It is untenable. It needs to stop. Otherwise, humanity is just completely doomed.
I absolutely agree with you. There's a lot of people in the Western countries, they have no idea what the Eastern countries and the kids, like locally, I spoke about it. I grew up in Iraq, and I had kids in my school because their dad died in the Iran-Iraq war. They were leaving school, and they had like a little chamber type of thing, and they were like selling gums and other different little things just to support their family. And they were like basically like literally sixth graders and fifth graders. They leave school and they go to the local market and they set up their little thing.
And they become traders, right? Very young.
Yeah. And
like I grew up in Malaysia, right? And I know the same thing. I mean, not that we've been through war or anything, but the people I went to school with, every single one of them, right? Unless they went to like a college education or something, and even if they did, many of them, by the time they were like 18, they were already picking up their parents' trade. So I knew this guy was like one of my best friends, and his parents were like Chinese food stall hawkers, right? They made like wonton noodles. And by the time he was 16, he was learning how to make wonton noodles. And now I can go there and buy wonton noodles from him. It's a family business, right? The guy makes amazing wonton noodles, and that's his life, and it pays pretty well. And that's what they did. By the time he was 16, he was already learning the parents' trade, right? And he learned really young. He even took like chef's training to make his food a little bit better. But ultimately ended up working for his family, right? Because that's how things are done in these countries. Where if let's say your dad is a carpenter, or he's like he's like a construction worker or something, not like a regular guy, but like someone who designs stuff on site, a foreman or something. The son is gonna pick up that business, right? I know another guy. His family runs like a funeral parlor. Well, he took it up too, he runs the funeral parlor now. You know, it's a trade, right? He builds the coffins and so on. Like that. This is how things are done, and I'm sure they've done. You know, like trade families in America obviously still do this, but that is the only system that really works. But for everybody else, you know, who are sending their kids to public school or spending 12 years in school and then going to college and then learning nothing, right? Those kids are fucked because they don't have that leg up. They don't have that. You know, by the time they're like say 25, for example. The kids whose parents, they took up the trade of their parents, they already have 10 years of experience on top of everybody else, right? Like all these other kids, you go to school like for the full length and they go to college, they don't have any experience at all by the time they're 25. So they don't know how to tolerate the workplace. You know, you shove them out there, they start quiet quitting, like I said. It's insane.
Absolutely not. Yeah, I agree with you. And can you imagine these kids, the same one you're talking about, having the same long conversation that we're actually having right now? They will absolutely not survive because they will be immediately decoupled and it's like, oh my god, I was like, no, this is too much for me.
You get stressed out, yeah. That's right, yeah. I mean, I was caring for myself by the time I was like 19, you know. I got out of the house, I started working, got into like fucking video game development of all things, and like web publishing, and then that was self-taught. I didn't go to college for that. There's no point in it. And I got good at it. It's not that hard if you force yourself to work really young. And at that point, I'd probably been making websites since I was like 14 or 15, right? So it was pretty easy for me to transition into a like professional space and be like, yeah, I'll do this professional. I get paid for it now instead of just being a hobbyist, right? That's how like web development was back in like the 2000s, early 2000s. You don't see like you don't see these kids taking the initiative to do anything like this because they're just playing video games all day and they're not doing anything with it, right? You see a handful of people obviously become hackers or like Elon Musk when he made a video game when he was a teenager, right? That's what people need to be doing. They need to be self-taught or they need like a family that can educate them on the trade.
No, I agree, man. I was 5 years old. I was in kindergarten. My family grew up fairly wealthy before we got fucked by Saddam Hussein. And my dad was like sending his driver basically pick me up and my brothers from school to go to his textile factory. So I know all about textile, like literally. I know all about textile. And my dad's machinery, they were old. They were like silicone machines. They were Japanese from the 1950s. And we were doing like the knitting and everything from the textile and all that stuff. I was 5 years old. And I was like replacing fucking ball bearings and everything else in these machines and heavy machinery. And since I was 5, and I graduated out of that into my dad and my family business, into jewelry business, and we're like making jewelry, like basically rings and stuff like that, and bracelets.
You know how to use the tools, right? I mean, it was very easy for you to transition from making ball bearings to like jewelry because kind of use the same tools.
Yeah, exactly. Then I deviated. I was like, okay, I want to do my own thing, and I went into the tech thing, and I opened my own business when I was 14 because there was no restrictions in Iraq, and I opened my own computer shop when I was 14, and I was selling computers, and it was like a Pentium 1, and and then I did like the daisy chain computers to do networking, and we're like playing red alerts and stuff like that. Yeah.
It's like a little app.
Yeah, all cool stuff. Yeah.
This guy just said red alert, man. I don't even think these people know, man. They used to come in a box with a CD.
Yeah.
bad, man. Yeah, I love that game. Yeah, I used to be savage at that thing.
That's what I used to do as well. As a teenager, I'd set up a little LAN thing for my friends. Do a little LAN party and stuff that you learn on your own. It's fun, right? It's like, oh, you want to play Quake together? Okay, how do you do it, right? First of all, you download QuakeNet or something, and then you set up a LAN thing. It's actually not that hard. If you're that young and you're interested in doing something, you got a goal, right? Your goal is to play with your friends, and you can't play on a single computer. That's just not how Quake works, right? It's one computer per game. So you figure it out. You learn LAN, you learn a little bit of basic networking. Once you figure it out, you read a bunch of tutorials, right? You figure it out on your own because back then tutorials are terrible to find. So, it's really easy. And now it's honestly, it's easier than ever to set these things up. If you want to do a LAN center, it's super easy to set up nowadays, right? Because you can just use Rain, for example, to set it up. But the problem is, the education system is not incentivizing people to set out on their own and figure things out. It's only thanks to, I would say, YouTubers and even TikTokers to a good extent where people are learning the trades. I like watching a lot of creators where they mod their systems or they're like, okay, I want to take a PlayStation 1 and I want to make a better version of it with a better graphics card, with HDMI outputs. How do you do that? Because you can't exactly connect analog systems to HDMI TV. It doesn't work. The connections suck, and you can buy a little dongle and set that up, but it looks like shit, right? So you figure out how to do soldering. You learn some tutorials, you watch some YouTube. How do I solder things together? And it's like, oh, okay. Now you bought the parts. It's like $50. You buy something off eBay, like an old PlayStation 1, and then you learn soldering, and then you learn how to mod your system, and suddenly you've got basic soldering knowledge. And now you're gonna think, okay, I know how to solder things. I'm gonna take on a more difficult thing to do. I'm gonna work on something new, and then eventually you're producing your own products. Who knows?
Exactly.
Or turn into a little business where you're making PCBs for people. I know some people who make PCBs, and that's cool as fuck. And they're just part of the modding community.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I did. I went to vocational, instead of regular high school, I went to technical school for electronic engineering, and I had fun with it. I literally did. And and I was doing a circuit board with the chips and all that stuff, and I was making all kind of and that was back in the day. I was making all kind of trying to making the DoD lights dance and flash out in a certain patterns and stuff like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now it's so much easier, right? You got things like Apple has the HomeKit setup, right? It's easy to work with. You can play around with all the APIs that they offer. They're all free. They're all fully documented, and you can just buy a Raspberry Pi and decide, what, I'm going to make my I'm going to turn my home into an app where every button is pre-configured. It's programmed on my phone. This is stuff you can learn to do by yourself in a single evening if you have the willingness to do it.
Yeah, we need to get back to that, and we need to teach the kids to actually enjoy these type of stuff. And I admire the kids from third world countries like Malaysia, India, and a bunch of other countries actually. These kids are actually extremely smart, and they're very well versed, and they're very eager to learn. And don't put them down. Actually, just give them the opportunity to expand, because they actually come out and they become fucking geniuses. Yeah, and I've met people in Europe, same thing, kids in Europe as well, in Ukraine, Eastern Europe, same thing. These kids are extremely smart, they're very good with coding, stuff like that. And I was like, hey, you know what? If you're a parent or just encourage your kid to have fun with whatever hobby they explore, and just encourage them to actually explore that. And instead,
they'll make a shit ton of money too. I mean, look at the Russians that made FaceApp, right? People think it's a Chinese software. No, it's a Russian piece of software developed in Cyprus by a bunch of basically hacker dudes, right? And they figured out, okay, let's take biometric data, let's figure out how we can alter it. And they were so good at it that Snapchat bought them up for a lot of money, right? Like $500 million, $500 million, $500 million bought it from them. And then what did they do? They turned around, made another program, sold it again to Snapchat. It's how it's got this whole built-in face modifier thing, right? If you use Snapchat, you can point to your camera and a TV screen, and it's going to turn all the people on screen into different characters or something. That's the thing they developed, right? Snapchat didn't come up with that. Snapchat bought it from these guys, from these Russians. And it's like, this is what you can do, And I see the same thing with people who've contributed to Meta, to X. It's a lot of hacker talent that produces this stuff, and these are hardcore engineers. That's what Elon calls them. He's hired a bunch of them to go work for him. If you look at some of the guys that he's hired, and they're really funny on X because they shit post a lot. But these guys they're all hackers, right? They got all these hacker backgrounds, and they made products on their own. They didn't go to college for it. They didn't work for some big company. Maybe some of them worked for some big companies, but it was a side job, right? They had projects in their own time, and these are the people that Elon is hiring. I don't know if you guys have seen, but if you look at the job hiring, he's looking for senior engineers. They don't want to see your degrees. They don't care if you have 4 years at some fucking university where you learned how to do a thing. That's useless, right? They want to see your projects. What have you made? What have you actually made? If it's good, they're gonna hire you.
To be honest with you, I got 3 interviews at Neuralink and 1 at X, and I can tell you right now, the amount of coding that I've done in my life is the only reason why I even got there.
Mm-hmm.
And from what I saw in the Wall Street Journal and stuff, they said it's harder to get into MIT than to get an interview at any of those places. And if that's actually the case, I didn't go to MIT, but if that's the case, I mean, I have about 15 years almost outside of college and just straight up nonstop either coding, building something in IT to that level. I can attest to that. But when they ask me what have I built, the products that I've built and the people that I've worked for speak for itself. That's the thing. That's the difference. That's the only reason why I even got the interview, was literally because some people don't know, but I worked at NiceHash, and NiceHash is the biggest mining company in the world, crypto mining.
I used to use it. Yeah.
Exactly, it's the biggest company in the world. I was doing a lot of the back end stuff with ASICs and how everybody gets paid at a crazy amount. I was doing all of that back end coding. It was hard, but now they know. They're damn, imagine what you could do for us. That's the way that they look at it when they hire. They didn't give it. To be honest with you, when we talked, they didn't even ask me what I did for in between that. They didn't care.
Yeah, you got a project. Yeah, you got something, a proof of concept, if you will.
It's merit based. We need to go. We need to get back to merit based. It's okay, are you capable of doing the thing that your claim to do? And a lot of people's resumes are fake, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
that's why you want to see projects. Yeah.
Yeah, even when I worked at the federal government and I was reviewing, because I was a senior, government analyst, and I was part of the review board for incoming people that coming in, and with the federal government, plays with it because if the person is like a veteran, then they have a bunch of brownie points. Then
Oh yeah, I read about that, where essentially the HR in a lot of these federal agencies, they ran off a bunch of questions, and if you answered it properly and you knew how to answer it, didn't really matter what your qualifications were, what your portfolio was. All that mattered is how you answered the questions, and so you got a really bunch of shitty candidates in there who are answering the questions correctly. They don't actually have either the experience or know how to actually run things. They just answer the questions correctly because somebody gave them a cheat sheet.
well, that's one. The other thing, if you're a military veteran,
yeah, you get a bonus point.
Yeah, you get like a bunch of points, and you get the upper hand, even though you know nothing about the fucking job, but they have the obligation to hire you before somebody actually have the experience. That is fucking discrimination. I mean, with all due respect to all veterans, but if you're not capable of actually taking over an actual job, and the only reason that you're gonna get hired just because you're a veteran, that's bullshit. Yeah.
It's not merit based.
Yeah, that is bullshit. I mean, I don't give a shit. I mean, I spent between 2003 until I got discharged 2 weeks before this last election. That was like 20 plus years, and between special operations and a bunch of other agencies. No. It's not. Yeah, like with me, it's not gonna happen. I'm sorry. It's like I'm not gonna look at you just because you served.
Because of the bankruptcy status.
You served in the military. I mean, you could have been a truck driver, and you're applying for an intelligence type of job, like you're completely inept and stuff. No. Sorry. You have no qualifications here. Yeah.
So one of the problems when you look at some corporations that don't hire in the way that Elon hires for his companies, right? Because he hires his company people, the personnel. If he does the hiring personally, he'll interview them and he will look at what they've done, how they interact, if they're good at their job rather than their qualifications on paper. That's the reason why he doesn't ask them, which college did you go to, right? Do you have 4 years of this? Do you have 10 years of experience in this thing? They don't ask them for that. They just ask them, and they ask them to show evidence of what they're good at. And that is like the best proof, right?
That's fine, man. Yeah. Resume should be reflected on
your portfolio.
Yeah.
What you're actually good at, what you've done.
Accomplishment. Yeah, like
it's the same thing with Steam, right? And with Valve Software. They're probably the most profitable video game company in the world that you've never heard of, right? They're the ones who make Steam Deck, VR, and all this stuff, right? They made Half-Life, and now they are like the #1 seller of video games on PC and other platforms like Linux and so on. They don't hire people based on their resumes either. They don't hire people from Full Sail University because they have a 4-year degree in video game design. They don't hire these people because those people have zero experience. Instead, the people that they look to are people with experience modding, right? Now, what you might be wondering, what the fuck is modding, right? So if you have a video game and you modify it and you create your own game based on it, or you play with the engine and you create your own maps, you learn the tools by yourself, or maybe you read a bunch of tutorials, but then you get really good at it, right? Let's say you're a Minecraft map designer, and you have like this hobby thing where you design a whole world by yourself. That's your little project, right? You did it in your spare time. You spent 2,000 hours making this thing. Or, if you're like a Fortnite player, you're not just gaming, maybe you don't even fucking play a game, but you make stuff in it. You're a creator. These are the people that Epic Games and Steam are going to hire. They're going to look at that and think, that's really fucking cool, right? I mean, that's awesome. We want you to work for us. Because those are the people who create things. If you're like a Unreal Engine developer, for example, and anybody can be an Unreal Engine developer, you just download the software, it's free, and then you make tools for it. Epic is probably going to hire you. They think, oh wow, this guy knows how to work with our tools, first of all, and he's making stuff for it. He's making plugins. He's making mods for it. He's actually developing for it. He's part of that community. Yeah, they're going to hire you, right? Versus some guy who went for 4 years in MIT and learned some stupid degree that doesn't really help it. Like, where's the evidence that you did it? If there's not there's a pretty good chance that if you went to MIT and you pick up these the skill, then you probably do have a portfolio like that anyway, because a lot of these kids are really smart to begin with. But then there's like a million kids that who go to any old fucking state university and take some crappy degree. They don't produce anything. They're just doing it because for them it's just it's an education. They think they're gonna get hired instantly. And these are the people that you generally see complaining online about how they attended 4 years of college, they got a computer science degree, and they're not being hired to any of the companies. Gee, I wonder why. I mean, do you have anything to show for it? Like, are you good at programming? Have you developed websites? Have you made your own, have you made your own apps, your own tools?
Let me ask you this here. Let's say you want to hire a journalist under your belt.
Yep.
And this is for the audience that's listening. So I'm applying for a job, let's say, with you in your company.
Yep.
What question would you ask me?
I want to see your articles. I want to read them. I want to see if they're good. I want to see if they're well argued. I want to see how many people shared them, right? I want to see if you have a Substack page. If you're a journalist, you claim to be a journalist, and you claim to be a good one, and let's say I'm looking to hire a journalist to work for me, I want to see if you have a Substack. I want to see what stories you've broken. Where's your blog?
Where's your medium? Where's everything? Like, show me how many different articles you wrote. Show me what stories you broke. If you're, you do geopolitics, have you gone to like war zones? Have you done certain things? Like, I really want to see. It depends on what they're like. It really depends. If it's an editor, it's one thing. If it's a writer, it's another. If it's an editor-in-chief, how many people have you been able to edit for in a day? There's a lot of different things.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's all evidence-based, right? It's merit-based. I want to see if you ran a good operation, if you claim to be an editor of a publication, right? I want to see how long you ran that magazine for. Did you dedicate your work into it, your time and your effort, your blood, sweat, and tears? I want to see if you did that. And if you did, then welcome aboard. But if you went to J school for 4 years, I don't give a shit about that. I don't care if you went to J school. Like, it doesn't matter to me. A million people go to J school. They don't turn into anything. They turn into baristas. They're not good at their jobs. They don't care about it. They just went to J school because it's like the easiest fucking thing in the world to do, right?
I mean, I would even say the same thing about lawyers. There are so many employees, who get their degree and they do not go into the field. They have no courtroom experience. They don't actually practice law, but they'll claim the title because it gives them some level of prestige. And then they'll try to get policy positions when they don't actually understand the implications of their actions.
Yeah. Do you know what I hope? This is what I hope. With Elon Musk and his relationship with Donald Trump, I hope all the independent journalists like Jordi, Ian, and a bunch of others, Walter Kurt, actually I spent the weekend with him in Washington, D.C. We got our asses freezed. Get actually a front row at the press briefing at the White House, because we are, or you guys, not me, you guys are the actual media right now.
We are the media now.
And I hope that translates to an actual press briefing as independent journalists that actually get access to the White House briefing.
Yeah. Like there are real journalists out there, I'm not going to knock them. People like Tucker Carlson or Barry Weiss or Michael Schellenberger, they have journalistic
All
backgrounds.
these guys,
They're actual journalists. They're good at their jobs, yeah. So they deserve those positions. And I would love to see the FP at one of the press briefings. I'd love to see Michael Schellenberger, one of his guys, be there, right? I would love to see Christopher Rufo, one of the people that work for his organization, there, right? I mean, like Christina Button, she's a fantastic journalist. She should probably get a press pass, if anything, right? Love to see them there. That's what we need,
you guys should get a press pass because the traditional media is dead.
Yeah.
It's
like you can offer traditional media a space there as well because they do have an audience and they, people have to knock the traditional media and they deserve to be, but, there are instances where they do a pretty good job, right? The guys at Fox News, for example, fantastic, they're great journalists, right? The people at Daily Caller, also kind of traditional media, not really alternative media, also deserve a press pass. Daily Wire should be there, right? But yeah, we also need these smaller organizations that they should be represented too because they can at the very least, ask questions of the, to press secretaries or to spokesmen. Ask them a question that is not going to be from the mainstream. They're going to offer not even necessarily something that's completely dissenting, but at least it's going to be a different perspective, and we need that, right? The problem with the mainstream media right now is that it has only one perspective. That's Reuters and AP. That's it. That's literally it, right? And there's no dissenting perspectives. And in cases of politics, that's a particularly problematic thing when you have, 99% of them are saying that Elon Musk did the Sig Heil. That's just not true, right?
We're not doing that. Yeah, because I put shitload of stuff countering that bullshit. But it pisses me off so bad that Elon Musk was pumping his chest, and it was hey, I love you guys all, and they take him this.
Giving his heart out.
Yeah, and they take him that, and it was neo-Nazi salute.
No.
Yeah,
it's that particular thing is frustrating for me because, look,
to me, I'm in a fucking shootout war with fucking people. Literally, I'm at a point where
not literally, metaphorically.
No, I'm actually literally, not metaphorically. I'm fucking.
You're shooting them. You're shooting them in person in real life.
Yeah, no. I don't give a shit. I will fucking. Yeah.
Don't give a shit. Don't throw a fat post. Don't fucking fat post. Yeah. But no, the problem with giving Nazis credit for everything, that Elon does is, it's like a twofold or threefold thing where the Nazis will claim that he did the salute because they want to normalize their Nazi bullshit. There's not a lot of them, they're fringe, but they want to say, oh, look, it's cool, right? And the second problem is that, I know it's not, I know, listen, let me finish first. They will claim that it's a Nazi salute, that he's one of them, he's virtue signaling or dog whistling to them, right? That's what they'll claim. And the media hates Elon Musk, so they're going to double down on it, and in doing so, empower the Nazis by giving them this very innocuous gesture and claim that this is a Nazi thing. They use it to cancel people, right? They're empowering the Nazis because they hate Elon Musk more than hate Nazis, right? That is the fucking problem with the media, is they demonize people who don't deserve to be demonized. Elon Musk is the least which deserves to be demonized at all, right? And so they are giving Nazis power, essentially, and it frustrates me because it's why is it not okay to even give a Roman salute, right? Let's say it's a Roman salute where you clutch your heart and then you stick your arm out. That's a Roman salute. I guess that's kind of what he did. Maybe it's not intentional, but that is what he did. You could call it a Roman salute. And why is that wrong, though? Why the fuck did the Nazis get to claim that? Why did they get to claim a harmless gesture, right? This is not some gang sign where it's so elaborate.
How
it's a simple thing. You just stick your arm out.
Also, people are getting pissed at you when you do the whole, when you put the opposite of the Nazi symbol, it looks like a bit like the Nazi symbol, and then they get pissed off. They're like, no, this is a symbol that has existed for thousands of years.
The Buddhist symbol. Yeah. It's Nazism. It's so annoying because I saw them do this during when the Japanese had some sporting event, right? And if you look at their maps, any Buddhist shrine, right? Buddhist shrine, not Shinto shrine, but Buddhist shrines, they are represented on the map with that symbol, right? That ancient symbol that looks like a swastika. And all they had to change it. They had to fucking change it to placate these idiots because, people are like, oh my god, it's Nazis in Japan. It's like, how about you stop giving the Nazis everything? Man, the Nazis are fucking dead.
It's ridiculous. And the thing is, the swastika has existed for thousands of years in many cultures. The Persians have had it, the Indians have it, Japanese have it, Thais have it. You see it in ancient Sumeria. It's always been well known. And people are conflating the swastika with Heiken Kreuz, which is a hooked cross, which is what the Nazis use. They're not the same. And you're right, Ian, that we give way too much credit on the subject of the Roman victory salute. I mean, there was a tradition in America to use that, actually, and in the school system, people used to do it. We give way too much power to the NSDAP when we shouldn't. And Elon was doing, a very beautiful gesture where he was touching his heart and thanking all the people that have basically supported him and President Trump. I'm so sick of the Nazis.
Yeah, also the Bellamy fucking where you still need to palm out. Also the fucking mustache. You know what? Not a single person is allowed to do the fucking mustache anymore because of fucking because of Adolf Hitler. Exactly. And Charlie Chaplin had that mustache before Adolf Hitler did. Adolf Hitler stole it from him, right? He copied it. And now it's disassociated with Adolf Hitler. Nobody associates it with Charlie Chaplin, who was like the most famous entertainer of that time. That's insane, right? Like, the Bellamy salute, right, which was commonly done in America for probably 50 years, right? They recite the Pledge of Allegiance, you hold your hand to your heart, and then you reach your arm out, like you raise your arm out at 90-degree angle, and that was how it was done. But then after World War II, they were like, it's kind of too close to what the Nazis used to do, so let's just stop doing that, and let's just clutch our hearts, let's just hold our hearts, no more lifting your arm out anymore. And so, it's like, they gave it to the Nazis. What the fuck? Why would you do that? That's so stupid. Can we not associate it with that? Because, the French used to do it before the Nazis did it as well, right? The revolutionary French did that. They did basically what Elon did yesterday, and that was it's a liberation salute. Why the fuck would you give this to the goddamn Nazis?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there is a long-standing pattern of, racist, hyper-nationalist entities appropriating portions of other cultures to try and promote themselves because they see themselves as aligning with some ideal associated with that symbol. I think a really good example of that is how white supremacists have co-opted Nordic mythology and Norse runes, and you can't have a freaking tattoo without being considered a white supremacist, even if you might just be Scandinavian and find particular meaning in the tattoo associated with your own heritage and culture. It doesn't matter because they have turned that symbol into a symbol of the fucking Pepe the Frog. Yes.
Yeah. And the OK sign.
Let them steal this shit.
They're doing this with Christianity, right? They're doing this with Christianity. And the media keeps allowing them to do it by feeding this bullshit. So take a look at the guy who is the Secretary of Defense, right? Pete Hegseth, right? Great Christian, right? Amazing Christian, goes to church, all that stuff. And he's hardcore Christian, right? He's a true believer. And on his chest, he's got the Catholic cross, right? This cross, I forget what kind of cross it's called, but it's located in a lot of churches. If you look at the floors at a tile, you'll see that cross, right? And he has that tattooed on his chest. He's a true believer, follower of Christ. He has that. And what does the media do, right? It writes all these fucking hit pieces about him, calls him a white nationalist, calls him a Nazi because he's got this cross. It's like they're giving it to the Nazis. Now, the Nazis not even Christian to begin with, but now they're saying crisis king, right? You saw this when Candace Owens started virtually to the Nazis and saying crisis king, and all these Nazis who are not even Christians started saying that because it was a way for them to co-opt Christianity, right? They call it Christian nationalism. That's an invention, by the way, of the media, again, to claim that, that all Christians are like this. All Christians are actually Nazis. So they're demonizing Christians, real Christians, and evangelicals, Catholics alike. They're it's what the fuck? Why is the media doing this?
You know what this reminds me of? As you guys know what, in 1984, the book, how they're trying to create a new language, awareness used to mean awareness of the psyop layer, and it's turned into a psyop layer in and of itself.
Yep. That's right. If you look at the original definition of wokeness and the people who came up with the wokeness, which are black liberation activists, they meant that they were talking about a psyop layer, right? To become woke is to wake up from the Fed's lies, because federal government lies about a lot of black history, and that's true. I mean, you can dislike a lot of black liberation people, but they do have a fucking point that the FBI did do a bunch of terrible shit to black people. That's just a fact, right? They did the whole AIDS vaccine on them, like not AIDS vaccine, the polio vaccine, and then afterwards people magically get AIDS. I mean, that's what they were talking about, right? They ran experiments on people.
Just see the community note on the Martin Luther King post, right?
Yeah, that's right. They tried to suppress him. They stopped the marches. They put him in danger, and they probably got him killed. Right? They radicalized someone to the point where that person murdered Martin Luther King, right? That stuff did happen. Look at Waco. It is undeniable. Now, you would say this, 30 years ago, they would turn you into a fucking political martyr. Like, look at Roger Ver. He spoke out about this stuff in 1998 when he ran for office in California, right? The FBI didn't like it. They didn't like the fact that he was talking about Waco so much. So they tried to bust him on the smallest little things, and then he went to jail for 10 years because he sold fireworks on eBay for $300. That is how insane that is. They want to shut this guy up. So when he comes out, right, in 2013, he gets into Bitcoin, he gets really big on it, right, and he's like one of he had like fucking 10 million Bitcoin at some point. And he decides, you know what, I'm going to leave America, I don't want to deal with this shit anymore, I'm just going to sell all my stuff and just leave, right? That's why he went to one of the islands, I forget where, St. Kitts, I think. And then, a few years later, they're like, how can we still get this guy? So they get him on like Bitcoin taxes that he didn't pay for, that he didn't even have that stuff anymore. They wanted to pay like your current prices or some crazy bullshit. And now he's facing 108 years in prison because he spoke out against the feds, essentially. That's like lawfare, to the point where it's like institutional lawfare, it's like legacy lawfare, where the people pursuing him now, who are pursuing Roger Ver now, they don't even know why they're going after him. They just know that that's what they need to do, right? That's the problem with bureaucracy, is that it's so institutional that lawfare just sticks around for fucking decades. And that needs to stop, right? Trump needs to end this stuff. He needs to pardon him, and he needs to say, yeah, this shit is not happening anymore. We're not going to run things like this.
What I find quite interesting are all these whiners talking about birthright citizenship. I'd love to have your thoughts on it, but I just like to say, I just think President Trump's in the right on it. I mean, he's a magnet for illegal migration. They come here, they make their kids, and then they wait for the kids to get to a certain age, like 21, and then they sponsor their parents, and then we get this chain migration. I'm getting attacked by many of my friends in the Indian community about this, and I'm just like, bro.
I saw this information on it, right? A lot of people are claiming that all of their migration status is all in jeopardy now because of this passage. But it's like they didn't even read the bill. It's not retroactive, so they're fine, right? Anyone who is in the U.S. right now, whose parents are who did this anchor baby type deal, they're fine. They're actually okay. It's just future children. It's future children that have to deal with this stuff. So just don't do it anymore. It's actually not bad.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact of the matter is that, we have a real problem of people just coming here to collect benefits. And, most countries in the world don't have birthright citizenship. India does not have birthright citizenship. Hell, they don't even have dual citizenships. They don't even let that happen. And it's just funny to hear a lot of folks from that community just go crazy about how, I need these visas, I need to have this right, I need to have this privilege. And I'm just thinking, well, it's a bit off-putting when India doesn't even have it.
I find it super weird that India doesn't let dual citizenship.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's their history. They have a long history of being ruled by outsiders, so they're just very protective and restrictive of their immigration system. And
yeah, but to me, that seems like a great way to make sure that any Indian that's successful outside of India doesn't come back.
Yeah. It backfires.
Yeah, I think it's something that's going to backfire. And it's
citizenship is generally a good thing. Also, a lot of people bring up the fact that it's 14th Amendment, right, that guarantees birthright citizenship. I have a counter to that, and I'm just going to read Ron DeSantis and what he wrote wrote about it. The guy's a lawyer. He knows what he's talking about. Not just for that, but in general, he just knows what he's talking about. So he says, the purpose of the 14th Amendment citizenship clause was to overturn the Dred Scott case, not to bestow citizenship on those present in the U.S. against the people's will as expressed in law. The Trump executive order will be litigated until the Supreme Court decides the question, which it has never decided, of whether children born to illegal aliens get constitutionally mandated citizenship. The framers of the amendment clearly did not believe so. Right? So the whole idea, right, that you could do what people are doing right now, which is to just have a child on American soil and then effectively, become American citizens, that's just not what the intention was. Absolutely not. That's what people don't seem to get. They're like, well, it's the 14th Amendment. It's like, you have to understand the intention of it. You have to be a constitutional scholar, which he is, right? You have to understand where were they coming from when they wrote this thing, right? It certainly wasn't from a place where they said, oh, yeah, let's just let everybody in. No, absolutely.
No, they were coming from Canada, the UK. They were coming from places of like where we want them to come in because they're scholars, they're great, like they're good people to actually, to reproduce here. That was the whole reason for it originally. And even to this day, like if, I guess two green card holders who obviously they had to have been here for 10 years, if they have somebody on American soil, it's like, okay, so what? Let's say, so what, they're Canadian? That's like, now they have like, I think now your green card holders have to go back to Canada.
I think though that the Supreme Court has ruled on it before. It was with like a Chinese parent or something.
I just feel like there's a lot of.
I'm pretty sure the Supreme Court has ruled on it before.
I mean, courts can always carve out exceptions for people who have already obtained citizenship or something along those lines.
No, but I'm talking about specifically with it being ruled on with the 14th Amendment. I'm pretty sure it's already gone through the Supreme Court.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm almost positive that there is an amendment, and that it probably is like for naturalized citizens or for like green card holders or for like there's an exception in there. I know there is, because there's no way that you have two people that are green card holders have a kid in a U.S. hospital and now you send them back. Like they have to go back to Canada because that child is now.
All right, so
it has no documentation over here.
I looked it up, yes. There was a court case in 1898. The case affirmed that a child born in the United States to parents of Chinese descent who were legally domiciled in the U.S. but not U.S. citizens was a U.S. citizen at birth under the Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment. So that's what has been ruled over.
Yeah, it's not definitive though. I mean, the reason the 14th Amendment even came about was due to the Dred Scott case, right? If you are not familiar, that's when Dred Scott v. Sanford, I'm actually just going to read it wrong here. This is the U.S. Supreme Court decision in 1857. So what happened was Dred Scott, he was a slave, right? He sued for his freedom in Missouri, arguing that he should be lived in free territories where slavery was outlawed. And the Supreme Court, in a 7-2 decision, they ruled against him, right? They delivered a majority opinion. They declared that if blacks, whether free or enslaved, were not U.S. citizens and therefore had no right to sue in federal court. And then the Missouri Compromise of 1820, which banned slavery in the U.S. territories, was unconstitutional, and Congress had no power to prohibit slavery in these territories. That's what they ruled, right? And so this actually exacerbated the tensions between the North and the South, and that actually is what started the Civil War, because at that point they were like, okay, so who actually has the right to rule, and who are the slaves and who aren't? Like this whole thing is what got this whole thing kicked off, and then eventually the 13th Amendment was passed in 1865 after the South lost, abolishing slavery, and then afterwards the 14th Amendment was later granted for anyone born or naturalized in the U.S., including former slaves. That was to make sure that all of these former slaves, right, the people who were freed after the 13th Amendment was passed, that they were effectively granted U.S. citizenship. This was made specifically in response to slavery, right? It was not made in response to a bunch of random outsiders coming in and having babies. Like, that was just not the intention. It was to free the slaves.
And you nailed it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
No. That's why. That's why.
Yeah, but that's why the law is a very precise thing, right? So
they need to it needs to be revisited now because it's been over 200 years, right? Well, almost 200 years. And so we need to look at the situation now. And you can make silly argument, not you, but some people are going to say, well, it's the amendment, the Constitution can be rewritten. It's actually, you can't. The 19th Amendment was added.
No one's saying that it can't be rewritten. It's just
well, some people are saying that because they're stupid and they don't understand the Constitution. They're like, the founders made it so this and this. It's like, you realize it was added in 1865, right?
Yeah, the founders of the Bill of Rights.
Founders of the Bill of Rights. They didn't do the amendments and stuff, and it's like it's often really frustrating to argue with liberals online because they kind of conflate the two things, and they'll just naturally make a dumb assumption that women always had the right to vote. It's like, no, guys, history is a lot longer than your 50 years. Okay, you gotta actually read books.
Important concept and important for that as well. Not all men were women actually got the right to vote very, very soon after men got the right to vote.
That's right, and not all men. Yeah,
exactly. It wasn't all men.
It was the suffragist movement helped both men and women and you can argue about economic stuff that happened afterwards. I'm not talking about that at all, right? Suffragism is a big topic, but yes, not all men had the right to vote because you had to be a landowner to have the right to vote. And back then, you either had to do service or you had to own land, right? And then afterwards, they're like, no, anybody can vote, right? And then women soon after was like, yeah, women have the right to vote too because otherwise it's not fair. But even before that, women could technically vote if they voted as their family, right? If they were landowners, women could own land. That's never been a thing. It's just that women generally did not inherit land or property, therefore they didn't own anything. Nowadays, of course, it's different. But yes, most men could not vote because, honestly,
it's the United States versus One King Mark. The case affirmed that a child born in the United States to a parent of Chinese descent were legally domiciled in the U.S., but not U.S. citizens. Was a U.S. citizen.
I think it was 1898, right?
Yes.
Correct. Yeah, back then they were imported as slaves as well. There were a lot of them indentured forced into indentured servitude by their masters in what used to be called Mexico. I guess it's California now. So it makes sense to give the child citizenship, right? It's a similar situation as Dred Scott, right? Very similar in that they were slaves, effectively slaves, and therefore they deserve to have the right to U.S. citizenship because it's not fair. You import a bunch of people and then you're telling them you don't have any rights, right?
Right. So here it says that the parents entered the United States legally under the terms of the Burlingame Treaty of 1868 between the United States and China. The treaty allowed for the free migration and immigration of Chinese subjects to the U.S. for the purpose of commerce, trade, and education.
They were basically slaves, though. Yeah.
They were considered domiciled in the U.S., meaning they were considered resided illegally but were not U.S. citizens. However, the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882 later restricted Chinese immigration significantly, but this did not retroactively affect the legal status of those already in the country. They were allowed to remain in the U.S. because they had entered before the exclusion laws were enacted. And I guess the parents sued to see if their child was.
Yeah, because if you're not familiar with how things worked back then in 1865, so what the U.S. government did was it made a deal with the Chinese government, which was the emperor back then, right? They didn't have a proper government, it's just an emperor. They said, hey, we want your cheap labor. We want your guys to build our railroads. Because Mexico was actually taking Chinese slaves, right? Not a lot of people know this, but they enslaved a lot of Chinese people back then. They built railroads and stuff. And they did the same thing in San Francisco where you're like, hey, come work for us. Not hey, come, but you need to send your guys to our country. And the British did the same thing. What the hell am I listening to?
Never mind.
So, keep it going.
Yeah, so I lost my train of thought. So the Americans made a deal with the Chinese government, sent a bunch of Chinese people over, have them work for basically free, right? They were effectively slaves, right? And they were not allowed to vote. They were not allowed to have any rights, really. I mean, you could kind of own a business, but not really. You know, I think if you watch Deadwood, they talk about this stuff, like Mr. Wu. He's a really funny character. I'm going off that stupid tangent now, but the point is, they didn't really have any rights, right? And they could not vote because they were technically Chinese citizens, right? They were subjects, not citizens. There was no citizenship in China. You were a fucking subject of the emperor. So they were all Chinese subjects. And then eventually they scrapped all that, all right? America decided that, okay, this has got to change because, first of all, the Chinese empire just sort of crumbled and they didn't really have any power anymore. And the people, you know, wanted to be Americans. It's as simple as that. You're living there for like your whole fucking life. You're not a Chinese subject anymore, right? So they sued for their citizenship and they won in 1898. Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah. And that's the reason why they got birthright citizenship, because it had to be retroactive, right? At that point, it had to be retroactive for them because they had kids, they had families, some of them had grandkids, and yeah, they fought for that, and they won, and as well they should. They're part of the American, you know, the fabric of what America is. There's a lot of people who don't understand America is a nation of immigrants. Yes, I'm not Americanized, but it is true, it is, you know, duh. Like, you know, I see this dumbass argument popping out right now saying that, you know, you're not American unless you're white European. It's like, well, no, that's not, that's like a stupid way to word things. Like, most Americans, yes, you have a white European background, but the idea of just being white European makes you American is just stupid. Like, that's just not history. You have to look at all of this.
Yeah, that is the stupidest thing ever.
Yeah. So that means Steve Jobs is not American, right? Because he has a Syrian background, right? His parents are Syrian immigrants.
Like literally, that is like the stupidest thing ever. Like, I can put.
I mean, I guess, but how far back do you go, right? Like, at some point, unless you're Native American, you're not American. I guess if you immigrate legally and you say the Pledge of Allegiance and you contribute to America, I mean, that kind of makes you American, you know? Like, what is American? Well, I mean, I think Charlie Kirk worded it best a few years ago when he said that America is, for the most part, an idea. It's an ideal, right? It's something to aspire to. So it sets America apart from other countries, most countries, I should say. And in that, you know, it's not about birthright, it's not about being born there, being of its race or heritage. It's like America is... you know, it's kind of like a fruit salad, if you will, right? A potpourri of many different diverse cultures, and it's made America fucking great. You know, I'm not saying import every single fucking person. Don't import criminals for one. You know, like understand that immigration has its limits, and you want to import only the best and brightest. In that term, but that's what I mean, right? And a lot of people are just acting like nativists. They act like they're the only people who built the country. You know, it's kind of funny watching these fucking white nationalist types being like, well, we're white and we built the country. And you're like, what did you fucking build?
Exactly.
You Elon Musk, what did you jobs? The fuck did you build? Why are you taking credit for the work of other people? Like, the fuck did you do? You are a 16-year-old sitting in your fucking mom's basement. Okay, maybe not 16, you're 26 years old, sitting in your mom's basement complaining about how nobody wants to give you a job because you're not fucking qualified for anything, and you're just whining about entitlements. Like, oh, I deserve it because I'm white and European. It's like, shut the fuck up.
You know what the funny thing is, though? Most of the white people weren't responsible for building anything either. It was like it was a
handful of people.
Yeah, it was a handful of people that built everything in the country.
Mm-hmm.
And you're definitely not descended from them because look at your condition.
Yeah, look at you. It's a mean thing to say. You know, I bet you their parents are probably fine people and have contributed to the building of the country, right? But this generation, man, this fucking generation of these Gen Z, well, I won't say all Gen Z, obviously, it's like a very specific, very niche group of people that are acting entitled to the successes of other people. They look at some random white person in the past, they may not even be French, and they'll be like, oh, Napoleon was a great man, he was a white European. It's like, I'm pretty sure Napoleon did not consider himself a European, okay? I'm pretty sure he considered himself French.
Yeah, Napoleon was definitely die-hard, la resistance, 100%. Like, he was not He did not claim anything except for France. That's all he claimed.
When America was first here, they were like very racist towards Irish people, right?
Yeah. Italians.
And
I mean, I'll be honest with you. The Johns as well. I'll be honest with you. Like, let me keep it all the way real with you. I'm more entitled to being American than anybody else, and I'm black. That should tell you something. My last name is Daly. It's literally Irish. From the old country, from the Celtics. So, like, half these people are literally have the last name that is from some crazy ass jungle, and they're saying, "Oh no, we got to get everybody out of here that's there." And I'm sitting here thinking, dude, I can trace my heritage all the way, literally back to Ireland. Like, where can you trace yours back to? And 9 times out of 10, these guys find out that they're not even from, like, their parents weren't even really settlers. Yeah, they're not from the Mayflower. No, they're not. Hey, Jordy, you're like the black face of the white supremacists.
Yo, look, tomorrow's Wednesday. I go on this show called White Power Radio every Wednesday.
What? Oh, Jesus.
I'm being serious. It's so fun, dude. It's so much fun, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's actually fun. You guys are getting a kick. You guys are getting a kick out of it. You get a kick out of it, to be honest with you.
I mean, I would maybe listen anonymously to hear Jordan on that space because I thought his interactions with Nick were absolutely hilarious. I think he was doing good work.
Yeah, no, Nick comes in there. Some of the Groypers come in there. I usually like.
Why is Nick going there?
I go in there and I just like every Wednesday I just go in there and I just have a conversation with them and it's just so funny because like I go in and they're like, "Hey, Jordan Daly's here," and I'm like, "Hey guys, happy White Power Wednesday," and they're like, "Happy White Power Wednesday, brother." I'm like, dude, these guys are next level, dude.
Jesus Christ.
Bro, it's the funniest thing in the world, bro. Like,
it's become more of an identity than anything else.
But that's the thing. How can you not find this like comedic? I find it so comedic. I find it hilarious that they're like sitting here talking like, bro, they're yelling at me about their white problems. Like, I'm like, dude, how do I solve it? I'm just as impressed as you. I think it's hilarious. So like, to me, it's just like, okay, well, like if we're both here, how can we solve problems? And
not just interested in solving problems. So that's the fucking problem with these people, and that's a problem, is that they're not interested in solving problems, they're interested in grievances. They are very identical to the Black Lives Matter people, who are many of them are white, by the way, who, I sit in on their Zoom calls, again, very comedic, right? And they just be whining about white supremacy. It's like, what are you fuckers gonna do to actually fix any of this, right? You all you do is whine about stuff.
I mean, ultimately, they're kind of brainwashed, and I see the work that Jordan is doing as a sort of deprogramming because you're short-circuiting their logic. By inserting a black person into their space that they're having positive interactions with and developing a positive perception of, you're starting.
They make him an exception, right? They turn him into a token, essentially. They're like, oh, he's one of the good ones.
Yeah, but that's the whole point, is that if you can get along with one of them, you can get along with all of them. Like, that's the whole point.
No, you can't. No, that's not the case at all.
They don't see things that way, yeah.
Yeah, I know they don't see it like that, but that's like,
I say something that's, even remotely red-pilled or whatever you want to call it, they're like, oh, he's one of us, and then after they're going to realize I'm not, and then they get really mad about it. But it's like, these people are so brainwashed to the point where they can make exceptions in their brain, and it's kind of short-circuit stuff, but not really, because they still have the core programming that tells them the group is bad, the individual is good. And it's like, bro, like, how about you stop grouping people into stuff, just start grouping up.
I see, inspiration of Daryl Davis here. That's the vibe that I get. So,
I love Daryl Davis. Cool guy.
Yeah, I just find it fun. Like, how can you not find it funny that me as a black man in America, I just go walk right into their space and just say Happy White Power Wednesday? I think you can. Like, that's hilarious.
It's so Chappelle Show. Literally a Chappelle Show sketch.
Honestly, though, it feels like if you want to be constructive, you have to point out when they're wrong. You can't just be reinforcing their views on the world.
Oh no, I definitely
not do that. I go in there with very happy and jolly with them, and like they do. Like I'll be honest with you, you are right about one thing is that they complain a lot about their situation but don't do anything to fix it. That is 100% them, and that's kind of been programmed into a lot of people, and I don't believe in that. So I always tell them like, how do we solve this if this is the issue? Like, you guys have a problem with free speech and you think that you're always being censored, this, that, the 30, you don't feel like you're being heard and you feel like you're the minority. Well, how do we get your voice heard? Like, I do come to them with like solutions and I do talk to them. I just feel like I always feel like you should just always be able to walk both sides of the aisle. You should be able to walk with the craziest racist dude and be like, yo, I'm about to have a beer with this crazy racist guy. I can't bring any of my friends, but he's a cool dude. And I should be able to go to the craziest guy in Antifa and literally go say, I'm gonna go smoke a blunt with him. And you should be able to go walk right down the middle and they should both be able to shake hands because it's like, hey, you guys both know me and you both know I'm a good guy.
Were you not here?
Welcome to my life.
Were you not here for my whole weed rant?
Probably not. Maybe. I'm just saying in general, like, you should be able to cross both sides of the aisle and not worry about, like, if somebody's going to be too racist or anything, because the only way you actually make progress as humans is for everybody to actually say, okay, you know what? I'm going to sit down and talk to them. Even if it ends up in, I don't want to talk to this guy after that, the next conversation you guys have is, well, you talked to him once, bro. Just calm down and just cooler heads prevail. That's what maturity is.
My issue with them and the solutions they come up with are not realistic, right? They look for external solutions. So they say, oh, they can't get jobs. How can we fix this, right? I mean, that's the core, that's the crux of the question. And instead of, coming to a reasonable conclusion as in, oh, maybe I should pick up a trade, maybe I should learn something else, maybe this job market is completely oversaturated anyway, learn something else, right? That would be the realistic solution. That would actually require for them to get off their butt and actually do something with their own life. But they're not willing to do that, so they say, how can we change everything in its entirety? How can we ban H-1B? How can we ban immigrants? Like, that is the solution that they come up with, and it's completely unrealistic.
Well, I mean, that's the thing is I kind of,
it's fucking absurd.
But that's the thing, I kind of talked them out of whatever vision that they had for that because I told them straight away, like, you guys have to understand something. We're not getting rid of the H-1B program whether you like it or not. Does it need to be reformed? Yes. Everybody agrees that it needs to be reformed, even the people on the left and on the right. And they're like, well, yeah, it does needs to be reformed. I said, you just agreed with everybody, so what are you crying about?
Like, I get it, though. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you completely, but, like, the way that they approach things is from a place of, I'm entitled to X, Y, Z, I deserve this, I deserve that, right? Like, they don't think that, they seem to be of the impression that they can literally influence every single white person in the country to agree with them. They'll be like, well, we'll kick out all the blacks and the non-white people. Like that is their idea of a solution, that literally every single white person is going to magically agree with them and agree to their entitlements, right?
I'll be honest with you. If they pay me enough money, I'll get the hell out of the country too.
Just want to kick you out. Yeah, it's like,
yeah, you don't want to kick me out with a paycheck. I mean, shit. Like,
solutions are kind of stupid, right? It's like they're so unrealistic, and they dream up this fantasy where they're able to take over the society and force every white person to like agree with their views. They don't like. They seem to think that they exist in a vacuum where every white person is just going to naturally agree with them, right? And most people are just not going to agree with them, whether they're white or not white. They're not going to agree with their views. And so they come from a very, very stupid place. They're expecting a Deus Ex Machina to just, like they want Donald Trump to be their guy, right? To like just magically deport everybody, right? You're not white, we're deporting you. That's never going to happen. He's not that person. Elon Musk is not that person, right? But they want that to happen, and they just keep getting angrier and angrier and angrier, and then some of them turn into like fucking terrorists, like they just do. Like the incel community, for example.
Yeah, but why are they so mad?
Because they're pathetic. They don't want to help themselves. Like it's like incels, like can't get a date, and instead of cleaning up, getting a job, and like not being fucking idiots and assholes, they're like, oh fuck all women, I want to kill all women. Like that's literally
their response. That's how the incel community reacts, right? They go on a fucking mass shooting spree or something, or they plan an
Well,
attack.
since weed is pretty much legalized in the U.S., for the people that are that depressed, I implore you to smoke some weed. And if like life is that depressing, just go to bed, bro.
No.
Like tomorrow's another day.
No.
I don't think
Hey guys,
No.
I just got out of satire and funniness. I want to make a joke. I just got a text message from ICE. My ass is getting deported back to Iraq.
Nice.
Yeah.
Immigration. Let's go.
Yeah. So pray for me.
Nice.
Yeah. Nice knowing you, man.
And
Let us know how Guantanamo is.
What? I'm getting deported to Iraq, not Guantanamo, motherfucker.
That's what they say. So you know you're gonna have a good time. Like, oh, okay, well I'm only going back, and next thing you know, trust me, I heard the stories.
What are these people they let father figures through?
paying my tax, or else you're getting deported to Guantanamo Bay.
I'm ready to send me now.
I think we need to examine the core issues to what makes these men feel so disenfranchised, whether they're incels or white nationalists or far leftists, like those anti-work people on Reddit, right? We can call them lazy all day, and yeah, they are. They're fucking pathetic human beings. But how do we stop creating more people like them? Like, I think the people who are already posting on anti-work, I think, 90% of them can be fixed. I think that people who are groypers, 90% of them can be fixed. And maybe you're more optimistic than I am, and maybe you think it's going to be 50% that can't be fixed, right?
Look,
it's like we need to society needs to stop producing these fucking people, right? And what is causing these people to feel the way that they are? And it's disenfranchisement. That's one thing, and DEI is a big cause of it, right? So we've gotten rid of DEI now, right? Trump has basically put out a mandate banning DEI. That's one.
I mean, men hating women nowadays. It's like I know you're not here like in America, but the reason why it is that way right now, it's not anybody's fault. That's the thing. It's like
I don't know, dude. Like a lot of people, I feel like they're too online. All these.
No. That's not what happened. There's a huge wave of girls kept coming out about the Me Too thing, right? And then the lies after we saw there's a whole bunch of lying that came out after that, and they were ruining people's lives. And then it got to the point where guys got so scared to talk to girls that eventually you're just like, okay, well we just don't need them then. And
it's because they're too online. They think that
no, it's because they didn't want to catch a fucking case.
Hold on. I know, but why? They don't have the person.
No. Hold on. No, that's completely wrong.
It's true.
It's dead true. It's completely true because I'm not scared of talking to people in real life, right? But I will tell you from experience that there is about a 1 in 4 chance that they're going to act batshit insane if you try to talk to them.
That's a pretty good odds.
Yeah, okay, but imagine it's your first ever time. You've mustered up the courage. This girl just starts acting batshit insane, and you genuinely believe there's a chance you might go to prison.
Yeah, you're never talking to another female again. And here's that's not.
It's not getting to pussy because if
they have one experience and they don't want to pursue it, it's like big Dark Souls. You get killed by the first boss and then you delete the game. I mean, come on,
it shouldn't be a 1 in 4. It shouldn't be that high.
Oh sure, yeah. I mean, I understand that there is a problem, but the vast majority of men, just in general, okay, keep in mind, we're not talking about a vast majority of men here, okay? When we're talking about incels or white nationalists or whatever groypers, right? They're all basic kind of incels, right? They are a minority. The vast majority of people on this planet don't have that fear, right? And either they didn't have that experience.
About the U.S.
The crazy girl.
We're talking about the U.S. And the U.S. is particularly bad. It's not like other countries.
Even if they didn't have that experience, most people are able to pick themselves up. Yeah, they had a bad experience, but they pick themselves up and they go date somebody else.
You want to know how you know the truth? And I'll tell you the truth. Bring one girl up here right now, and you can ask her 5-10 years ago, did you get, like if she's 30, right? You can ask her, even she can be hot. Go ahead and ask her, do I get hit on then, or do I get a hit on now? And girls will literally tell you they will go out. No guys will talk to them anymore, not because of that, because guys just don't be out because they don't care. They just don't care. They really just don't. Because what happened was in the U.S. is guys literally weighed money versus women, and they realized that money can literally just buy you women. That's the difference. They didn't realize that at first, and now they just stay inside and don't talk to women. Just go ahead, ask them. Bro, I will tell you right now that I talked to 2 girls that were 30 the other day, and I was out with them drinking a couple beers, and they literally said that if any guy would just go up to them and say, do you want to have sex? 9 times out of 10, they would just do it. But no guy does that ever.
So guys,
ever.
Excuse me, do you want to have sex?
They're making it a little too easy for me.
Jordy, I agree.
But that's the thing.
I agree with you.
All communication is hypnosis.
You have to be classy. And we lost that class. I don't know what happened in between. And man lost that class. You have to have.
Well, men lost how to be a gentleman. That's what it is. A lot of men lost how to be a gentleman. That's all it is.
Why would you be a gentleman when most women aren't ladies?
No, actually, it doesn't take effort, bro. It doesn't take effort. Being a gentleman is not hard. It's just the same thing. It's not hard to be a gentleman.
Okay.
No, I agree with you, Oda.
No, it doesn't work like that because you can be a gentleman, and all that's going to mean is that in the sexual marketplace, you're going to lose every single fucking time.
What do you mean?
Because of the way that women in general, I'm not talking about the exceptions here, I'm talking about in general, act now. If you are acting like an asshole, if you're acting like basically a fucking rapper.
Yeah, your odds go way up.
That's how you get a relationship. That's how you get laid. No man is gonna be a fucking gentleman to a woman that's a complete fucking slut.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro, if you're
a slut.
Yeah, exactly.
On an individual level. This is terrible.
If you're talking to people on an individual level,
no, I'm talking about on a societal level.
Why are we talking about it on a societal level when we're addressing individuals?
Yeah, because society is made up of individuals. And
it's not society. Just you gotta approach these things on an individual level. You can't approach things. You can't approach it. Because you can. Yeah, you can. If I'm leading my life, why am I leading my life in the way
we're talking about? I lead my life in the way that I want. We're talking about an extreme group of people who are incels, right? You can't talk about those groups of people if you don't discuss society at large, because those people are part of society, right? And you have to understand about the conditions that actually create those types of people. You can't just look at it from an individualistic perspective, because
I think a lot of these people just self-program themselves into becoming incels. It's not really it's not a societal problem. It's an individual problem, and they are ingrained.
No. It's not an bro. I would say you're both right. Okay. I would say you're. No, hold on.
Wait, because I do agree. It is also their fault, right? I do agree. I do agree that it is their fault. But,
of course it's their fault.
But you also have to look at it from their perspective. From their perspective, the world
Well, their perspective is wrong.
Their perspective is not necessarily wrong. Their perspective
is if they look at the world and they look at the sun rising from the east and they're like, oh, there's a sun, there's a little ball
that's not how it is. That's how it is.
Yeah, it's not how it is at all, because the sun does not rise, it but the earth rotates.
Yeah, but that's not
and I'm seeing things from the way that the earth rotates around the sun.
What's happened though is that the quality what's happened is that the quality of the average woman has decreased dramatically over the last 50 years. adjusted to that by basically becoming incels because they themselves stupid for that.
No, bro, I don't truly believe that, bro. That's not like. Here's the thing. If you want to look at it from your way, I would say it's a societal thing, and you are right about that. The way I would say that is because like a lot of father figures aren't in men's lives. So when like a kid goes and gets his heart broken at 16 or at 18, and he doesn't know how to pick himself the fuck up to get to like to do whatever, to like say, hey, fuck the fuck up. Like when you don't have that, yeah, you're gonna be an incel. You're gonna literally start turning, yo, fuck that, fuck you. That's what you're gonna do. Like it's just automatic. They're gonna find something to hate and just that's their escape. But very few men, which is why eventually you see that the percentages start going down in terms of guys that actually get girls, is like you pick yourself back up and you go again. Some guys do it, some guys don't. Like it's just that simple. Defines a boy versus a man. Like it's just that simple.
Why do those people not have any fathers in their lives?
Well, because their mother's a hoe. Like it's not my fault.
Exactly my point.
Like it's not my fault. Don't talk to me. Talk to Jesus.
You can't just blame women for this.
No, you can't. You can't. No, because this is majority.
There's a deadbeat.
No, there's a reason that this has happened, and it's because women allow it.
A lot of men are deadbeats.
That's true. That's true. But this happened a lot. This happened before. This was
I'm not gonna blame it on that. I know, right? Oh, Jesus Christ.
If you were thinking of something can I speak to the bastards for a second? Can I just say something? At the same time. There are a lot of con artists out there. There are literally people who teach classes about how to pick up women, how to convince women to sleep with you. In that kind of a world, I don't think you can entirely blame women for having sex with men because they There are people who fucking lie. Like my dad told my mom that he was gonna be there. He had a good job. He had all appearances of being the right kind of guy. And it turned out that he was a total piece of shit. But it wasn't like she was making stupid decisions. Based on the information she had available to her, she was making the right decisions. But he was lying to get laid. And it turned out that when push came to shove, he wasn't willing to be there. And it turned out that, and so like, I don't think that you can say that it's entirely her fault because she thought she was putting me into a good life. And it turned out that that was based on lies. And like, I don't think we can say that everybody who believes a lie, it's their fault and they're stupid.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's not all. You can't blame everything on one side. It's both sides. It's just about the fact that certain. It was
in this movement.
No, the feminism is not revolution. You know, like gummy men have always existed.
Yes, but this has not been an issue to the extent that it is now. It's not a coincidence that this became a massive issue.
When was the sexual revolution and where was I?
When I say now, I'm not talking about recently now. I'm talking the last 50, 100 years.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the sexual revolution. I was like, bro, I'm literally like in my 30s, bro. Was it like 20 years ago? Cause like shit, like I don't remember it.
Sexual revolution is the 1970s. This is when everything went downhill, by the way.
Oh, when everybody's doing coke.
You can literally see by science alone when exactly things started to go wrong. And it happened right after the 1960s. Right after the 1960s, that's where stuff started to go wrong. For no fucking reason. Various things were implemented. You read the Jaff Memo. Do you know what the Jaff Memo is?
Wait, who are you asking?
For Americans. Do you know what the Jaff Memo is? I don't know what you just said. What's the Jaff Memo? What's the Jaff Memo? Yeah, I don't know. Nobody's read it? No. It's funny.
Everybody was smoking. I was listening. Nobody knows what it is. Shut the fuck up. Shut knows what it is. Why knows what it is? Because he brought it up like
He's the Planned Parenthood guy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, read what's written in there. That's the problem. Yeah, if you want to talk about it, if you want to talk about where the social issues came from, there is a direct correlation with feminism. A direct correlation. But who created feminism? Scummy men have always existed. That is 100% the truth. We used to, we have a society that's so inverted. Has never existed before in history, unless of course you want to consider the Dark Ages, but that's not a baseline.
Families. There were more black people married as a percentage before this whole feminism thing, before this whole sexual revolution thing, than there were white people married.
I will say this, okay? You may be right on that, and don't quote me on the numbers, but I will say that there is, that at certain points in probably the last 25 years, the whole boss woman thing and having girls be super aggressive is super unattractive, and guys really don't like that. And that played a big factor too. Like, I'll be honest with you, like, an aggressive woman is like the most annoying thing in the world to me. A successful woman is great, but I'm talking about aggressive. And aggressive women are crazy.
I'm not sure aggressive is the right word.
Oh, no. Oh. Let me tell you, I don't know how many Americans are. Let me tell you, I don't know if you know any American. Every American woman in here knows exactly what I mean by an aggressive female. They know exactly what I mean.
I know what you're talking about here. Yeah, exactly. You're talking about that.
Yeah, confrontational women are probably because
the boss.
Sometimes about them not going to play
disagreeable.
Disagreeable on purpose, right? It's like they will find reasons to argue with you, even when they're not to argue about, right?
Exactly.
It's a psyop. They're extremely insecure, and I personally experience this. Extremely insecure, gotta be right all the time, cannot tolerate disagreement at all, gotta fight about it, and not just have a little mild disagreement. You can have a conversation about why you don't agree on something. That's fine, right? Just be stoic about it. The way that they behave is that they need to fucking yell at you, scream at you, and then call you names, and it's like it's intolerable. You can't live
I think I agree, and I think what happens is that sometimes people develop a complex essentially from having like low self-esteem at their core, and so they feel the need to overcompensate for that in their behavior, but it comes out as just like super egotistical, super self-centered, just like unable to make room for other people because you think if you're not dominating every conversation that you're somehow being oppressed, and that's not exactly true. And so I really think that some people should take a step back and think about like just how to interact with the people in their lives better.
Ironically, we actually ran into an exact example of exactly that a couple weeks ago, and I'm not going to even say any names, but we did.
I mean, we had a pretty good one this week, but I'm also not going to say any names.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just there's some times where it's just not really cool. But like I said, it is what it is. Like I don't blame anybody. I think I blame both sides. Like guys kind of secluded, and
you can blame both sides all you want now, right? But the fact is, the people. It was the feminist movement and the sexual revolution that got us.
Does it matter if it was them?
Yes.
Doesn't matter?
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
It matters very much. Because what gets it started sets the tone for the entirety of the continuation.
I'm playing a devil's advocate here. I don't actually disagree with you. I'm just saying, why does it matter and how can we counter it? I mean, knowing that it's feminist, we can keep blaming feminists.
Okay, so here's the only way to counter something like this with pretty much everything. You cannot sit both sides down. What you need to do is one side needs to come to a compromise and the other side needs to meet up with them. And that's never going to happen.
So I think that's
the problem. We can't solve it.
There's a serious
We can't solve it because
I have one way, but I don't think that's gonna go over very well.
Exactly. There's one way.
There is a solution. There's one solution. There's one solution.
It's not going to go up?
There's one specific solution that sounds very, very fucked up, but people are going to have to deal with it because it's a choice that each and every one of us has to make. You can reject the fundamentalist programming and all the other weird shit that everybody makes you think and think for yourself, or you will literally go extinct. That is literally what it is. If you look at birth rates across the planet, and you look at all of these societies that are supposedly so super advanced, they are experiencing the direct consequences of what they're pushing. And what they're pushing is something that leads to direct extinction of their civilization. When you have birth rates there where you can mathematically track that these people will not exist in 50 years, that's a problem.
So here's the thing. You cannot approach this as an individual, right? Because you have to think for yourself. If you're a listener and you're listening to this and you maybe have relationship problems, you cannot be hoping for society to reshape itself. That's not how it works. You have to.
No, society won't reshape itself. No. This is a fundamental. No. That's not what I stated. I said everybody is going to have to make a choice. What do you want in life? I would say that the majority will think that's the problem. Unless something else is being pushed. Okay, hang on. Unless something. Hang on. Unless something fundamental is being pushed that is different than what is currently being pushed, there will not be any change, and change will not happen in any other way that is at all positive.
So, you can't fix this. To rephrase, right? I am not saying that, okay, what I am saying is that yes, go find a better partner for yourself is good advice on an individual level. This is not something that works on a societal level. And what the issues that we're dealing with are societal level issues. Therefore, if you can yourself have a better life, but there are people that are not going to have better lives. And those are the societal issues. And if you don't fix those, you're not going to have a better society. You're going to continue having incels. You're going to continue having these boss bitch babes. We're going to continue having these issues.
Can I chime in with this?
Well, I mean, I'll chime in. Hold on. I want to chime in on one thing. I will say this, for example, there is maybe 2 or 3 girls who I know that are wildly smart, wildly successful, and I do want them to be boss women and in every way, shape, or form, because they excel at what they do. Like, that is it. There's just no other reason besides that. They're smarter than any man that I know. They're smarter than any woman I know. That's just what it is. Like, but on the same note, they are, they're grinders. They work 100 times harder than anybody else I know. Like, that's just what it is. But I don't want to see, those aren't the females I'm talking about. I'm talking about aggressive females. That's it. Yeah, I'm not talking about girls that want to be successful and want to go start their own businesses and want to go be philanthropists and do their own thing. Like, that's completely fine. I'm talking about aggressive females that when you approach them and just say hi, they want to kill you.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Some people have clearly misunderstood what I'm saying.
No one's misunderstood.
Some people have misunderstood. Some people have misunderstood what I've said in my clearly in the comments.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. I'm not saying you as a woman can't be successful and also be a good person. That's not what I'm fucking saying. I am saying that there has been the average woman has gotten significantly worse, and you can argue the average man. But my argument is the average man has gotten worse because the average woman has gotten worse.
So my result of this is not to society, right? My message is not to the general woman or the general male. It is to individuals who are listening to me. You need to go out and do better for yourself. Don't worry about society. Just do better for yourself, right? And some people might say, "Oh, but that's so selfish." It's like,
but have standards. If you now are a high-value person and you're selling out for what is effectively a whore, then nothing is going to happen for you that is at all good, and your life is going to suck. You're going to hate your life.
Self-respect. You have to be a gentleman. You have to be a
Elon
lady.
Musk was trying to
It's better to be alone. It is better to be alone than to be subjected to the negative outcomes that something like that can bring you.
See, and that like that also is another piece. That's another piece.
There's more. And the men, what we always look at as an example, the symptom of a broken society is people then try to get by in two directions. Either they stay alone and they find what they want and be successful at that. It takes them a very long time. Maybe they don't even get it within years, but maybe they do. While others go for the short-term solution and say, if the system is already fucked, maybe I shall just take advantage of that fucking system. They hit on everybody. They don't actually have any stable relationships of any kind. They just kind of go all over the place. They have nothing going for themselves. They were like, oh, hey, I'm in this relationship over here, or we're going to turn it into an open relationship. By the way, open relationships suck, and I'm sorry to say this, but it's basically mental illness. There is no such thing as an open relationship. It should not exist. There should be a relationship between two people, and that is it. You're supposed to exclusively bind each other. That's it. That is literally it. Sure, maybe it can work for some people. Maybe you can have multiple women. You know, it's what it is. Maybe you come up with your own arrangement, but it's not normal. Now, historically speaking, having multiple women is actually normal, which is ironic as it is, but it's not suitable for the type of culture I think that exists in the West. You're going to have to make do one.
It kind of depends on the individual. Again, you know, if you are a super successful person, say a male, and you have a wife, and you're dedicated to her emotionally and financially and so on, right? You rely on her, she's a rock. I think, personally, if, if let's say two of you decide that you should be free to pursue having sex with other people, I think that should just be up to you. You know,
I don't know how I can't do that. I can't do that. I won't do that, bro. Let me just be real with you. If you actually talk,
you can't do that, then you can't do that. That's
bro. If you talk, you can do it. Bro, if you actually talk to a girl that actually, if you actually talk to a girl that's actually in love with you, bro, she's not gonna stop talking to you, bro. If you get into a relationship with if you get to two girls that are obsessed with you, bro, you're gonna fucking off yourself, bro.
Okay,
like, it's too much.
You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you want to go fuck around, right, and throughout history, successful men have had one wife that they're dedicated to, but they had mistresses. Mistresses of people they were not dedicated to. They had sex with them, and that was it.
Ask Napoleon about that.
Well, Napoleon's kind of an edge case. For the most part, most successful men do have mistresses. That's just a fact. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, the idea that men should be demonized for wanting to do this, for following their natural urges, I think that's a big problem. We need to understand where men are coming from, what our natural urges are, and placate that, right? We need to build a system around natural urges. Like, you can't, create an artificial system that says, monogamy means you be with this one woman, and it's fine to be monogamous, like emotionally monogamous, right? To be married to a person. But if you have fucking needs, then you have fucking needs, and society needs to fucking understand it. So demonizing it and forcing you.
I gotta have an orgasm.
That doesn't work. That's right.
I gotta have an orgasm. I'm a man.
Okay, well, I have not. So obviously I'm not doing something right. Like,
hey, Jordy.
I'm not saying it's for everybody, right? Some people, they want to be specific.
Check the message I sent in the X group chat.
But I think that, society needs to be more open to allowing for such things. Because the idea that people should be confined to societal standards that are completely artificial does not work. Obviously, it doesn't work because you look at things now, where they're going, population decline is a real problem, right? It wasn't a problem before, when men had mistresses and they had kids with their mistresses, it wasn't an issue back then.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, don't have to do it.
I agree with Adrian too. Like, the one thing, like, when I would say, like, maybe about 10 years ago, like, particularly in my 20s, I literally was like, you know what? What's the point? It's easier to not go through the headache and the heartbreak versus just, like, putting my head down and, like, just working towards where I want to be. And doing that, yeah, you kind of miss out on some stuff, but, like,
this is a fun comment. This guy, Mitch Bushido, he said, I'm a current frightened incel working on being a giga-chat. Bidenomics, Zuckerberg toxic products facilitating my inceliness. Ironically true, by the way, because if you look at something like Instagram, for instance, I would say that's also one of those things that has fundamentally contributed to our civilizational downfall, because what we're looking at is a completely unrealistic world. And you look at people there, they're like, oh wow, look at all these beautiful pictures of people supposedly having fun, but in reality, all of that is fucking staged. You know, you're like one of those food influencers, you know, they eat this food and like smile into a camera. You should see what their face looks like once the camera is off. They're fucking exhausted. They're tired. They're stressed. They're annoyed. There is nothing. It's just an illusion. That's why I don't use Instagram. That's why I think Instagram is fucking stupid. The whole consumerist industry is a fucking mistake. But, I mean, hey, it's what it is after all. No. Rapid consumerism.
I think it builds society. I think it makes
I think at least 80% of all products are just like these weird supplementary items should just be deleted from existence because they literally serve no fucking purpose other than to create waste.
Yeah, it's capitalism. Who cares? It's our money. Who cares?
I care because we only have so much. We only have so many resources on the planet.
I don't think we have a lot.
So much of an environment.
We should be eating more of it. We should be using more electricity. We should be consuming much more than we are right now. I think that in the age of
electricity is not the problem. Electricity is not the problem. These little tiny fancy gadgets and shit all made out of plastic are the problem.
No, it's how we dispose of them that's the problem.
We don't need 15 different types of fucking smart devices that are all technically retarded. Whenever somebody sells you a smart device, it's not smart at all. It's actually retarded. Like, there's not even enough logic in the thing that's supposedly smart to even be smart at all. If your fucking Switch has the ability to run Doom, you fucked up. It's a fucking light switch. It doesn't have to be online.
Listen, online, okay? I don't care.
A Microsoft Word document running Doom.
That's cool.
That is acceptable. That is acceptable.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. My likes are definitely on the internet.
I like the fact that my fucking washing machine can play Doom.
So have they done Doom in Excel yet? I feel like
your washing machine also collects diagnostic data and sends about 11 gigabytes of that shit every month.
Doom in Excel. They've done Doom running on potatoes.
Literal potatoes, by the way.
They've done Doom on fridges. Doom on microwaves. Doom on calculators. Doom in an Excel sheet. Doom in a Word doc. Doom in a PDF.
In a calculator.
Yeah, I already mentioned that.
So that's the thing. That's the thing. Some of those aren't that impressive.
So here's the thing, the reason it can run Doom is because they mass-produce the chips that are able to do that, and they're only using the chip for one thing, and you might say, oh, that's inefficient. Well, it'd be even more inefficient if they made a chip that only does one thing, so it's cheaper due to the economics of scale to even have a microchip that does all these things. Everybody can use it, it's super cheap, you might as well just use it. That's the reason why they're able to run Doom. They don't have to, but because those chips are so cheap, that producing something simpler would not actually cut the cost. It's just cheaper to buy than the more sophisticated chip. There's nothing wrong with it. You might be thinking, oh, isn't it more efficient? Well, no, it's not going to be more efficient to make a shittier chip.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with economies of
scale.
Yeah, exactly.
I love economics of scale. People don't seem to understand it. They're like, oh, why do you have to make it so sophisticated? Why does it have to run Doom? Well, it's because the chip itself is so fucking cheap. You might as well just use it.
Yeah. Hold on. To touch on something that somebody said, I forget who said it. Yo, who went to a class that you had to go learn how to pick up lemon? Because like,
that was a trend in the 2000s. I was like vocally opposed to it because it was definitely turning a lot of women against men.
So that's like, where would you start off like conflict? And it's kind of like being in a room where the higher room is targets. So you can shoot in any direction and not miss. We do have a fundamental issue, which is that the government is spending far more than it brings in. And the reality is that all government spending is actually taxation. All government spending is taxation. Sometimes people think some of it is taxation, some of it is not. But it's all taxation. It's not covered by tax revenue.
The MAGTOWs did it itself. Yeah. It's like you have this community called PUA Hate. That was the MAGTOW, the original MAGTOW movement. They're basically incels.
they came from the POA
So I was like,
because they
where
were
would you start with government efficiency?
and it's still illusion by the POA community. Because the way the POA community works,
so we have
much
spending taxation, so we have to reduce government spending. This will be lost in balance in the future. It'll spend us down. See, just $1 trillion a year. That's a lot of money. Just the interest on the debt. NBC is what we're spending on the military. Just the interest. And that is rising rapidly. So it can't be like, we'll trim a little bit here and there. That's not going to work. We'll have to be quite radical reductions.
We're actually using them for sex.
Yeah.
They got wives and they responded
that's like,
accordingly.
where would you?
And then the POA hate movement started showing up because they started to look at all these women and they realized that, POAs were making them like women the way they are. And instead of directing their hatred towards the men who made the women this way, they started hating women. They're like, oh, we hate
So
sluts.
that's like,
That's where slut
AI
came from.
might be
And
the
then
most
eventually
important.
slut hatred into incels, right? You had incel.co. You had all these incel websites. Reddit had a huge
Just gotta eat this food and like smile into a camera. You should see what their face looks like once the camera's off.
People, right? Instead of directing the hatred against the POAs who made women this way, or like the women they dealt with anyway in their generation, they started hating women instead of the men who created this culture. And that's why you have the incels today, which are like, the modern incel community, if you want to call it that. It's simply built off of this misunderstanding of why women are, like modern women are the way they are, because they had this, they're being miseducated, being red pilled on women, right? They're woman pills, if you will, right? This is where
Yeah, they got this food.
Me too. Like reevaluate the way that they look at the world and stop viewing things, from this weird lens that they think the world is working by. It's not, that's not reality. It's a simulation, right? So when you say you live in a simulation, they are literally living in a simulation. I recommend reading the book, by Baudrillard, Simulation. It tells you the society and our understanding of society is completely made up. It's fucking fiction, right? People need to understand this on a case-by-case basis, on an individual basis, I should say, where they actually examine what they know of the world, what they think they know of the world, Like, don't just go by what other people are saying. Actually look at their own relationships and realize why they're faltering. If it's coming from a perspective that is not their own, they should not be looking at it, honestly.
Can I give advice to young men in the audience and young at the same time?
I mean, AI might be, the
So, two things. For young men, stay away from the dating websites. Go out there. Be confident.
Websites are absolute
okay, I guess that is
Absolutely. I agree with you.
many me here.
You can certainly
Completely.
I submitted this
You can watch it there on live.
during today's dance. It finally just filled with everything was.
Naturally formed the assumption that all women are like,
It's insane. It's insane. So what's your assessment?
That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy.
If you're a girl on the internet, because people who are on the internet are kind of fucked up, because everybody is on the internet, doesn't mean that the whole internet's fucked up. It's just that the fucked up people will seek you out. You will get a bunch of weird stuff in your DMs, maybe even the occasional dick pic, right? So,
we live in a world where people would demand this of you, that people would demand, like, oh, hey, just send a dick pic. Like, really? That's a thing? People do that on dating sites now? That's fucking insane.
Bro, you wouldn't believe it, bro. You wouldn't believe it, bro. Some of the these big, huge influencers that I know, in IRL, bro, if you see the people that send, they send crazy shit to these females, bro, crazy shit, and that's why it's when
yeah, but the problem is it's asked. The problem is it's asked. On a dating site, that's asked, and if you don't do it, you're weird.
Oh yeah, that's definitely. I'm not saying it's weird. It just is.
That's the problem. That's why I didn't do anything like that. That's why I don't do dating websites at all. I've looked at it, And I've seen the kind of calculated the utility delta of using a dating site, and it has ended up in no gains whatsoever. Dating sites are very, very good for hookups, and that's about the extent of it. Right? They've even come up with certain types of terminologies, whether to kind of like, there's specific numbers that people put in their bios and such when they're in a dating app, which then designates whether or not they have an STD and various things like that, because people are more concerned with this kind of stuff, which you would be concerned with if you did hookups than actually anything else. And, you should be concerned about this, as a matter of fact. People are fucking gross, man.
Adrian, I agree with you.
Don't interact with gross people, it fucks up your brain.
Yeah, you got no choice that surrounds you the whole time. And you have a choice. Porn is another one of those things that has definitely added to it.
Don't go to dating sites. Yeah, don't poison yourself with things you know are bad.
The problem is porn comes in many different. The problem is porn comes in many different. That has many different varieties to it. Right? So there are certain parts of it where I think it's important to have it around for educational purposes. That's okay. But to have it around for there are these weird extremes that exist that are being pushed. There is nothing about that is at all valuable. This is just extremes put on for no reason whatsoever. And then if you go off of that, you're going to do some weird bullshit when you're interacting with someone on that level in real life. And it's going to be like, that person's going to be confused as hell because it doesn't actually feel good. It's just bullshit. People don't understand that.
100%. Yeah. I don't understand where people lost, in between something happened, where people, they were going out to a bar or establishment or whatever, and they were getting to meet people. You get to meet people or get to meet a woman or whatever.
COVID happened, bro. That's what literally COVID happened, and what ended up happening was the people who already adapted online were fine, and the people who went out all the time had to adapt to the nerd lifestyle, and they couldn't handle it, so they really got mad. And the people that really got mad, the tide started to shift, and now if you haven't realized, nerds are winning, on a crazy level. They've literally won three championships and going for a 4P. It's actually not even a joke.
The world now, it's actually kind of funny because you look at someone like this clueless individual, Steve Bannon, who calls people various derogatory names, even though ironically enough he uses technologies designed by people infinitely smarter than him. It's like, this individual says, oh wow, all these nerds, you forget where your place is. Normally there would be no such a thing as blah, 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 blah. You don't understand what social Darwinism is. You don't understand that this is where things will always go. Have you ever heard about the meat that shall inherit the earth?
Yeah.
It's literally written into books. It's carved into the side of fucking time itself. It is what I like to call the prophetic perfect tense, which of course someone like that wouldn't understand because you don't have to think about these things intellectually. But you look at patterns in time and you realize, oh wow, this is how things usually go. That's right. How about a very specific group of individuals with a very interesting mind that have somehow made it so that every single system that they design is the thing that controls the world itself. And you think that those people are not going to end up on top at some point? This is a natural progression of things, and it's a good thing. And ironically enough, even after COVID, this is what I found was very funny. There was this status quo in society where there was a barrier to transition. And COVID, for me, I think, was a great transitional movement in which many people who were resistant to join the internet and accept the new status quo didn't have a choice because you had to join the internet and you had to fit in with that somehow, just like people before had to fit in with the physical world. And it was actually very interesting because now for the first time, everybody at scale could see how all these people that were normally mimetically successful because they were physically active, how dumb they really were, which is actually kind of funny.
Yeah,
this is why things are a little different today. Today, we can have conversations like these, and these conversations are becoming exceedingly normal because that is the way things are going to go. And the people that are able to do this, to be both a nerd and also to be physically active, are then the ones that shall inherit the earth. If you do not do this, if you do not do both, then you will get fucked. And this happens in either direction. If you're a nerd that can't get outside, if you're a nerd that can't, keep themselves in good physical shape and don't have an understanding of the world just enough to actually, say, court someone and be with them and actually have what is called a life, then you're fucked up. Same thing for the other. So you cannot be smart enough to actually interact with the world. You just kind of rely off the fact that you're like some sort of cheerleader at some point. That's not going to work out for you anymore because nobody cares. You totally fans, right? You can exploit those nerds. That's the other paradigm, right? But that which will inherit the earth is that what has it together.
Adrian.
It's a very strange thing. It doesn't make any sense at the moment, but it's going to make a lot more sense
it makes
in
perfect
about
sense.
5 years.
It makes perfect sense because that's exactly how, I'll be honest, that's exactly how it was. Bro, do you know how many times, like, during high school and all that shit, like, bro, I got bullied so much for being a nerd. And on the other side of it right now, bro, if I could show the difference, it's hilarious. It's hilarious. It's the funniest thing in the world to see on the other side of it. Like, thank God that I, like, didn't fall for the trap. Like, just pushed right through it. It didn't matter. The difference is that in the earlier ages, obviously, girls want certain things. At the later stages, you become the prize. That's the difference.
And the problem fundamentally is, of course, the way that society is currently built up. You had at one point this interesting generation which was extremely hands-off, which has led to a very laid-back generation of people who then looked at what they did and realized, oh wow, as a kid I did so much fucked shit. Hey, do you remember this one time where I created this improvised firework that could have really done a lot of damage? We're going to make sure our kids never do this, for instance, as an example, right? And then they say, okay, we're going to be extremely hands-on, and then what results out of that is something like what the millennials are. Completely fucked over in every respect, not capable of living, not capable of understanding what freedom is, because they've never had it, not really. And that is largely the boomers' fault, because that's their measure, right? They didn't care, they just cared from the perspective of saying, okay, we have to prevent certain things from happening, so we're just going to take control. And our control is good because we've obviously made it, even though we're living at literally the best time economically. You didn't actually make anything really as much as you think you did. You just lived in one of the best times in human history, so cool for you, right? But the people that live today live in one of the worst times in human history, at least recent human history, not all of human history, by the way, because there were a lot worse days before this one. So when you take this into account, hang on, what the fuck is this thing? Oh, very little.
I don't know. Have we mentioned that Trump just rescinded affirmative action?
Oh yeah. So I'm about to go out right now.
Plug Adrian.
Can I say something?
Yeah, I did actually. Yeah. We're doing the Aslan folder.
Oh my god.
Now, granted, the bugs don't fall on me, so occasionally you'll find one. It's like the first one I found in about 2 weeks. It just happens. It's just a thing.
By the way,
don't be afraid of the bugs.
funny story, but growing up, I never had to hear any stories about my dad chasing any woman, because, and this is something that my mother confirmed actually, from the day, from my dad's childhood, apparently he had dozens of women fighting over him. He literally never had to talk to any woman that he didn't want to.
Yeah. That's another thing. So that's thing as well.
I mean, here's the thing, and I'll be honest with you, there's some men that just have it that good, right? But at the same time, bro, there's also those that, they lack in other places, right? So just because they can get every damn woman doesn't mean they can get a fucking job.
That's where we're stuck right now. I was about to finish what I was saying before I had to encounter the bug thing. So with the way things are currently set up, this kind of environment, then when you have young people, they're in schools, they have parents that themselves really don't know what the hell is going on half the time. They are raising them kind of, but also kind of not. It's the technology and the system that's raising them more than anything else. Now you have a fundamentally dysfunctional group of people that is effectively raised by algorithms. Ironically enough, today's world, the majority is raised by not people, but by algorithms. That's your master right now. People are like, oh wow, we're gonna be subject to algorithm master. They're like, what do you mean we are now? Oh shit! What do you mean we will? Are you so kawaii? What are you using?
Is literally crack for kids.
It's disgusting. I fucking hate Cocomelon. I hope that shit gets deleted from existence.
So it won't be deleted from existence, and parents need to do a better job parenting. They can't just be giving the kids an iPad and saying, hey, go watch whatever the fuck you want. Go watch YouTube.
Exactly.
The dopamine cartel is one cartel that's going to stay in operation for the...
It's always going to stay in operation. It's just that you are done. You have to be stupid enough to buy into it.
A lot of parents are busy, or they think they're busy, and they want a lot of free time. They want to live as if they're not parents. And what they do is they see Cocomelon. It's very popular with kids because it's basically like crack for children. So they think, oh, what can I do to keep my kid occupied for the next 6 hours? Oh, I'm going to give him an iPad, and I'm going to put on Cocomelon and have him watch it. This is what's going to
in general, even YouTube Kids as a feature is nothing more than brain rot. Here's the thing, if you sit an adult in front of a TV screen, you haven't watched this shit, and they can't get anything useful from it, and what the fuck do you think the kid's gonna get from it exactly? This weird way, have you ever noticed that people are fundamentally incapable of actually speaking? It's because they have to watch this weird content as a kid, where people talk like this all the time, and it's really fucking annoying. This kind of weird shit. Everybody's so fucking hyper-expressive. What the fuck is that shit? It's annoying, and everybody speaks like this. How many times did you have to deal with a quote-unquote public speaker or moderator that spoke like this the entire time, just like the brain rot they consumed at age 15? Like, what the fuck is this shit? It's unbelievable. YouTube Kids and all that kind of weird stuff, it's not needed. And no matter how many behavioral psychologists, which is pseudoscience, by the way, how many of those people will tell you, oh, this is needed because the kid's going to function better? No. Bullshit, whole lot. You say this, but it's complete bullshit, because guess what? This hasn't existed before, and in the time period where it hasn't existed, people were a lot better off. Well, intellectually anyways.
This is why.
Okay, so
let me make it.
And I never watched this shit as a kid either. And people still don't believe that I'm in my 20s. They think I'm in like my 40s or 30s or whatever it happens to be. Because I just happen to speak a certain way. Now I speak a certain way because I didn't get impacted.
Elon's in his 20s now.
That everybody's forced into watching because they believe it's good for the kid. If it makes an adult feel like they're retarded, then it is retarded and it's going to make this child turn into a retard. Even if they're not.
It's kind of weird. I stopped watching television. Teach critical thinking. Oh my god.
Like, what do you mean you teach critical thinking? Just have them watch something that's logical.
I stopped watching television about 20 years ago, and actually 2006. And so yeah, we're about 19, 20 years ago. And it's amazing when you talk to people who are, you can tell people who don't watch TV or don't really consume it very much. Because it's a completely different language. They speak in different ways. They think in different ways. Whereas people who watch a lot of television, particularly broadcast television, like just repeat what they've been told. It is brain rot. It's like,
so here's what you need to do. You need to date a girl who doesn't watch TV. Has never watched TV.
Well, I'm married watching TV, which is a good.
Yeah, like that's what I mean. Like those are the key. Those are the women you want to look for.
It's not your
TV though. There is also a lot of social media exposure outside of legacy media that messes with your brain. Obviously, I mean, so you get what I'm saying. You want someone whose brain is not saturated by brain rot, and I know that can be a hard ask, but they do exist, and go find them. You'll be happy. Trust me.
It's really fun. It's really fun though to fuck with those people. And so when I was doing I moved back to America in 2017, and I had to go back to law school again to go get pre-qualified as a lawyer here. And we were sitting in class once, and this guy, Justice Richard Palmer, who's the Supreme Court Chief Justice in Connecticut, came to deliver a class. And this was in 2017, as I said, 2017, 2018. And so he said, who do you find inspiring, right, to this group of law school students? And one hand went up, and this girl went, well, I find DeRay McKesson really inspiring. Remember him? So, like, I find him really inspiring because, like, blah, blah, blah. And I'd never heard a word the guy had ever spoken. As far as I'm aware, he was just an activist. But anyway, she said that. Right? So the judge goes, anyone else
find anything inspiring? And I was just like, hand up. I said, who do you find inspiring? I said, I find Steve Bannon really inspiring. Like, the whole room was like, gasped.
How is he inspiring a guy that's so sloppy? Like, again, it's that shut up. No, it doesn't matter. Finish the point.
Well, so the reason, the whole room just like gasped, right? And the point is to like just put it right in their face. You say something which is just like totally outside of their universe of acceptable opinion, and you just like just detonate it. It's just like, okay, fine, fuck it, let it go, and it's really, really entertaining to do. I think now it's like it's kind of old hat. So like back then, it was just impossible to say something like that, and today we're seeing more and more of it.
Yeah, it's explosive back then, right? You had an unacceptable opinion. Now it's like, well, okay, you like Steve Bannon, big whoop, right? Yeah.
I mean, I get it. Steve Bannon, like, is a force to be reckoned with, especially on the conservative side. But here's my advice, and to everybody in this room. This conversation that we're having is what makes America phenomenal. Because, like, literally, every speaker.
We're not Americans.
I'm pretty sure I'm the only person that lives in America.
Yeah.
Preston
is kind of an American, but he's more British than American, really.
Yeah,
but yeah, he plays on both sides.
Like the extreme diversity of thoughts and the extent of the knowledge of every person here. That's what makes us a great society, to be honest with you. And I don't understand why not even more people actually joining this actual space, the conversation. Adrian, thank you for putting this together. I think more people should be joining this instead of joining some bullshit echo chamber spaces and stuff like that when we're actually having an extremely productive conversation.
The other thing, I think the thing to keep in mind is that this is only possible because X is based in the United States and it's exporting the First Amendment abroad, right? And that's something which, in the U.S., if you're a foreigner on U.S. servers, you have First Amendment rights as a general rule. And if you're a U.S. company on U.S. servers, you've got First Amendment rights. And if you want to defend those against a foreign country, there's nothing they're going to be able to do to penetrate. They'd have to basically invade the U.S., right, in the final analysis, where they'll have to do an ISP level block of your domain. So, like, this platform and the liberalization of opinion, which has been permitted since it was taken over by Elon Musk in 2022, like the EU and all the censors and all the moderators and everyone who's trying to control the internet, there was just so much content on here being said by so many people that when they took the lid off, it was too much for them to try to control. I remember a time when they would get hyper granular about which accounts they wanted banned on which particular platforms, and they would coordinate. Who is they? A bunch of NGOs, probably people in the U.S. Department of State, in coordination with certain foreign actors, and they would pile pressure on a company that Chris Cantwell is one example. He's the crying Nazi from Charlottesville. There was a really focused and concerted effort to get that person unpersoned from the internet, to get Alex Jones from the internet, even when he was and Cantwell was a nobody, right? And they still beat anyone who platformed him over the head to try to.
He was a fat too.
What's that? Well, I mean, what did he pick that up when he was in federal prison, or was that afterwards?
I think it was in federal prison when he picked that up. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but like they were hyper granular, hyper targeted. They would do things like they would write stories, right, about content that was up on particular websites before the websites actually heard about the problem from the FBI. So what's happening is the FBI was leaking information to, or someone in the FBI was leaking information to, for example, a reporter who was then communicating with an NGO or entity like Graphica or the Stanford Internet Observatory, who would write a report, and then the subject website would hear about this content from law enforcement after they heard about it in the media, right? Which means that the media was being talked to by apparatuses in the state about this stuff. And so they were going around and just really like, almost like a gardener, just like pruning, trimming, like trying to keep all of the weeds in check, right, at all times. And they had the tools to do it because everyone was cooperating everywhere at the same time with these huge apparatuses, you know, trust and safety people, a lot of whom were ex-DOJ, all of whom know each other and, you know, roll in the same social circles. So it's this big groupthink of identical, you know, people with identical thoughts, and identical backgrounds, and identical ideologies running this enormous censorship machine. And then Elon comes along and just blows it all up. Like, it would just like, okay, fuck it, let that sink in, let's just do this. And within 2 years, where are we now? We've got Trump in the White House, Zuckerberg's pulling down censorship. You know, I assume other companies like Apple and Google will
Hopefully TikTok as well. I don't know if you guys know, but they actually held they sponsored a conference yesterday with conservative influencers and with people who have been banned for like multiple times for opening accounts there. So I think even TikTok is changing. That's really positive. I know people like to rag on TikTok, but they're doing the right thing now.
Disclaimer, my previous agency, they were responsible for downgrading and banning at least 15 accounts that I know of.
It doesn't surprise me. I mean, it doesn't surprise me at all.
And I used to work for the Army Counterintelligence Command, and I was a joint duty assignment with DIA. And by the way, Ian, you are one of the targets.
Wow. Really? Yeah. No shit. What'd I do?
You ran your mouth, man. That's what you did.
That's fucking wild.
That's not a surprise. No, seriously, I'm not joking. You were one of the targets, one of the what they call them?
HVTs?
No, at the time we call them high value accounts.
Okay.
Yeah. And
surprisingly, it wasn't suspended from anywhere.
Yeah. And
did you see Keir Starmer today? Running around, he says the UK faces a new terror threat. Quote: loners, misfits, young men in their bedroom accessing all manner of material online.
Yeah, I posted about that. Yeah, fucking clown.
Whatever.
It's like he's misdirecting, right? He doesn't want to address the elephant in the room, which are the grooming gangs, and he doesn't want to talk about that because it means losing his voter base. So he's creating a new target, and he's redirecting his counterterrorism efforts towards hunting incels. Now, I won't even deny that incels can be a problem. Many of them are, but he's only doing this because it's politically expedient to do so. He doesn't want to address the actual problem in the room.
Well, I mean, I noticed. I mean, there was no great national reckoning. You know, when the Tiger was attacked in London, or when the London Bridge attacks happened, the first one and the second one, or when Manchester Arena was attacked during an Ariana Grande concert. There was no national reckoning for any of that. But no,
or the grooming gangs, because he was responsible for that. It's so shitty.
The minute people start thinking the wrong things online, oh no! And did we also see? Have we talked about Olaf Scholz yet today?
No, we've not.
So Olaf Scholz is he's the Prime Minister of Germany, and he was giving a talk. I think it was either WEF or something like that. And he goes in English. He says, you know, in Europe, of course, we have free speech. You can say anything you want, but what you are not allowed to do is express support for extreme right-wing ideas.
Yeah,
whenever someone from Europe wants to tell me or anyone else that they have free speech, they're lying to you. And they're actually ironically part of the problem, because you want to say anything that's remotely critical, you get fucking crucified, man. It's insane. I should know. I am a German. There's a reason why I don't fucking live there. Man, look. Like, you want an excuse. You want to know why. I don't even care for the language much at all. You'd probably want to know why exactly would someone like myself maximize English, because I'm disappointed. I'm exceedingly disappointed. And you can't voice your disappointment. Because if you do, you have various people with a very specific, unjust, and invalid opinion trying to somehow limit and suppress and invalidate what you are saying. Right? That's Germany for you right there.
Absolutely. Yeah,
and it's even worse. They have an insane animosity for one another. Your fellow man doesn't mean shit to any of them. And we're like, oh, how could you say this? I'm pretty sure a bunch of Germans will actually get very offended by this. But I'll tell you one thing right now. If you have a fucking neighbor and you have like these weird bullshit environmental laws, like there's a specific fucking bird or like there's this bug. Yes, they have this, by the way. If you accidentally kill a specific bug and somehow, even though it's not supposed to be on an endangered species list, even though it's a fucking pain in the ass, it should just fucking be eradicated in its entirety, but sure, it's on the endangered species list. If you accidentally fuck this thing up, your neighbor is gonna rat you out for no fucking reason. It's a bug. Yeah. Bureaucracies. But they will do this. They will do this because they have no honor. They have no morals. They have nothing. Stasi mentality. They made it. It's stupid as fuck, man. There is no free speech in Germany. In Europe, there is none of that. There is no freedom of expression because as soon as you express yourself, many things are going to happen to you, one of which is going to be a crackdown on who you are. Society will shame you. Institutions will look at you differently. All this kind of stuff will happen to you. And person you. Yeah, I know. This is how it is. You want to say free speech, and who exactly defines what is radical? From any perspective, I'm a person who likes to be very centered to various opinions and movements effectively, right? Because I like to moderate these things, which of course, given the abstract means we've had on spaces for like the last couple months, I think directly proves my point. Right? You don't get like people who are far right and far left and put it together in the same space. You act as a fucking control rod, so the whole thing doesn't go thermonuclear, right? That's insane. So if you can manage that, you probably have a very good understanding of both these sides. And I can tell you that if you sit in the center here, you take the position of the center, what I'm looking at is extreme. What these people think is not extreme is absolutely extreme. It's extreme far left. And anything that deviates from this left is then somehow extreme right, which it's not. It's the center.
Well, they've been in control for so long. They've been in control for so long, and they're in control in so many places, and they've been in control in those places for so long that like deviating from that is to them extreme, right? So if you go to a university and you say something like if you during the like asshole protests in Colombia or students occupying buildings, if you were a faculty member and you say something like, hey, don't be assholes and commit property crime, you'd get turfed out of the university, right? But like that's not the faculty member being strange. It's that the university is just way off base and they're not used to having anybody who can stand up to them and say no, because if you say no, you get punished. So like I sometimes I like kind of being in a position where I work for myself largely, where like you do your own thing, you're a specialist in one area, and like you're allowed to have opinions because you're an expert in one particular thing, and like you don't have to go work for IBM or something or Travelers or some other big faceless corporation where you're just a cog in the machine. You have to shut up, keep your head down, and prevent yourself from being noticed by HR. But like it's all of these HR like institutions or in all of these HR functions in big companies, big universities and elsewhere, and like it doesn't matter that like they basically their job is to maintain institutional order, and if the institution is bad, right, then you just turn around and saying something normal like, hey, maybe we shouldn't break into buildings and occupy them, and maybe it's okay to discipline students that do that. That's problematic, right? Just because you're the one who's out of line, and some people are upset.
I spoke, what is it, a couple of weeks ago, Adrian, I think I put that video up when I was in Germany with the lady.
Yeah. very few Germans on this platform because they just simply cannot take it. I think it's very difficult for many. They're also they're very habitual creatures as well. So, I mean, look, here's the thing. If your administration still uses a fucking fax machine to this day, it's a sign that maybe you should start moving on. Just a little bit. It's a sign. You're using a fax machine. I know this is crazy. I know this is a very crazy opinion to like voice that in today's modern age where I'm like having a conversation with almost thousands of people daily connected right now, that it's somehow crazy to not use a fucking fax machine anymore. You know, this inferior piece of dog shit technology that I'm so glad is useless and we don't have to use anymore. It's amazing that we don't have to use this piece of shit anymore. Like, damn.
How many Germans use Mastodon?
Oh God. And I think that's essential. They think that that's like a place where opinion is like, you know, fair. It's definitely not. You post the wrong thing, you instantly get ass fucked.
There's an issue with Germans using X on both the left and the right. The leftists use Mastodon because they think it's free speech for them. And it is for them. It is free speech. They don't allow right-wing voices on Mastodon on none of their instances. And on the right, they're extremely paranoid. So they use Telegram, which is fine, but nobody really interacts with anybody on their Telegram. So they refuse to use X because they are under the impression that Elon Musk is a globalist. They don't believe when he is, you know, he's the good person that he is. They truly believe that he's a globalist because he is a billionaire. This is their view. It is quite badly insane, and they need to stop thinking like this. And fortunately, you know, at least Fidel,
not even globalists. Not even globalists. That's not even correct. They don't have a problem with globalists. Specifically, what they do have a problem with is they have a problem with people who will hold very specific positions, right? Specifically positions that they believe. That doesn't mean that it is that type of position. They believe to be right-wing positions, right? I mean, that's literally what the fuck.
I'm talking about right-wing. I'm talking about right-wing Germans.
Oh, the right-wing Germans. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. There you go. You
kind of like talk about that. They're like super anti-vaccine, and you know, all they saw was that Elon took the vaccine because he had to, and he had to go to Germany of all places, right? They look at that and they're like, oh my God, he's one of the globalists. Oh, you know, and that it's like,
yeah, some people didn't have a choice to take the vaccine. Other people didn't know any better.
They don't get it, right? Yeah. So thankfully, you know, Max Kra and Alice Fidel, they're using X and they're imploring other Germans to do so as well because X truly is a platform for free speech. And, you know, if you're a German in the audience and obviously you're listening to this space, so you're German, and convince your friends to use X, right? That's the best thing you can do right now is convince your friends that it is the place to be. And I understand that X in Germany is quite a different experience. There's a lot of censorship on it, and that's mostly because the European moderators.
The stuff that I see in the German echo chamber of X is really kind of stupid. There's nothing actually useful in there. It's kind of funny sometimes, but realistically, I mean, I think there is a bit of a shift that is coming and that is already happening. The reason why I say this is because you have the official account for the German army. It's like disabled our account here because of all the responses that were somewhat negative. I was like, I don't know. So your citizens are complaining about what you're doing, and you don't like the complaints. So instead of solving the problem, you just get rid of the channel of access. I can feel the free speech growing, man. I can feel the free speech growing so much. I can really feel it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's fucking free speech there. You just fuck off. You have more free speech in various third world countries where people usually would say, oh, you don't. You have more free speech there than you do in that fucking place. That is insane, by the way.
You have more free speech in the third world countries because they don't have the advanced enforcement apparatus that Germany does. Like Germany has...
Even then, they don't care about the same issues either. You know, if I were to say go around in the country where I live right now, and they were to say a bunch of stuff against, let's say, homosexualism, right, or criticize some aspects of it, nobody would give a shit. They would agree with me, actually. They would love me for saying it because it's a very fucking weird thing to have like a young first to say, oh wow, this guy still understands it. Now, I don't have anything against gay people, by the way. Many of my friends are in fact gay, and I like him, and it's all fine, it's all good, right? We're not going to make an issue out of it. What I do have an issue is when people turn this into parades and try to force it on everyone. What used to be gay was actually pretty damn good. There used to be like the time where if you showed up at a parade and you were doing things that were really fucking weird, other people would call you out. Those other people would in fact also be gays. That is the peak. That was the peak right there. That is something that can be accepted. That is something that I can accept. If you're gay, that's perfectly fine. You can do whatever you want in your life. You can fuck whoever you want. It doesn't matter to you. Whatever your sexual orientation is, if you can function in society, you're going to turn it apart. You may do whatever you want to yourself and with others. It doesn't matter. Okay, just as long as you leave me alone, you don't try to fuck me over, and you don't try to fuck over my children either. You do what you want, and it's perfectly fine. We can agree on that. We can shake hands on it. It's perfectly fine. So all these laws, they talk about certain aspects of it, especially if you're trying to force stuff onto me that I don't want to have forced onto me, because I'm not forcing my opinions on you either. I'm not telling you to be straight, so you're not going to fucking tell me what to be either. It's a two-way street, motherfucker.
The same thing in the federal government until the Obama administration, they start putting that shit, they shoved it into our throats, and these assholes, they became like more of like it was like, oh my god, yeah, it was like, yeah, I'm this, that, and the other, and it became a style. The first Trump administration, they kind of, those guys like kind of like fizzled away. Then they came back in full throttle back in 2021, and Jesus Christ, Lord, help me and deliver me from all these craziness. They came back in full, like when I say full throttle, back in 2021, it was like we had classes, we call them CBTs, computer-based trainings. We had like literally tailored computer-based trainings on how to address the LGBTQ people.
Really?
Yeah, it was. I mean, I believe you. Yeah, it was nuts, and I was trying to pull my Arab card. Yeah, I was like, okay, you fuckers, okay, yeah, you pull in all these brownie points, whatever, brownie cards, whatever. And it was like, let me pull up my fucking Arab card and try to get away from these some of these stupid trainings. And as soon as I put that in, and it was like, hey, this goes against my beliefs and stuff like that, and put me under the fucking radar, and that's basically what put me under the target. And they started going after me.
Of course.
Yeah, it was ridiculous, man. It was like it's fucking nuts. And I want to go back to a normalcy. I come from intelligence, special operations. I want to see lethality. I don't give a shit about what your background is. I don't give a shit what language you speak or what background you came from. Can you fucking collect intelligence? And can you kill fucking people? That's the two things I care about. I was like, can you collect intelligence and put it in an IIR or finished intelligence, FinTel, that's what we call it, and And can you fucking pull the trigger and kill bad guys? That's the only two things I care about. And thank God we're going to go back to that normals.
Yeah, just banned DEI. Yeah, banned.
Yeah, they just banned affirmative action in all federal contracting and mandated that federal contractors all be colorblind and merit-based only. So like it's done. Affirmative action is finished. And basically the reason that all of these companies had to have DEI programs is because the federal government was like, listen, and affirmative action programs, because the federal government, in order to do business with them, right, had all of these compliance apparatus.
So you're a lawyer, so I'm going to give you a couple things that you maybe need to actually work on. It is the race-based hiring practice, because there's a few things, not just in the federal government, actually in the civilian sector. When you apply, you get to a particular section and you get to a point where it's like, are you Hispanic, Latino? And if you click yes, that gives you a couple of brownie points. And if you click no,
you're not allowed to do that. That's not allowed.
I can send you.
But he's basically, I think what he's trying to explain is that it's very specific selection systems, and if you click certain options, and you get more points than if you clicked other options. Not that you should, in fact, click an option that doesn't apply to you. What he's just simply saying is that some options are favored more than others, and has no differentiate. There's no reason for it other than the fact that they're different from each other, allegedly. So for affirmative action, I believe that's what you're trying to verbalize.
Yes, Adrian. Yeah. So they still have these.
Yeah, I should definitely work in an intelligence agency.
Yeah, they still have these categories. Yeah, Hispanic, Latino, white, black, Asian, blah blah blah. There's like that shit needs to be gutted away from.
Yeah, no race nonsense. Yeah, because the only reason you even have the racial identification in these systems is to facilitate affirmative action and DEI. You get rid of that, and then no longer will they be looking at it, because right now there's still going to be a bias if people are in HR. They're going to look at what race you are. They're going to look at your name or something. They're going to think, oh yeah, I'm going to hire this person because it'll make my company look good to have an Asian person here, or a black person, or an Indian, or Hispanic or Native American. They need to get rid of that. They need to do hiring based on merit alone, and that means looking at people on an individual basis rather than, oh, this person's of XYZ race. And this is not just a problem in intelligence agencies. This is a big problem as well in fucking retail of all places, right? I got a friend in Minnesota. She works as a manager of a clothing store, and she just was hired the best people for her job, but she's not even allowed to do that. So she kind of tricks the system where her bosses, let's say she wants to hire someone, she gets a bunch of applicants, and they're all pretty decent, and they happen to be white and female, and the boss is like, no, can't hire that person. They gotta fill in the blank for being either a Muslim or a lesbian or trans or something. And so the easiest way that she gets around it is just by listing them as bisexual. That's it. Just kind of like a disability, right? And it's the only way she can hire the people that she wants, which is fucking insane. You should not have to do that, right? That's silly. But because they want to fill quotas, like DEI quotas, they have an internal metric that they're going by. And so they hire only people of a certain class or race, and it's unacceptable. It's not merit-based. It's very unfair to people who are actually trying to apply for a job. And so more often than not, and this is true not just for retail, but for pretty much any business, like in Silicon Valley, they're particularly afflicted by this. It's they will get 100 applicants who want to apply for a job, but they all happen to be white, male, or Asian and male, right? That is literally all you're going to have in Silicon Valley, because those are the people who've got the degrees or who have the qualifications necessary to do a job. And they're like, nope, we can't hire any single one of these people. We got to find a black female. And so they'll be waiting for that application to come in, and it's never coming in. And so they don't fill these applications out. Nobody fills it in. And so as a result of that, the company is bereft. It's fucking stupid. It needs to stop. And, what Trump did today is a step in the right direction, and hopefully, the rest of the industry falls out.
No,
very different.
Oh yeah, I mean, been in jail for a long time, so.
Been to jail for
I think he looks actually pretty good for a guy who spent 11 years in federal prison.
That's why.
It's not really do. They work out, right? You know, you don't have much else to do.
I'm so
It's incredible.
I'm so happy about that. Like, it's been.
Can we free Roger Ver next? Because, you know, the lawfare against him is fucking bullshit. 180 years to tax evasion is some nonsense. And it's not even, you know, legit, right? It's a bullshit charge. They should free him.
I was long overdue for a haircut, so my friend did me a favor to my hair.
Nice.
Right.
Don't they have barbers in prison?
Yes, technically they do. They have a lot of things in prison that technically don't exist with the prison normally, but people are crafty. They'll think of things, you know.
No, I mean, like, actually, they do have barbers in there, I'm pretty sure. Like, you can basically sign up for various work orders in prison, you know, so if you go to jail, you have like 200 positions that need filling, you know, you can either work in the laundry, or you can do, like, yard work, you know, because they have you clean up the yard and plant trees and stuff, right, or you can go outside for, like, visitations and stuff. Or, you know, they have, like, internal stuff, like being a cook or a barber, you know, things like that. And it's a good way to score brownie points in the jail itself. You know, so, like, when you're appealing for parole, you can say, hey, I was a very good inmate. I worked as a, you know, prison barber. I cooked for people, and I did X, Y, Z. This is my community work. And that reflects good on your resume, you know, so to speak. So if you do go to prison, you know, you want to be as a model of a prisoner as possible, you know. I know it sucks, but for the most part, you know, I mean, that's rehabilitation, right? And if prisons do in fact work, and sometimes they do, that's what you need to do. But unfortunately, a lot of prisons are just completely broken, and I mean, you know, say what you will about the U.S. prison system, it is kind of shitty, but it's not the British prison system, because the British prison system, there was a report that came out last week from the Daily Mail. They did this expose on British prisons. They said that a lot of them are pretty run down. The inmates essentially run the prisons themselves. They deal drugs. They don't do anything that's, you know, rehabilitative. And the prison guards are people that they hire from overseas, notably Turkey. They don't have any experience. They're just looking for job experience in the UK. And what happens is they apply for a job in the UK, they get a prison job, they get assigned to it, and they bring their whole family, and they'll just be camped outside waiting for, like, a residence. It's insane. And keep in mind, you know, Britain's unemployment rate is really high, but for some reason they're hiring outside work to go man the prisons, and these are quote-unquote prison guards who have, like, about 2 weeks of training. It's insane. It's really, really stupid, and their system is completely broken. Prisons run the jails, right? If you look at what British prisons look like, if you look for videos, they are uploading their own videos using contraband phones, and their jail cells are, you know, if you were like a gangster out in the real world and you're serving, let's say, a 2-year sentence or something, your fucking cell it has a fucking TV in it, and not provided by the prison, mind you, smuggled in. The TV that's smuggled in with, like, computer access, internet access, all this stuff is, like, completely illegal, but nobody wants to crack down on it because they'll have a prison riot if they do that. It's actually really crazy. Britain's fucked up, so, you know, when people say, hey, we need to jail all of the grooming gang members, yeah, they should. But at the same time, you're going to fix the prison systems, because all you're doing is just sending these assholes from one place to another. You're not actually putting them in jail. They're not learning anything there.
So, my cousin has a family in England. Actually, I have a very so I have some family in England. My uncle left Iraq in 1973, and he went to England for college, and he went to University of Manchester, I guess. He got married to a British lady. One of his sons, long story short, he got some gangs, I guess. I don't know the whole story, to be honest with you, but he was 14 years old and he was indicted for a murder charge because I guess he was hanging out with some thugs, I guess, or some people like killed a guy. So he was implicated in that whole thing.
Great fucking story! Wow!
I believe he served 10 years and he got released on parole.
Yeah.
And I was talking to my uncle and I was like, hey, how's my cousin doing? By the way, I've never seen him. I've never seen my cousin.
Yeah, he's just a cousin, yeah. So, what happened then? What do you learn about him?
What I've learned about him is in the prison system, he got more radicalized in the Islamist ideology.
Oh yeah, because they don't want to stop the radicalization of their inmates, right? Either they become white nationalists or they become Islamists. Like there's only two options there.
Yeah, so he became more radicalized in the Islamist ideology than anything else. And it was like, wow. I was like,
yeah, same thing happens in French prisons. You know, a lot of the terrorists that also like Belgian prisons as well. A lot of the Islamists who went and fought in Syria, right, against Assad and against the Americans as well, they were from European prisons. They were radicalized in there. They were not that before. I think the best movie that depicts this sort of radicalization in prison is the movie Four Lions. It's a satirical movie about jihadis come from British prison, yeah, and then they just they turn into terrorists because they have no purpose in life, so they join Al Qaeda, yeah. And that is a fairly realistic depiction of how things are. I mean, I know it's a comedy, but it's based on reality, right? That does happen there, and it's funny because like a lot of satirical movies and plays and comedies, like shows, they're supposed to provoke the government into doing something to fix something that's clearly broken, right? But for some reason, the British have just, embraced this culture of basically silence, so they don't really talk about it. It's just a quiet shame that they just never bothered to fix, and this is endemic in every aspect of British society. Nobody wants to talk about the grooming gangs because that would require admitting that the system is broken. That would require admitting that hundreds of thousands of girls were raped, right? That would require admitting that their migrant policy just doesn't work. It has completely backfired on them. And the prison system clearly doesn't work, and that's not something they want to approach. They just think, oh, if we send a guy to prison, he'll be fixed. Clearly, that's the idea of it. That's how prisons are supposed to work. But much like Mexican prisons, when you go there, it's a whole different system. It's not, you're not really subject to any sort of rehabilitative measures. It's not a Norwegian prison. It's just more broken shit. And Britain as a society, as a whole society, is just a completely broken mess. I mean, it's run by an establishment that the only reason they are members of the establishment is due to heritage, due to legacy. They don't want to lose their positions. They're not like, in America, if something is broken, you clearly fix it, and it might suck for like 4 years or something, but it does ultimately get fixed. I mean, there was a judge who did the school to prison pipeline. He would sentence these young black boys, 12 years old, who, were truant in school, not really a crime, just truancy or something. Sentenced them to jail, and he was doing it for profit. He was actually being bribed by the people who ran these jails to send prisoners there. And he populated them and turned them into like actual criminals, right? He went to jail for this, right? They charged him. The when fans found out, they charged him for this, and all of the his convictions are overturned because 99% of them were just bullshit convictions of him making money off of sending kids to prison. That is America. It fixes things. America can be fixed. It has always been a culture of fixing things. Britain, unfortunately, is not like this. Britain just sweeps it under the rug. I mean, we had this conversation yesterday where we talked about how Jimmy Savile, the notorious predator, pedophile, and children's entertainer for 30 plus years, the BBC knew what he was up to, and they did nothing about it because it meant, that a lot of these people in charge would lose their positions, and they didn't want to rock the boat. Nobody wants to rock the boat. Even the people working under him knew he was a pedophile. His assistants knew he was a pedophile. He was grooming children. He was raping a lot of young girls that came onto his show, and no one wanted to talk about it, right? It's just cultural silence.
Everybody should talk about that. That's why we have these conversations.
And that's facilitating a lot of British people who have otherwise been silenced by their legacy media. We see a lot of British voices on maybe not on this stage in particular, but on X. They're speaking about this, right? And they do get visits from police. I've seen a number of the former victims, well, not former, but like the victims of these grooming gangs have been speaking up about their experiences, and guess what? The police visit them, and they won't even charge them. They won't even arrest them. They'll just say, hey, we noticed that you've been tweeting a number of things that may put you in danger. I mean, that's a fucking threat. They're trying to silence them, and they're not being silenced. They're refusing to be silenced, I should say. They are trying, the government's trying to silence them. It's not working. And more people need to do this. More people in Britain need to speak the fuck up, stop this culture of silence, because it only enables, more victimization, more of the same old shit. And it's gotten to a point where the British economy is basically, it's just trash now, right? The rich people are leaving, and rightly so. And it's gotta collapse. It's gonna collapse, right? So if you're a British patriot and you love your country, or maybe you don't love the country the way that it is, but you want it to be better, then you do need to speak up. You do need to put your life on the line. Unfortunately, that's the only way you can do it. That's the only way you can have change, is to have a kind of a revolution, a vocal, a very non-kinetic but very verbal revolution, and that's what needs to happen. And failing that, you're gonna have a kinetic revolution. I mean, it's like John F. Kennedy. No. You can't say that. No.
Kinetic revolutions are never on the table. Kinetic revolutions.
Let me finish my sentence. Look, I'm quoting John F. Kennedy. If you cannot have a peaceful revolution, you're going to have a violent one. I'm paraphrasing him, but that's literally, it's inevitable. I'm not saying that you should do it. I'm saying it's inevitable. It's going to happen, whether you like it or not, if you don't have a peaceful one. So it's in your interest, your very own personal interest, and interest of your family, your society, to have a very peaceful revolution. Otherwise, a violent one is inevitable. It will happen, and then you'll only have yourself to blame for it. So don't silence me, or I have to finish my sentence. I finished it. Yeah, I was just quoting JFK, so, I'm not advocating for violent revolutions. I'm advocating for a peaceful one. I'm just saying that if it doesn't happen peacefully, it's going to happen violently, whether you like it or not.
So, here's my thing about that. I'm actually very worried about the West and the Islamist, because the fact that the Islamists actually control London.
So the Islamists,
So the extremists, of course, right? I think there's a
not Islamists. Islam's fine. It's the Islamists, the kinds that their activities would be prohibited anywhere else. Go to the Middle East, and you can't pull that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So
these are the people who congregate in mosques and stuff, and they're not praying. They're actually advocating for total societal change, and not in a good way.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the stupid part is, Keir Starmer will say that the biggest threat to the British society is Islamophobia. Like, he's literally facilitating this. He's preventing people from even having the discussion about Islamists because they happen to be his voting base.
the West has no idea how dangerous the Islamists in the Western countries and how much they've been actually infiltrating the Western society.
Institutions. Yeah, schools.
Not just schools, dude. There's like, it's everything between the caliphate, everything between the resurrection of the 12 imam of the Muslims. It goes deep, and their obligations, as far as like the Islamists, their obligations like get everybody out there. It doesn't matter which Muslim ideology they fall under, like Shiite, Sunnis, or whatever. But at some point, the 12 imam that will come back, and he will take over the world, and he will come back with Jesus. That's from the Shiite, and also some Sunni scholars. Jesus is going to come back with the 12 imam, and they're going to rule the world.
Okay, talk about Shia Islam, right?
What's that?
You're talking about 12 Shia Islam, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an extremist view of the world. Yeah, they have to bring about the end of the world to make that happen.
Yeah.
It's one of the Iranian governments.
Not just Iranian. It's the Iraqi Shiite. Not every Shiite. A few of them.
You know, back in when Iraq was run by Saddam Hussein, and he's not a great person by any means, at the very least, they had the Ba'athist party that kept these people at bay, right? They kept the extremists out of government. Unfortunately, the Americans overthrew them, didn't want to work with them, you know, and let Iraq turn into the way that it is right now. It's very unfortunate. Americans have this, not Americans today, right? Trump is pretty smart, but the Bush era Americans, they had this stupid view, this neoconservative, neoliberal view that if they were to just export American democracy worldwide, everybody would embrace it. They would embrace democratic American values. That just isn't the case. What they did was they created power vacuums. Obama was, I would say, the worst in this regard when he sparked the Arab Spring. Him and Victoria Nuland, they planned the whole thing out, got rid of all these quote-unquote dictators, these strongmen, and then, you know, allowed the power vacuum to, you know, just be filled by whoever the fuck had the most guns. And it just so happens to be militants. And that's why, certain part of the Middle East is kind of a mess right now as a result of that. And when, you know, prevailing wisdom from the Saudis, for example, says that, hey, we need to shut this down. We need to shut down these weird guys called the Houthis, which are not a race, by the way. It's just a cult, right? People like to think, oh, they're a race of people. They're being genocided. No.
The Houthis. Well, first of all, the Houthis is not a race.
But they think it is, right? A lot of people, they don't understand anything. They think Houthis, oh, there are people there. They're being oppressed. It's like, no, they're an extremist organization, just like Al-Qaeda is, right? And they think that the Saudis are oppressing them. No, that's also not true. You don't oppress Al-Qaeda. They're fucking terrorists. And that's what people don't understand, right? A lot of Americans thought, oh, we're just going to let these people run rampant. And Biden, you know, he didn't help. He took them off the terror list. What the fuck? They're bombing Americans and they're taking them off the terror list. You're trying to negotiate with them? Are you nuts? Like, so that's what he did. And, so, like I said, when the Saudis and, you know, UAE try to do something right with the region and keep these people under control, Americans are like, no, you can't do that. Like, it's like, you almost think that maybe, you know, Obama and Biden, they want instability in the region. Like, they don't want peace. It's so dumb.
Yeah,
Thank God for Trump, man. Like, Trump gets it. The Abraham Accords, amazing. More of that, please.
absolutely. Like literally, like oh my God, how do I explain this? I started working with U.S. military back in 2003. I came to the United States back in 2010, October 2010. And I was watching the news, like CNN, Fox News, and MSNBC, and all that stuff. And I was like, and they were like reporting on overseas, and it was like, this shit doesn't add up. I was like, I just came back from over there. It was like, no. It was like, these people are fucking lying. Yeah, to everybody.
Yeah. They promoted the establishment's narrative, like with Afghanistan in particular, that I can think of it, so I'm just...
Afghanistan.
They're on the Northern Alliance and the good guys. They love democracy, you know?
Yeah.
But what they don't mention is that they're actually worse than the Taliban. They oppress people. They have slaves. They have boy rape slaves, you know, the whole Bakabazi thing. They just completely omitted that. Like, they hid it for years, years.
And it's worth considering.
And then you find out that soldiers are being fired for it.
It's also worth considering how those same situations created a lot of the migrants that are causing like the issues in the UK and elsewhere. You can kind of see the connections between the things.
So, by the way, guys,
This hot dog wasn't hit. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day. I have no supporters, so if you have the chance, please subscribe. The main difference between the please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day. I have no supporters, so if you have the chance, please subscribe.
Where did they go? They went to the UK.
So this is me. We are vegans. We can't have meat and smoke coming into our. No, we're gonna speak to our landlord. No, that is
Yeah, you killed Gaddafi. Great job, guys.
I think as the can in Afghanistan and Pakistan because there's a border that is like not super secure right between the two.
Of course, yeah. It's not guarded.
It's incredibly crazy. That's like nobody's talking about that stuff. And
Its impact on the West has been a disaster. You can largely thank Merkel.
oh my God. Yes.
Merkel, Gordon Brown, all these fucking people, man.
When the fiasco they did overseas and they transformed that fiasco into the West from mass migration and everything else.
Yeah. Yeah, Gordon Brown's rule was a disaster, right? I mean, it's gotten to a point where you have Tony Blair, who was not a fantastic person, it's terrible, but you have him speaking out against it, right? He's like, it's gone too far, right? He's saying that Islamists are a problem in the UK. Like, he literally gave an interview recently where he said that. And one seemed to have listened to it. Yeah, I'm thinking, okay, Tony Blair, the guy who's probably like partially responsible for the Afghanistan war and the Iraq war, is literally telling you that you should stop importing people. And no one's listening to that. You know, they just listen to Starmer, who's a fucking lunatic, right? Who's like taken over the Labour Party, turned into this far left nonsense. And it's like, it's wow. What the fuck? You know?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Shameful.
every part of the last switchover to happen for the build?
Yeah, the switchover is completed. You have now the temporalis thing. Remember the teleport thing? So that's we should build a teleport now.
But everything else stays the same as it did before, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But then you get
Yeah, if you want to swap the chest, you can just swap the chest. But yeah, there you go.
Wait, because I need to swap the chest to the thing that's
Yeah, if you want to do some mods to it, you can swap the chest to just the DPS chest, and then if you're doing maps, you swap to the temporalis chest. Basically, it's pretty simple.
Adrian, I'm gonna drop from my computer and join right back into my phone. If you guys be gracious enough to bring me back up to speed.
Yeah, we're also gonna end this soon because I want to do some stuff in the live stream eventually. So.
Okay.
So random post in 2020, Alexandria Occasional Cortex posted expand the court. She says expand the court. I agree with that. Expand the court. Let's pack it with conservatives. Let's go. Let's fucking go. What a dummy.
Cassie is literally insane. It's like, what bullshit is this? You know when the whole Nazi thing came out? Yeah. There's an angle of what, oh my god, how controversial, complete bullshit. And you had this person trying to explain how the ADL's assessment was wrong. Like, what? It's like the ADL, of course, big, GG move from their side, of course, very good move. They basically stated the obvious of what was effectively true. It's a misinterpreted thing. It's not what people say that it is. A few delusional people say that it is. And that's it, right? That was to kind of paraphrase what their take was. And then she, of course, posted that statement from the ADL, because of Cortez. And then trying to somehow explain how it was in fact a Nazi thing. And I'm thinking to myself, I actually wanted to make a meme out of this, but I thought it was kind of funny to think about. I said, everybody be silenced. Silence. The bartender is speaking. The bartender wants to tell everyone how the ADL is is wrong about examining what exactly anti-Semitism is or what it not is. Sure.
I don't know what fucking qualifications she thinks she has that she can Jew-explain the ADL,
I know, right? It's absolutely insane.
She's acting like she's more Jewish than them, and it's like, no, you're actually an anti-Semite, AOC. You have supported the destruction of Israeli homeland, the Jewish homeland. What are you doing? And now you're, telling them what a Nazi is? Really? You, of all people, who have, stood shoulder to shoulder with people who have actually given the actual Zikhail? Really? You're going to tell people what a Nazi is. So your buddies who are all, anti-Jew, they're fine, right? No, they're totally not anti-Semites. But Elon Musk, a friend of the Jews, man is very openly Jewish. Openly friendly to the Jews and openly supportive of them. Well, he's the real anti-Semite. Okay. And, I saw this horrible tweet from Hassan Piker, right? Where he was quote-tweeting Elon Musk. Elon said, so I might be the first person to vote for Nazi and a Zionist, And, Hassan, quote tweets and it's yes. What? What delusional fucking planet do you live on where a Jew is a Nazi? And we're not talking self-hating Jews here. They literally believe the Jews are the actual Nazis. This is how deranged people on the far left are. They actually think the Jews are Nazis. That is just next level. So if the Jews are Nazis, then who are the real victims anyway? It's such a disgrace. To try to think about the way that they think will give you a headache.
Yeah. And it's fucked up, even now, so more than ever, it's very, very difficult because people are going to believe whatever they want to believe. And, it's you will find instances of blatant untruths being spread. And ironically enough, here on X, this is a place where you have a lot of free speech. People will make these takes which are absolutely delusional, and you're allowed to make them, but the comments will, of course, criticize you, and that's fine. It's a good thing, actually. That's what I like about this platform so much, is that people can make delusional takes, and that there's people on here who then get to voice their opinions on that take. Look at something like Reddit, for instance. Any dissenting opinion of any kind, be it valid or invalid, is censored if it doesn't so happen to agree with the moderator's twisted worldview. So, like, even the comparison images of where other people also wave their arms to the air, that you cannot post on Reddit. Doesn't like value for it. So that's incredible. Yeah, you can say a lot of things on it. Like, I really like X because there is a lot of things that you can say on here. Not that you should say them, because I think a lot of them are very stupid, but you can say them and people will roast you for it, rightfully so. That you can't say on other platforms. Even on TikTok, there's various things that you cannot say because you'll literally just get fucking banned for it. I see some crazy shit on here. But that's a good thing. It's a good sign that there's crazy shit on here sometimes. I think that's an amazing thing because it really shows you that there is really free speech. It doesn't normally get the most reach, even though technically some of the insane stuff that's being said, like especially when people are complaining about censorship, it's like, oh my god, I feel like I'm so censored, I'm so this, I'm so that. I'm like, you literally get 1.6 million impressions on your fucking post. You want to tell me that you're censored? You want to tell me that you're censored? But the person who gets like fucking 20k impressions in like 30 minutes on their post wants to say that they are censored. Sure. They got millions of followers, and they get like 20k impressions on a post that they made 30 minutes ago. They get like more impressions than most other people do. That's insane. With the same follower count.
They do, yeah. And the worst part is they feel like they're entitled to payments. They act as if they are entitled to a fucking payout, even though they agree to the terms of service that says that X can, for any reason whatsoever, without providing you with a reason, can terminate your ability to be monetized because they don't want you to be paid. And that's the terms of service. You agree to it. You may think it's unfair, but you fucking agree to it. So I don't understand how these people feel like they're entitled to Elon Musk's money. They can post for free. Freedom of speech is not equal to freedom of reach. It is not a difficult concept to understand. If I'm speaking, I'm happy to be able to speak. I'm not being prevented from speaking. I can speak freely, but I should not expect to be paid for it.
We've got a gigantic bureaucracy, bonus overregulation. You've got agencies that have overlapping responsibilities.
You're like, oh, well, he's repressing us by not giving us, the money that we asked for. It's like, well,
it's very hard to
I didn't realize that you were like entitled to payment. There's nothing in the agreement that says you're entitled to payment. So what the fuck are you talking about?
We need to let the voters of America vote.
Yeah. So you're not going to the gulag. Turns out.
What's also a bit of a mess is, okay, I want to have unpayable events, and I explain. There is one way to do it if you just more actively post, and if there's a lot of replies under what you have, specifically verified replies, then you're going to get a higher payout. That is simply how it works. Now, that doesn't mean that you should post things that maximize engagement. You should post things that are genuinely valuable. This is what most people don't understand. They then begin to farm, and then the farm works for a little bit, but then the system is optimized to counter the farm, and then all of a sudden that vanishes, and then they complain about how there isn't any money anymore. It's like when you used a bug in the system to basically gain reward that you would have naturally never gotten, and then you complain when there is a correction, even though that's how it should have been the entire time. So, like, yeah. And then you're making it hard for yourself as well. Be like, oh, well, but, they want to post differently than this and differently than that. I'm like, dude, you have a massive fucking platform. You could simply choose to have, like, maybe even another person to help you out with a posting specifically, and then you could take elements of, I don't know, your stream or something like that, and then just put it out there, and it's very good, especially for, like, a video first platform. By the way, this is a request for the audience and anybody else who's listening. I need someone who can make schizo edits. I don't mean Nazi schizo edits. I don't want that kind of shit. Okay, no, nothing like that. Nothing like that. No, I want someone who is a very skilled editor to basically take moments out of our spaces and various other things and then turn it into like one of those base edits, like what you normally find on TikTok and whatnot. And you can post it on here, or like repost it and everything. I actually just want people to create cool content. So if you want to do that, hit me up and I want to talk to you and see what you can do. Yeah. We're trying to maximize clipping. The more people clip our stuff, the better. There's only 2 people that are doing it.
User minutes.
Yes. There's like 2 people that are already clipping, which I found very nice, but we need people who do edits now. We have clips, but we need edits. That's what we really need right now.
I think, Adrian, what you can do to facilitate this is to provide an example of the kind of edit you'd like to see.
That's going to be a bit difficult, by the way.
We'll find one that doesn't have a fucking black sun rotating in the back.
Yeah, no, that's not good. It's not good. I mean, the me one's like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. Holy shit.
Go to YouTube and just type in, Sigma edit or something. I'm sure you can find.
There's like this thing where, there's like this thing where they have like this white text setup that pops up on top of this like a specific visual effect that makes it kind of, pop out a little bit more. You know what I mean? Like these edits that have been going around, that's what I use. Like the Dexter edits, the same thing. There's many different edits, yes.
American Psycho edits.
Yes, we need, we need American Psycho edits. We need,
We have like funk music playing in the background.
Yes, whenever like drop it lyrics.
Somebody says something like really bass and then it just skips to the music and the beat drops and goes boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Seen some Elon Musk edits. Not super high quality, but it's in the same style.
Yes, yeah. And well, like it's a great thing for you as well, because if you want to say grow your platform here, if you provide things like this, that's amazing, because then you promote it. Yeah, exactly. I'll just like post your stuff.
Do one of me and I'll promote you.
Yeah, we got a show here, and we just desperately need people to make edits of what we're saying here, stuff that's really, really based, real curation. And if you happen to find good things that we're actually posting out there, then, you can repost that, find good takes, and then we'll, because that's what we're looking for ourselves as well. There's actually a few that are doing this. My friend is doing this here, Wise doing it. There's another guy who is, it's called Rex Spaces, who's actually created a tool where our spaces are actually available in recording form. So that's pretty cool. So if people want to get access to a specific piece of information, they can also do it that way. It works very well. Those spaces are all recorded. They're not recorded publicly here, but they're recorded there. So we can actually take stuff out there. I would actually take my spaces and publish them directly. It's just certain elements of the spaces that I don't kind of like because it's a very raw format. So stuff needs to be edited and sanitized and whatnot. This is for moderation.
Wouldn't it be enjoyable to sit through, 2 minutes of dead air?
Exactly, yeah. It's great live. Like we're doing it live. It's fine. It's nice when it's live, but
Yeah, because when you're listening to it live, you're probably doing something else at the same time.
Exactly.
I'm sure some of you are cooking or like cleaning your house or something, maybe working out. So it's nice to just tune in. I mean, I do this with spaces all the time. I just sit there anonymously and listen, right? But if you're watching a show on YouTube, you kind of want to be seated somewhere, and sure, you have it played.
That's the one. Fucking like Thomas Shelby edits. Shit like that. Yes, that's the one.
Yes.
Yeah, put it up at the top. Stuff like this, for instance, similar to this actually. This guy gets it. Yeah, something like that. Not exactly like that, but something like that from the format's perspective. You don't have to have like that much afterwards as well, because it's a little bit overdone, I think. But it kind of gives you the general idea of what we're going for. We're like looking for an ending that's a little shorter than that, because it's a little bit too much. It's overdone in this case. But it's an example of kind of a format. But then again, people can also make skits of it. It's like, taking together what we have said over the year, like the most based takes of somebody who can actually put that together. So yeah. And like at the end of the day, if you can produce cool shit and it's awesome and it's nice, send me examples. Like if you can do this, if you think you actually know what you're doing, send me examples. I will look at it. Like don't tell me you can do it. Show me that you can do it. Okay? I need examples. Always. Okay, let's see what else is there. Yikes.
This is a TV show, this movie called Running Point. And it was predicated
coronavirus being president.
It's coming out in February 27 and did not age well.
What's this shit? Have you ever seen snakes? Have you ever seen snakes fight each other?
No. I've seen them eat each other, but not never fight now.
Snakes are pretty brutal. Oh yeah, they're super primal, instinctual creatures, so they're just gonna eat each other. Snakes will be snakes. This is funny. I'm gonna keep that posted later. I got a bunch of memes I'm gonna post later. It's gonna be fun. Yeah. We already know that there's gonna be a Joe Rogan podcast with what's his face?
Ross.
Yeah. Absolutely.
For sure.
There absolutely is going to, there 100% has to be a podcast with them, Joe Rogan podcast with that guy. It's gonna be great. It's Ross Hilbert.
Quite a story, yeah.
Those internet videos are going to be insane. A lot of the SES, YouTube SES are going to come out. You know, I know one of them, and one of the YouTube SES, they publish downfalls of people. I'm gonna message this guy after this and like ask him, hey man, I'm gonna actually post some of your content to X. And if you can convince him somehow. Bingo. I figured it out. Yeah, I think I might have working theme. Yeah. Oh my god. These edits are insane. You know, my favorites are the Ryan Gosling autism edits.
Oh yeah, they're hilarious.
Oh hey, check this out. I'm gonna send you guys something. In the chats. Let me find it. Oh fuck. It's the wrong phone. I'm gonna have to like transfer the apps to this one. Because this one has the bigger battery. It's a chunky one. I've been letting this one run for quite a while now. It's incredible actually. Just testing it out. Figuring it out. You know how it is. Yes. Yeah. You know, guys, is it too soon to say this, or is this just right? But I think OpenAI is kind of cooked.
I think that's right. Yeah.
I know people want to say, oh, well, they're going to be acquired by this, acquired by that. I'm like, dude, if anyone's going to acquire them, it's going to be
Doesn't matter. Talent's not there.
It's like,
Talent's not there.
I want to quote post this thing and say, I think OpenAI is cooked.
I think that SoftBank is making a huge mistake here. Yeah.
OpenAI?
Yeah, they are.
They're making a massive mistake here. And I think this is
Microsoft.
A
I think this is gonna be a massive nail in the coffin.
Yeah, it's kind of cooked.
The question is, where the fuck are they even?
Does that mean that they are calculating this off as well as its own type of funding? Because that's what you could technically do. I see what charities do. Charities do this trick sometimes, by the way. If you ever see like a charity that says, oh, we've donated X amount of money, let's say, for instance, there's a charity that says, we have donated 500 million. We'll do this by saying that charities do this quite a lot more than people would actually care to know or even admit that to know. It's like this. Let's say I make a charity donation, right? You can donate not just in money, but in resources. So let's say hypothetically, I donate $500 million worth of wheelchairs. Now, I can either have the wheelchairs priced at a normal rate, or I can charge $20,000 per wheelchair. Do you see what's happening here? I can now basically get a bunch of wheelchairs there. It's going to cost me a fraction of the $500 million. Or whatever else I'm also donating. But if the price is inflated, it basically makes it look as if I'm donating this much, because the way that the assets are calculated, because the inflated price makes it look as though I'm donating this much in terms of resources, thereby potential value, thereby the money is what I stated to be 500 million. Make sense? No. It's a very disgusting trick, by the way. It's a very disgusting trick. Is this fraud? Is that fraud?
How much money are we talking about? How much cash?
See, that's the thing. I don't fucking know. I don't know how much cash there is.
How much billions are we talking about?
So it says deploying. So the verbiage is we will begin deploying 100 billion immediately. From what?
Well, $100 billion of cash. That's actual cash. $100 billion is actual cash.
Yes, so from what is that?
Okay, so SoftBank already has $100 billion worth of shit because they can raise them pretty easily.
And Elon says SoftBank has well under 10 billion secured. I have that on good authority. That's what Elon said just now.
Yeah, but they have 100 billion total raised over several.
I know. I don't know where that shit's coming from.
Yeah, that's coming from Saudis. That's coming from Apple. That's coming from a bunch of other entities, right?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so they raised $100 billion, which they put into what was that failing project called? What was that fucking failing project called? WeWork.
Oh God, yeah.
They put it into a shit ton of failing companies. And Uber. They managed to make some money back from Uber, and then they basically degenerate into Tesla options. They made all of their losses back from Tesla options. And so I think they have a decent chunk of money now, which they would be able to deploy from their previous ventures. By the way, this is actually a pretty funny story of when SoftBank completely fucking degenerated to Tesla options. This is actually one of the major reasons why Tesla exploded in price. It's actually a pretty funny story because it actually broke fucking options markets, and they actually got like a lot of financial journalists to look into who was buying all these Tesla options, and it was all SoftBank.
It's funny. it's interesting looking at spaces that I've had like a year ago or so, comparing it to what is today. My speech has greatly improved. It's amazing. Before it used to have less. It used to have more apprehension, which was a bit of a problem. Should get the point across more effectively. One of the great problems with space, especially if you're going to share the stage with other people not here, here it's relatively dynamic, is that everybody has like the 2-minute allotted time for speaking, and they don't actually know what the fuck they're saying. They get caught up in their own words, they repeat what somebody else has said, so that they can get their airtime and just kind of rely off of somebody else's failing context window. So if you're like don't stick and you're not able to force your way into the system and stay there and be persistent force, then you're gonna get fucked on a stage like that. So having done that a lot has kind of changed the way that I speak. Like there's a lot more force behind how I speak. I'm also able to use my voice a lot more effectively now, meaning that get better breath work so you can speak better and have your voice be more fully formed, you know what I'm saying? Professionally yapping over here.
Yeah. Well, I noticed the thing that you tend to do is you sometimes cut people off before they finish the sentence.
Yes, sometimes I have to do that. Sometimes I have to do that. I'm like community notes, IRL,
Yeah, the problem is that you interrupted me.
I know. I had to do it, just like be honest.
You interrupted me way too early before I was able to finish.
I know.
And the context is so important. Yeah, because like if I let you interrupt me, if I let you not let me finish my sentence, then it would have painted me as if I wanted a violent revolution, which is not at all what I want.
Right.
So yeah, it was very necessary for me to basically force myself into not making you not interrupt. So
that happens to me sometimes as well, where I'm making my point and I get cut off in the middle, and I know if I don't finish my point, I'm gonna sound like a complete dumbass.
Yeah.
Yep. In my case, I would sound genocidal, which is not essential. It's so necessary to have context. I love my dishwasher. It's so effective. You know how sometimes when you have a shitty dishwasher, I don't know if you've used it a lot, but you have a shitty one, it leaves like stains, or you have to wash it again afterwards, like manually. Yeah, don't have to do that with these new ones. They're very efficient.
I don't have a dishwasher in my house, and it's horrible. I have to wash with my hand.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Like a peasant.
I used to wash with my hand.
That ever spent on a project before and lost $38,000.
I understand where Adrian's coming from. He can't really use one because, solar power and all.
Follows through and starts doing, operations over
the border. If you live in a place that doesn't use solar power, you want to
absolutely should. I think there's so make them a lot more I don't really go into the cities too much.
It's also interesting thing that the human consumer that's called your hands. It's like this amazing fascinating thing that allows you to mechanically engage with the dishes in such a way as to basically wash them without the need for electricity, because you just consume a bunch of resources that manufacturers erode.
Yeah, and Adrian's calling me out for being lazy. We're lazy because it's efficient.
No, I can't. Look, here's my problem. I'm gonna rinse the fucking dishes. Okay, so it means I'm doing the work anyways. And I put the fucking dishes into the thing. Okay? Because otherwise there are too many chunks on it. Unless, of course, you got that super expensive dishwasher that consumes even more energy and more water.
I got a super expensive dishwasher. You don't need to rinse anything. Yeah, no, you just toss everything else. No, it's actually pretty energy efficient. You don't have to do any rinsing before or after. Doesn't leave any weird stains, none of that. And there's also a garbage collection thing down there. So, the only thing you need to do is just empty your dishes. Don't put a gigantic chunk of meat in there. It's not going to work right. Just empty your dishes in the garbage bin and then put it in there. It doesn't matter if it's got rice or gravy. It doesn't matter. It's small. It's fine. And then we'll handle it.
If it's a more advanced model, then there's a bit of an argument. It's still going to consume a lot of energy, especially for someone like me. It makes more sense to wash it manually, and it's a small amount. It's not a large amount. Look, honestly, I have when I'm doing something. Here's what I get dirty. I get one cutting board. Fuck's sake. Okay, one cutting board, one fork, one knife, one bowl, one pan. That's it. That's all I get dirty. Yeah, that's all I get dirty from cooking here. And if I have somebody else that's an additional set of dishes, but that's it. That's not much. That's the whole cooking process, by the way. And I use it in such a way to basically max optimize like the amount of washing I do. So I basically do Mr. Washing. Because I don't want to wash up. It's fucking annoying. It's an inefficient thing. I don't like it. I don't like a lot of things in life. I don't like eating. I don't like sleeping either. I don't like shitting. I don't like peeing. I don't like any of those things. I like using my brain.
By the way, you guys remember Pal World, the Pokemon slavery game?
Yeah, the
Pokemon slavery game, yeah. Apparently, someone decided to revisit it, and they found out that you can't throw the spheres to let out your pals anymore.
Yeah, because Nintendo
now the pals just spawn beside you, so you can't do things like throw the pal at the opposite side of a boss to avoid the opening attack or a better position.
It's so stupid. They should replace it with some other throwing mechanic.
I'm sure
Maybe don't throw it instead.
I'm sure Nintendo would get in the way.
What if they could just target it or something instead of throwing it? You know, just have it spawn there like a portal. That would work. Because no Nintendo game has that. I think that would work. I mean, what can Nintendo argue that it came up with the idea of monsters spawning beside you? No. Literally every game has that. So if you could just have a targeting system that lets you decide on the spot where to spawn a thing, I think that would be a pretty good workaround.
I think at this point the solution is just to buy Nintendo and stop them from suing everyone.
Yeah. Hey, good luck. They have
any billionaires want to help me out here?
I don't think Sony could even afford that.
Probably not. So.
We should do that. Yeah.
Yeah, extremely rich. I mean, if you saw how much money they made in the 90s.
Yeah, but they're not that much. Right?
We get them to embrace. Like, here's what we do: we get them to embrace the woke ideology a lot more. Wait until they become bankrupt, then we make our move.
But then it wouldn't be worth anything.
No, it won't be worth something.
So you're killing a golden goose by making it woke.
No. You can bring that back. You can bring that back 100%. You can bring stuff like that back. The brand is incredible. Unless you're doing some bullshit like backwards.
You'd be like, he would take a gun and he would shoot you before he would let that happen.
Yeah, but even if you were to, you can definitely bring that brand back even after you committed what is effectively genocide.
Nintendo's worth $70 billion.
Yeah, no, that's not.
God, they're worth a lot. They would sell though. They wouldn't sell.
Nah.
I mean, it's a public company, so you can pretty much buy.
You could probably get a large percentage of it, so that's true. Yeah.
I don't think you could get away with it because a lot of them are pretty tight with the Japanese government, and they would literally say, "No, you can't let this happen," and the Japanese government would just step in.
I think at this point, the Japanese government would want any type of cash infusion into their companies.
Not like this. Like they would not let this be sold. It's for them. You know, it's a matter of pride, national pride to have Nintendo, and they don't want it to be owned by foreigners.
If that's the case, I'm not surprised that they're kind of dying as a country right now.
Yeah, they're like that. I mean, keep in mind, this is a country that has literally kind of wasted money to force Japanese companies that were spending money in China on equipment and manufacturing, and said, "Hey, we're going to actually pay you more to make stuff here," and a loss, to themselves, to the government itself, and not to the company. The company is whatever, they'll absorb it. But yeah, no, Japan doesn't want foreigners to be owning its companies. They're really against that. Which, I mean, it's good in a sense.
I'm not sure about that.
I mean, it doesn't really make financial sense, but for them, it's more than just making financial sense. They don't always make.
Yeah, but you're not in the luxurious position to not make half those decisions people.
Doesn't matter. I mean, and keep in mind, this is a kind of country where it's airlines, like, so Japan airline, not great, right? But in 2008, when that whole thing happened and a lot of companies are shutting down, the CEO, he fucking fired himself. You know, you're like, I'll take responsibility for firing myself. Even though it wasn't actually his fault. It wasn't even his fault, but he took responsibility. This is the culture we're talking about. They're very different people. They think differently. I'm not saying that in a bad way, by the way. I mean that like a really good way.
Yeah,
I respect that.
I respect that to some extent as well, but you're completely fucking your country. Like Japanese culture, so Japanese culture works amazingly when you have a proper demographic, right? Because the minority of the country is old people, right? And old people are respected, and the old people are kind of giving wisdom to the younger generation, right? And they're giving humility and all of these things, right? And as a result, they kind of suck up more of the resources of the country, but that's okay because they're preserving the culture and they're preserving discipline and they're doing all these things, right? That's good. Yeah. Where it starts to break down is when old people are not making up a minority of the country, they're making up a majority of the country, right?
They still work, by the way. The old people there, they still work because they want to contribute. The problem is they live very long to the point where they can't work anymore. So, like, when I was there in Japan, I lived there for a while, a lot of the old people work. Like, we're talking senior citizens are working, right? And they're proud of it. They are happy to contribute. The problem is they get too old to work. Like, they physically cannot work. So they're not even sucking up resources on purpose the way that some old people are in other countries. You know, some people, they just want to retire, right? The Japanese don't want to retire. They're kind of forced to on account of their being too old, right? If you're 90 years old, they're not fucking working whether you want to or not. So that is the problem. They live too long. It's a kind of an interesting problem to have. It's a solid state society, if you will. And it's not a subject that it's not taboo, by the way. Like the whole concept of old people like kind of being draining too many resources. That is a pretty openly talked about issue in Japan. So it's not a taboo thing. They're not shaming old people. They can't figure out the problem. It's a very serious problem. They can't figure it out. They want to figure it out. The old people want to figure it out, and they don't know how to do it. Because I don't know if there's a solution to it. It's one of those problems that it's like a three-body problem. You can't solve it. It's unsolvable. It's a paradox. Which, I mean, credit to them for actually, engaging in the problems. I wish the rest of the world, like, obviously some parts of the world have solved these issues, but I wish the rest of the world had that mentality where they want to solve problems, even if it means, making sacrifices.
Let's have a look here.
Alright, everybody, I'm going to sleep. I don't give a fuck how long these motherfuckers go. I'm going to sleep. We got enough Elon fucking meat for the night.
No. Rachel Maddow's coming back for 5 nights a week to help with low ratings. As if that's going to help.
No. Actually, no. That's going to make it better. It's going to make it better. I can tell you exactly why. People hate themselves. So what's going to happen is they're going to watch this.
Hate watch it.
Yeah. It's like with me when we kept beating the zombie horse. I didn't want to beat the zombie horse, but I said, you know what, fuck it, let's do it anyways. Somebody else is going to do it properly, so we're going to do it. So I kind of, it's a little bit of masochism there. It's like. So you're doing this because you have to, and there you go. In the case of watching Rachel Maddow on fucking TV, you don't have to do that. But what else are you gonna do? You need to get outraged by something. This is what people don't understand. Like I don't watch anything. And it's funny. So I'm not sure if you guys remember, but I was on the stream with this like fucking this Fortnite streamer, right? And he wanted to like kind of back me into a corner about legacy media. The reason why that was because he mentioned very specific things, and I said, well, where are you getting this from? You're probably just like getting this from legacy media because they keep attacking everybody because all they do is lie. It's like, oh, well, I mean, there's these very specific things like this one over here, and this one came from Fox News. You believe in Fox News, right? I'm like, no, that's also legacy media. I said all legacy media lies. I'm not making any exceptions. That is fucking a whole fucking argumentation for that part because he wasn't expecting that. Because many people are diehard Fox News watchers. Fox News lies all the same. They just address a different type of demographic where there's not much to lie about realistically because it doesn't really matter what they're discussing. So when it comes to that, it's like, I don't like any of it. I don't like any of legacy media. I don't like it at all. I don't have anything personal against Fox News. They're not doing as much damage, but realistically speaking, there is no difference for me personally. So it's like it's a medium that exists but is extremely inefficient. And TV in general is a mind virus.
Yeah, it is.
Like, fuck TV, man. That shit's annoying. Anyone that has the fucking TV on and watches that shit, like, has it play in the backgrounds for the ambient noise. This is the biggest fucking NPC ever. The worst fucking left-wing individual is the one that has fucking MSNBC, CNN, whatever on 24/7. And they just listen to it. The worst boomer is the one that's got Fox News active and listens to that constantly. Now, again, Fox News doesn't do that much bullshit. I will give them that. But it's just an...
Great story, Elon. Do you ever shut the fuck up? I don't think so. That man can really talk.
think I'm too new to know who Rowan is.
Oh my gosh. Who shall make the introduction?
All right. Let's get back onto a real conversation. Let's talk about Trump for a second.
Ask a question.
You can't ask a question while I'm speaking. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Jesus Christ. Okay, go ahead. This must be the best. Everybody wait. We're going to hear the most important question of all time. Go ahead, Matt. What's your question?
When is Tom Ross going to be released from prison? Is it immediately? Is he out now?
You mean Ross Ulbricht?
Or whatever his name is.
Yeah, they're gonna have to process it. It's a good question. The Jan 6ers, some of them still haven't got out, and they got pardoned day one. So, here's my question for the room. Name a president that in their first 24 hours has made a bigger impact than Donald Trump has in these last 24 hours.
I don't think he can. From what I understand, he's done more and signed more than anybody ever.
Well, that's not true. Maybe on day one it's true, but
that's what I meant. Day one.
Sure. A lot of people have problems with executive orders, and I like to point them to FDR when they start talking about executive orders. Even though he was in office forever, man, God, that's the slowest polio death of all time. No, FDR, he really liked the executive order, and but no, this is a busy day. I hear in the chat, Gerald Ford. Explain, Gerald Ford. Give me his first 24 hours. What did he do? So damn special. Ronald Reagan. What did Ronald Reagan do? Oh, okay. The hostages. Okay. I got you. The hostages. That was a bit about my mom. My mom would never be president. She wouldn't even be president of a homeowners association. But thank you for thinking of my mother. I think the Ronald Reagan one's an interesting one. To get the hostages free. Although that was all orchestrated and negotiated and if Trump really wanted to flex though, in his first 30 days, he should, whatever deal he's going to try to work with, with Putin to get the war in Ukraine to stop. If he gets that done in the first 30 days, that will be baller. I don't know if the Ukrainians will like it, but I'm sure that a lot of the rest of the world would like it.
Why can't they just, extend the Trump tax cuts? Why does it take an active Congress to, why can't they just write the bill up and let's get this done? We know it's going to pass. Just write it up and let's go. Why is it going to take 6 months? I don't get it.
I don't know. Good things come to those who wait. Look, I think the one thing that's exciting me is that prior to this election, we had something monumental happen south of our border in a country called Argentina, where Javier Milei took office with the idea of, hey, we're going to deregulate, we're going to cut government agencies. And Trump seems to be listening to that message. Is it going to be perfect? No. Can the U.S. cut agencies as easily as Argentina can? Absolutely not. But if that is a driver, and if that's an influence behind it, this is going to be much different than his first presidency, I have to imagine. And certainly much different than what we would have got if that woman would have gotten elected. So, fuck. I can't believe I've spent the last 8 years bitching about Donald Trump, and now I'm thinking, you know what? In comparison, if we're grading on a curve, this isn't so bad.
I just, it's like more cowbell. That's what I love about Trump. This 2.0. More cowbell. Has he renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America? When does that take place? That's what I want to know.
Yeah. He signed an executive order on it.
So can we now begin referring to it as the Gulf of America?
I don't know why he wanted to fucking rename McKinley. I don't necessarily know if the virtue signaling name change that Obama did made much sense, but like, why do we waste time naming shit like this? It's just like, look, I get that Obama was, looking to, I guess, make inroads and make gestures towards natives who've been fucked over routinely since the white man got to this fucking country. I just don't think that. I think that's the wrong thing. You want to honor treaties, that would be one thing, but renaming shit, like, to me, that's like, it's goofy. I didn't like it when Obama changed the name, and I don't like it that Trump's name changed it back. I think it's a waste of time, if you ask me. Alex, you know way more about First Nations causes than anybody I know. What do you think about these gestures of name changes? Isn't that kind of just a slap in the face?
I mean, if they're gonna let the tribe name it, that'd be different, but that never happens. No, the one I was more concerned about was the executive order that was signed today that basically reversed a Biden executive order that was basically opening up educational opportunities for First Nations. So it was that one was a big slap in the face. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a empty gesture type thing, is what I see it as, and what I feel like the community sees it as. It's like, we're not going to do anything to like significantly change things or like improve things, but hey, we'll do this empty gesture that's really meaningless.
Yeah, it's funny. In Washington State, there's a lot of tribes. There's a lot of tribes in your neck of the woods as well. Heck, there's a lot of tribes all across this country. Imagine that. But in Washington, they do have some political sway. And it's interesting that when like 100% of the time, if they're ever asked, hey, so what is it you want? Their ask is always very simple, and it's the same thing 100% of the time. We're not asking for anything new. We're asking you to honor the agreements we've already made. And it's like, how much fairer could that be? Imagine that, to be a group of people that's saying, look, I'm not even asking you for anything additional. Remember the agreements that we made and put ink to paper? Like, how about those? And I think that's pretty incredible. Like, the discipline to not ask for additional shit, to just say, no. Even though we got fucked over, we got the shit into that stick. If you can honor those, we'd be pleased. I mean, but we can't do that for whatever goddamn reason.
Let's at least start there, but the reason we can do it is because some of those treaties include adding members of Congress for sovereign nations, and they don't want to do that because that would completely change the makeup of our Congress.
How many congressional members would they get?
So there's 574 recognized tribes in the United States. Those are the ones that are recognized. Whether they still have members that are living or not is another story. Like, there's a recognized tribe in California that the only thing they have left is a half acre and it's a graveyard. Like, that's pretty much all that's there. So, you're talking like 500 representatives, probably. Yeah, that one's not going to happen. Right. That's why
Although, if original proposed First Amendment, which would have given representation of one congressional member for every 50,000 people, you would have a total of like 6,600 members of Congress. At that point, adding 500, one for each of the tribe, all of a sudden that starts to make sense. It would still be a level of proportionality that I think would make other groups uncomfortable. But yeah, if we had one representative for every 50,000 people, which was shot down when they were making the Bill of Rights, I actually, despite the fact that more congressmen probably sounds like a nightmare to people, but having local representation has to be an improvement over having one representative for, what is it, like every 712,000 people? Capping it at one for every 50,000. That seems like a good idea. You would get, at least you get congressional members that understand the issues of their, the district that they're representing.
Well, uncapping the House has always been a big issue. I know we've had some different topic-based rooms on that right here in Clubhouse, but if I'm recalling things correctly, when they capped it at 435, there was actually a Congress member for like it was like 19,000 people. So to say, do it for have representation for every 50,000 shouldn't be that out of the ordinary. And it doesn't mean, we'd have to change the whole White House and the rotunda and all of that, because in this day and age, they could report in from anywhere. Doesn't mean they need to be there in person. So that is a great topic of discussion. Even doing it one for every 50,000 would be still a lot more of them representing than what it was when they capped it.
Yeah, well, the original proposal was at a certain level of population, it would be one for every 30,000. Then it would go to one for every 40,000, and then it would cap at one for every 50,000. However, the entire population of the United States at that point was like 2.5 million people. So I don't think anybody back then was thinking that someday we would have 330, 340 million people. I think that the way that it grew was just beyond anybody's ability to comprehend.
Man, that was probably like the whole world population at that point. There was.
Yeah, it's wild. It's wild to think about it. When you think of a big city now, you probably think of cities that have, at least 100,000 people. Probably you're thinking of like towns that have, cities that have 1 million people. Those are really big cities. And in California too, like towns that you've never heard of have over 100,000 people. It's crazy. It's great. 40 million people. California has the same population as Canada, just to put things in perspective. It's crazy.
Hey, Roger, you excited about your new governor, Kamala Harris? She's up to running.
I'm not in California, and if she runs, she'll lose. In fact, I would say this. I think Kamala Harris is the only thing that could turn California red. Double agent, why don't you come up here and talk about how happy you are about this? Now, let's get back to the Ross thing. Liberty, have you talked to anyone that's spoken? Have you spoken to Lynn, or has anybody you know spoken to Lynn about this since the announcement? Liberty?
Everyone I've talked to, of course I texted congratulations to her and so forth, but I haven't personally spoken to her at all.
Who's Lynn? Lynn is Ross'
mom.
What's that?
You know her? That's really nice. I'm still happy for her today. I've been rooting for her for a long time.
I wonder if they knew this was coming. I wonder if they had an idea.
So I will say that, like, back in November, like a couple days after the election, Ross gave a letter to his wife to put out on X, I think, where he basically thanked everybody that voted for Trump on his behalf. So I think they kind of knew that it was like in the pipes, like it was in the works. But everything I've seen today was just like I know Trump called Lynn personally to deliver the news and like talked about that.
Biden gave out 8,000 pardons and couldn't give one to Ross.
He really? Biden's whole like party is on the other side of that issue. Like they were the party that put him away.
Yeah, but Schumer like went crazy.
Biden was vice president when they put Ross away.
Well,
The Democrats are evil. They're pure evil. It's fun.
Trump had the choice to do it when he was president before.
That's true.
And did not. And, like I said, water under the bridge now, I guess. But I did secretly hope that Biden would do it when he was doing that whole sweep of things, as more or less as like to steal the thunder from it. Not only would he have been out sooner, of course, but that would have been just a big old F you. It's like, oh, you voted for him.
I'll tell you right now, if Trump goes through these 4 years and doesn't pardon Dexter Taylor, I'm going to be pissed. Like,
Well,
if there's...
because that's a state issue. It's not federal.
Well, let's not get technical, because somebody's got to free this man. Somebody's got to be able to...
I will say, like, the one thing that I'm always like astonished by with the Democrats is that they don't, like, every president since the 1970s has had the power to deschedule marijuana, like through the Controlled Substances Act. The way that it's written, the president has the authority to direct the Department of Justice to deschedule it. And so I don't understand why Democrats always like defer to Congress on that one when they could do that themselves. Like that would have been a big hit for Democrats, and they don't seem to want to jump on that one. And I think that has to do with police unions. Is there anything that Trump signed an executive order about, or that you're just like, oh God, here we go? Anything that really ticked you off?
To be fair, I haven't went through everything he's done, so no.
The one I brought up, like I get like wanting to reverse a bunch of the Biden stuff, but the one where he like basically like killed the Education Act for Native Americans, that sucked. That one kind of like.
I know one good one he did today. I got a bar. The AI people that were making machines like for like to get better MRIs and CTs, they're going to be able to see in your blood if you have a trace of cancer. So like before it like attaches onto something, that's just an example of like how good this testing is going to be, which I'm very happy about. Get rid of her. We'll see. Get rid of you.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think of the executive order around emergency price relief? Sounds like price controls to me. What do you guys think of that? It sounded super vague and nothing that he'll ever be able to do. It was basically like giving lip service to his campaign promises that he'll never be able to.
Yeah, so let me go through this real quick. So I hereby order the heads of all executive departments and agencies to deliver emergency price relief consistent with applicable law to the American people and increase the prosperity of the American worker. This shall include pursuing appropriate actions to lower the cost of housing and expand the housing supply, eliminate unnecessary administrative expenses and rent-seeking practices that increase healthcare costs, eliminate counterproductive requirements that raise the cost of home appliances, create employment opportunities for American workers, including drive discouraged workers into the labor force, and eliminate harmful coercive climate policies that increase the cost of food and fuel. Within 30 days of the date of this memorandum, the Assistant to the President for Economic Policy shall report to me and every 30 days thereafter on the status of implementation of this memorandum. So yeah, it's basically like, hey, we're going to tackle these things, but we're not telling you like how we're going to do it. And if they're going to do anything that caps what people can charge, because he's billing this as like, hey, the cost of living is going to go down. How do you do that without controlling things? If all this is just deregulate, I'll be happy with that. But if he goes the extra mile and regulates certain things, I'm gonna be cranky about that. Be very.
Oh, for sure. And there's no way to do that. That just gave something lip service.
Yeah, there's really no, like, it's just like this broad kind of directive. There's no real mechanism in it. There's no, like, it's just kind of like, just Roger, hey, look into this for me, you know? Like, it's like, you know, when the government, like, wants to appear to be doing something about something that they really aren't going to do anything about, you know, they form a committee. And the committee, you know, we're going to form this investigatory committee and look into this, and we'll issue a report in 6 months to a year. I can honestly say, when he beat Hillary in 2016, I wasn't happy that he was president. I was just happy that Hillary lost. When he lost to Biden, I wasn't necessarily happy that Biden won. And I wasn't unhappy that Trump lost. I would actually say this time around, though, because of what the alternative was and the things that he seems to have on his agenda this time around, I'm cautiously optimistic that this is about the best that Americans can muster at the executive branch at this point in time. I think this is what we're capable. In fact, I don't even know if we deserve anything better than this until we get better. But I think these next 4 years could be a hoot.
331 million people, though, those were the best we could put up for this task. I just find that so hard to believe.
But don't you think that they match? That they're a reflection. Our leaders are a reflection of who we are, right? And when you have, you know, some disingenuous, you know, giggling Gertie that everyone can't stand, running against some narcissist that, you know, that has some comical moments from time to time. I mean, like, yeah, that's probably that seems like a pretty accurate reflection of who we are as people.
It's definitely a reflection of where we are politically right now. Like, I feel like with the way that our system is being, like, the way it's functioning right now,
it definitely produced the best of what it has taught. Well, I must say I did not wake up this morning thinking that I would hear you, Roger, compare him in any way to Javier Milei. But that's given me some food for thought. I don't know if I would compare them. I would say that the talk track that he has around deregulation in a massive way and cutting government spending, I've heard Republicans talk about it, but the action that he looks to be taking on this and the people that he's listening to help shape that, this is what it seems like. It seems like a miracle took place in Argentina, and it looks like Trump, who has a mandate to do whatever he fucking wants at this point, he's at least looking in the right direction for guidance. Is he going to be able to pull off all that shit? Absolutely fucking not. And then he's going to be in direct conflict with some of this stuff when you start thinking about, some of these Republicans are just as anti-capitalist as the Democrats. When they start, there's probably people in this room right now that because they like Donald Trump, they'll be pro-tariff. And there's a lot of things that I think that he's going to do that's going to royally tick me off, and is going to be counter to the influence that Milei has. But the world's an imperfect place. If he could just, how about this? Even if the budget doesn't, let's say the national debt in 4 years is exactly at $36 trillion. That would be an improvement over it growing $2 trillion every year. So, I'm thinking, can we do baby steps? And a baby step might be, instead of, running a $2 trillion a year, budget deficit, if he gets it down to a $1 trillion deficit, that's a victory. It's not the kind of victory that the radicals want, but it's directionally appropriate. And that's what I'm hoping for, is that we just get off this trajectory of where it's now normal to run a $2 trillion a year deficit. And I think under Trump, we have a chance for that, but time will tell. You never know what kind of fucking excuse they have. They'll manufacture a crisis, and then all of a sudden we have to spend. If you think about it, he was actually on track to do pretty decent with spending, comparatively speaking to others, until COVID happened, and then he decided, everybody wants to give him his flowers for Operation Warp Speed, but let's be honest, he spent a lot of bread.
I'm ready for Social Security reform. People that.
Yeah, end it. Tell people, hey, if you're born anytime after tomorrow, you're not going to collect it. Just boom. Just put a finish date on it.
So it also includes injury for Social Security too. If you're injured on the job.
Be careful. Get hurt.
I'm just saying, we had a vote in our office that back to 1992, we didn't realize that we were paying into Social Security, and there was a vote from our employees to either remain in it or stay out because there was some sort of paperwork error. And 70% of the people voted to stay in, specifically if you get hurt on the job, you've got that kind of safety buffer there. Before it crushes you or something. You have insurance, but it only goes so far.
Well, wouldn't that be workman's compensation?
That's not forever, though. That's just short term for your business. But if the business goes under, it's gone.
Yeah.
So, it's pointable. It's just a lot to think about.
Yeah, at the end of the day, though, it is a Ponzi scheme, and it's going to go broke at some point. So, how much further do we want to kick the problem down the road? The kick in the can, I don't think that's the right thing to do. I think owning up to the fact that it is a Ponzi scheme and saying, hey, look, I get it. A lot of you have paid in. You'll feel it's very unjust if you don't get out what you put in. But at some point, we have to pull the plug and say, look,
It's a Ponzi scheme. Come on.
He tried to privatize it, and literally they were talks to privatize it, and the stock market crashed. That was one of those, probably bad time to even attempt that. So there's a lot of different things, and yeah, it's a Ponzi. None of us are going to be able to retire. That's for sure.
Well, there's plenty of other things that need to happen. You know, a change in culture would need to happen, and people being able to keep more of their own money would need to happen. So instead of looking at someone who got older and maybe is unable to work, or someone who's disabled and unable to work, and saying that's my family, my neighbor, whatever, and taking care of them because you were able to keep more of your own money. You know, there's a lot of culture that needs to change with that. And if you're going by someone who got on hard times and they're now homeless and don't choose to be homeless, and helping them instead of thinking there's a program for that to help those people, I pay into that. You know, there's so many things that became government things that were never meant to be that. You know, if you have a disabled child or your parents get older or whatever, there's some responsibility there that we've lost as a culture. We just don't do it anymore.
So with that, you're saying also that kind of gets into the whole pro-life argument, but they're like, every life is precious, but they don't want to pay for it. There's people that, the government spends millions on that they cannot swallow or drink in order, but that's all supported with Social Security. So at what point, where's the red line? So if you have a child that requires 24-hour care with a wheelchair and breathing machines, is that just for forever for free? Or at the hospital, they say, sorry, how much you can afford it all?
Nonprofits, hospitals, get the people to save I'm almost 50. Government can keep my Social Security. At this point, they can keep all my money that they've stolen from me. And so long as I can keep my 6.2% plus the 1 point some odd percent for Medicare moving forward. But that's where hospitals come in, when people that are special needs or that rely on, that will have to rely on Social Security because of injury, because of stuff like that. That's when you come together as a community via nonprofits, via the state governments, and that's when you don't look at the federal government is not the answer. A and B, they can't afford it. So there's got to be alternatives. There's the community, family, friends, the church, and the local hospital.
To a point, like even the nonprofit hospitals, like the religious ones, they've gotten in massive trouble for billing people that were never supposed to be billed. So even when they're quote unquote nonprofit, it's all these.
There are plenty of ones that aren't religious though.
Well, when we live in a city like my side, there's 3 hospitals, and 2 of the Washington says 4 hospitals, and 3 of them are owned by a religious organization. So there's not really.
Well, you live in a religious.
Hold on, guys. I want to read something to you. It's totally fucking off topic, but it's definitely fucking interesting. Listen to this. It took Bitcoin 8 years to reach $72 billion in market cap. The Trump meme coin did it in 2 days. The Trump coin is worth 50% more than the world's largest gold mining company.
But
hold on. It's up 40,000% since Friday.
Holy shit. Think about it though. This is a specific way that, think about it, because you got to be careful of foreign investors or governments doing stuff. That's a pretty easy way for a foreign power or somebody who wants to basically quietly give money to Trump just through a meme coins. That's an ingenious way to do it, because he did it right before he got in office, so you can't say, oh, it was a government thing. So it's kind of like a great magic trick that all this money just came in magically right before he figured out, and just kind of tanked right as he did.
This is the new world, right?
I just wanted to say, man said he's almost 50, and I just said he doesn't look at you over 6 months.
That's fucking good. Well played. Well played. Here's a question for you guys. What do you think of Barron Trump? He's 18 years old. He's looking very presidential all of a sudden. I would have to imagine that he will be the one that they groom down the road. Well, maybe 20 years from now. But I think Barron's going to be president someday.
I think he is too. Why is he so pale? And why is he doing like the Nazi hand thing like Elon Musk was doing? He did that on the pocket.
Hey, your piece. Do you want me to PTR some of the other people that have done that same hand motion? Maybe some of your favorite people, like Obama and Kamala Harris.
It's not been the same.
Clinton used to flash which side.
Barron did that Nazi hand thing.
Yeah.
And you guys know
Stop that.
it's a Nazi dog whistle, and I don't give a fuck.
Your piece. I know you don't give a fuck, but you're wrong. Now you're in the audience. Listen, your piece, respectfully, you're just an idiot. How about that?
Just from my experience at being at events where you had to go through Secret Service and different things because Trump was in attendance, I can tell you that I don't even, like I go through Secret Service, they want a little bit, send you on through, but they did that to Barron Trump. I took pictures of it because I thought it was hilarious. They were checking that kid like no tomorrow before they let him back where his dad was going to be. I'm not so sure Trump trusts in his own kid for them to be doing what they did to that kid. They did that at the Bitcoin conference. They did that at our Libertarian convention in DC. I mean, I'm not so sure that they're going to prime him for any presidential anything.
That's actually Secret Service doing that. It's not Trump saying they don't want them. They want everybody. I mean, even
it was
they want them forward.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on, guys. Your piece, who was very colorful when she was on the stage before she got removed, she said, my kid says racist things on Twitter. So how about this, your piece? You go find the racist things that Barron Trump has said on Twitter and just post them here. Post the link, and then we'll all be the judge of whether Barron Trump, the youngest son of Donald Trump, the president, has posted racist tweets. Go ahead. We'll be waiting. And any excuse that you can't find it will just be an admission that you're an idiot. Jesus Christ. I mean, who knows? Guy could be a racist, but I will say, my understanding is that he was the one that was advising his dad and the campaign to take the strategy of doubling down on non-traditional media and hitting the podcast circuit. And some of the podcasts were specifically things that Barron had told him that he should do. I don't know if you guys followed along in those last 30 days, but some of the podcasts that he was hitting, they were niche podcasts. They were comedians that hit a particular target audience that typically doesn't even like to fucking vote. Hell, wrestling fans, for fuck's sake. He went on the Undertaker's podcast. Did he really? He won that. Yeah.
Bill Vaughn was a big one. Barron said you'd have to go on Bill Vaughn's and
Andrew Schultz.
Yep.
He won on a bunch of them. Yeah.
They're all right winger or they claim to be not, but that's why Theo never got a second thing on. If you watch him on YouTube, people didn't take him because you could tell the way he leaned, but because of Joe Rogan making him famous, I think, and then the boys, Andrew Schultz,
Thank you.
No, it was Dana White that convinced Rogan to put him on.
Oh,
That's how it was.
okay.
I think it's more fair to credit the McMahon connections for those niche podcasts than Barron Trump. I know he just turned 18, but I have a rule to not talk shit about kids until they're at least 19 and a half. But I'm not thinking that that he's the evil genius behind the campaign. Not this one.
I don't know who's saying shit. I was just saying, I think it was good for him to say go on this show because there's Theo Vaughn's audience is not even half. Like if you go to a show, it's definitely like split down the middle, and mostly white people, but that doesn't matter.
It's a weird show.
Yeah, I know. I still watch it.
It's just comedy. Like,
I mean, him in general, when he was performing here, it's like comedy
Weird.
as ever.
He was from Louisiana and very.
yeah, what's weird about being from Louisiana and very poor?
He was just in that structure, I should say.
From the area he was from, if you listen to his story.
Why are we having the most boring version of this conversation we could possibly have? Like
I said that.
Jesus Christ. Do better, people.
And I won't respond to dumb remote.
I don't know. He ran an effective campaign. What else can you say? You know, Elon Musk is not somebody that 8 years ago you would have expected to line up voting for Republicans. Circumstances had to be such that the Democratic Party chased him away and others away, and new types of Republicans came to the table, and I would imagine that at some point there'll be a falling out between Trump and Elon, and it's going to be amazing and epic. But I would also imagine that if Elon had to do it all over again, he would still spend $250 million to help make sure that Kamala Harris is the president. And I don't know how much credit you want to give to Elon for the money he spent or the way that his platform was utilized. I like giving him the credit because I like Elon. But I don't know how much. I mean, it was a broader coalition. There's a lot of libertarians that went and voted for Trump. There's a lot of independents that went and voted for Trump. And he got over that problem of having those Republicans that you know, at least you have the hold your nose vote for Trump Republicans. I think this is the broadest coalition that we've seen Republicans put together in quite some time. And I think Elon getting behind Trump, you know, I think that impacts people. I know there's some people that hate on Elon, but most of his biggest haters were the people that loved him 8 years ago. It's almost as if when Elon decided to stand up for free speech, that's when the far left had no use.
Well, are we forgetting that Trump was a Democrat for a gazillion years? Not that it matters what wing of the bird it is.
But he's not Republican either, but yeah, he changed parties in 2014.
Right. So, yeah, there's that.
What do you guys think of RFK Jr.? Like, I think he's a fucking weirdo. Like, I'll just throw that out there. Like, any big fans of RFK?
No.
big critic.
Yeah, I think if he listens to, like, of all the people he can listen to, yeah, the bone that he should throw to RFK is like, okay, hey, here's what happened to Kennedy. Now, go fuck off back to your corner. If we listen to Kennedy, he's gonna have us eating bugs, and like, I'm not ready to eat bugs.
I mean, if he kills all vaccines, I don't have kids. I don't care.
He's just fundamentally ascientific. Actually, one of the most interesting things that I saw was IOC Sun, the CEO of SoftBank, speaking today, or was it today or yesterday? Speaking at the White House along with Sam Altman and others, discussing the Stargate project, that they're going to invest $500 billion in Stargate, $100 billion immediately, and each of them thanked Trump repeatedly, and saying that this was only possible thanks to him. So I think that's quite interesting, and that could be a source of contention that Roger talked about eventually between Trump and Musk as well.
You have every CEO kissing his ass though right now. I mean, James Cook did not want to spend $1 million, but he did.
Oh yeah, that's true. But if you look at the degree to which they all did it today, it was quite interesting. And the thing is, this project is actually significant. Like, if you could imagine any project that private companies are willing to invest $500 billion in. So the potential is huge. And if you look at all of the recent data and papers, it suggests some real. And interestingly enough, Trump actually asked a very pertinent question to Altman about the implications of this research for curing cancer and other diseases. So it was fairly on top of the subject.
I mean, if it doesn't involve Richard B. Management, I'm out. It's the guy who people went.
Yeah. It doesn't involve drinking bleed.
You know what would be a good use of RFK? Something that he would, I think, do well is they should start playing those videos of what high school fitness was like when JFK was in office. I don't know if you guys have seen the videos, but like the fitness requirements to like get through high school once upon a time were amazing. If you just brought that shit back and let RFK be the poster child for that, I mean, he's an older, fit guy. There's something that I think a lot of people would get. Like, if he just tackled the obesity issue from a perspective of like, this is how we're gonna do it, folks. We're gonna eat the right shit, and we're gonna eat the right shit. And we're gonna move our bodies. Now move your ass, Timmy. I think that could like build a legacy for RFK Jr. that would be lasting, rather than some of the weird stuff. And then the only deal that you make with them is like, okay, listen, I'm gonna make you fucking so relevant, beyond more relevant than you could possibly imagine. Just don't talk your weird shit anymore, because the guy's a fucking weirdo. But I think that like his commitment to fitness and health, I think would be something that you could. I would lean into that if I was Trump. That's the only part of RFK's shit that I would do.
Can we put him in charge of like rewriting the food pyramid? Let's let him.
Even if they get some of the additives through the FDA out of the food system.
Yeah, but that's regulation, and you guys aren't for regulation. That's a really bad.
Do you know who made the last one? The Harvard School of Nutrition, because Miss Obama, whatever, Michelle Reed did it, and it was so effed up that they redid it overnight, and that's how we have her today, whatever it is, mind plate or something. I don't know. He's too scientific for the general population. RFK, but he's very into sleeping, exercising.
I think the bigger problem that I have with RFK is like, I don't trust people that are like categorically anti-vax. There's enough information out there to say that that's pretty stupid. Like, you know, I could also respect the idea that to say, well, hold up. Maybe not all vaccines are for all people. There are some situations in which maybe making certain things mandatory is not the best idea. In fact, you know, why make it mandatory at all if it's such a goddamn good idea? But his approach to it is just basically like, I don't believe in science. I'm just a fucking... He's a conspiracy theorist, not a serious studier of fucking medicine.
But it's worse than that, because when he was using a study that came out that you know, autism was caused by, can't remember, but a year later, the guy who wrote the study said I was wrong, that the stuff is flawed. He wouldn't recant. Even the scientist recanted his own study, and RFK just went straight ahead with his agenda.
Yeah, the study's been completely debunked on many fronts. It's just not science. He's just as ascientific as you can get. I don't know anybody takes him seriously.
I'll tell you what, though, if that guy was on fucking Clubhouse, he'd be a fucking smash, dude. Like people on this app will eat that shit up. They love when the people are out here saying things that are contrary.
Dr. Copeland.
Correct. Alex, go ahead, jump in.
Well, a couple of things. I would just say, like, he's human, and so, like, he's just as susceptible to cognitive dissonance as any of us. And, I don't know that I would want him on Clubhouse. I don't think I could stand listening to his voice for that long. Like he's an intelligent guy for sure. What are you talking about?
Yeah, there's the wires.
Mark intelligent like this for hours. I don't know if I could sit and listen to this for hours.
He could have an operation and have that fixed too, and he refuses to have it. But Alex, the sign of intelligence is that changing your mind in the light of new facts, or that facts that you thought were right don't support your opinion anymore. That's a sign of intelligence, not the way he handled.
Right, like I said, people are susceptible to cognitive dissonance and handle it in all different ways. Not everybody handles it the best ever.
He's basically terrible all around. Although I did like Roger's idea of using, you know, if you were to use him somewhere, it would be in this fitness program. And I have seen the videos that Roger's referring to of fitness in earlier generations. It was quite impressive. And sorely lacking these days.
Yeah, I think what Trump needs this time around is just go out there and make some good policy. You know, keep people stirred up with the weird shit that you do. You know, like, but he needs to be careful to not. Because of the broad coalition, there's a lot of people that are going to ask him to do certain things, and the RFK crowd, and by the RFK crowd, like some of them are worse than RFK. It's like, if you remember the house on here, Preservation of the Human Race, right? I think some of the people that ran those rooms are really cool people, but the conversations of the average person that were on those stages was just, they fucking put the tinfoil on their hat, and every conspiracy theory that if you came up with a new conspiracy theory tomorrow, it wouldn't matter how, it could be a half-baked, quarter-baked, wouldn't matter. They would just believe it, because it's like, oh, it's contrary to the mainstream theory, it must be true. And they don't do any investigation whatsoever. This is the problem with conspiracy theorists. Even though they have been batting 1,000 fucking for the last like 4 or 5 years, they subscribe to all of them. I mean, you know, if you were to get a conspiracy theorist in here, like a real bona fide conspiracy theorist, and you just go down the line. You just go, hey, you talk about vaccines. You can talk about Tower 7. You go down the list, right? I guarantee there are people specifically on this app that would never jump off. You can say Loch Ness Monster, yeah, of course. Bigfoot, yeah, absolutely. They believe all of them, like all of them, and then what that leads them into is then they get into the fucking Rothschild shit, and then you start realizing that okay. They're susceptible to some really bad information. And so while I think it's dangerous to trust everything that the government tells you, I think it's fucking also very crazy to just believe anything some crackpot comes up.
Yeah, but if you think about it, if you get somebody to the point that they think that the earth is flat, and there's this giant conspiracy, then once you're at that point, then you can believe, virtually any conspiracy theory.
This room is streaming live on YouTube, means one of these people in our audience is Edmund. So let me figure out who that would be. I will figure that out.
Well, that's just piece of shit, Edmund.
I will figure it out.
Dittmann or whatever you go by now. Adrian Dittmann.
We're on YouTube. Yeah, the only person that's gonna hate the new update of the Clubhouse function is coming out. You think it's Earth?
With the party hat, I'm guessing.
Okay, well let's try that. Let's see if for those of you that said that it's streaming,
She has a